Ένα μέλλον χτισμένο με καθαρή, βιώσιμη και πράσινη ενέργεια. Ενέργεια αόρατη, αέρια και ανανεώσιμη, που θα ταξιδεύει πιο μακριά, αξιόπιστα και αποτελεσματικά. Αυτό το μέλλον οραματιζόμαστε στο ΔΕΣΦΑ και φροντίζουμε από σήμερα να δημιουργούμε τις συνθήκες που θα το κάνουν πραγματικό. Με την τεχνογνωσία των 600 και πλέον εργαζομένων μας και τη δυναμική 1.466 χιλιόμετρων αγωγών υψηλής πίεσης, 55 μετρητικών και ρυθμιστικών σταθμών, 6 κέντρων λειτουργίας και συντήρησης και ενός τερματικού σταθμού υγροποιημένου φυσικού αερίου. Μέσα από κομβικά έργα ενεργειακών υποδομών, εξασφαλίζουμε εναλλακτικές πηγές προμήθειας και ανοίγουμε νέους ενεργειακούς δρόμους. Διαμορφώνουμε στρατηγικές συνεργασίες που αναπτύσσουν την αλυσίδα αξίας του υδρογόνου, ενισχύουν την ασφάλεια εφοδιασμού της χώρας και της ευρύτερης περιοχής και αναδεικνύουν την Ελλάδα σε διεθνή ενεργειακό κόμβο, ενώ διευρύνουμε παράλληλα την τεχνογνωσία μας, παρέχοντας υπηρεσίες σε έναν από τους μεγαλύτερους τερματικούς σταθμούς υγροποιημένου φυσικού αερίου παγκοσμίως. Ταυτόχρονα, αναπτύσσουμε την ελληνική αγορά φυσικού αερίου μέσα από τη συμμετοχή και τη συνεργασία μας με το ελληνικό χρηματιστήριο ενέργειας. Στον ΔΕΣΦΑ διαμορφώνουμε το αύριο της ενέργειας. Για σταθερότητα, ανάπτυξη και μια καλύτερη ποιότητα ζωής για όλους. Γιατί στην ενέργεια, όπως και στη ζωή, το μέλλον ξεκινάει τώρα.
DESFA, enabler of a sustainable energy future.
The world is evolving. The world is changing with energy from nature, and the need for a cleaner environment is changing rapidly and urgently. Imagine an economy, a society where organic waste from agricultural, livestock, and industrial activities is converted into clean energy, helping to reduce waste and strengthening the country's circular economy. At the same time, through the use of photovoltaic systems and energy storage units, Greece is reducing its dependence on fossil fuel and achieving energy independence. EcoElas contributes to building a better and cleaner future by applying technologies that benefit the economy and future generations. With innovative solutions, it not only protects the environment, but helps Greece lead the way in green growth and economic prosperity, making it one of the greenest regions in Europe. EcoElas, green present, clean future.
Ο ΔΔΕ εξυγχρονίζεται με έξυπνα δίκτυα, με αυτοματοποιημένα συστήματα, με αναβαθμισμένη εξυπηρέτηση, με σύγχρονες λειτουργίες, με ψηφιοποιημένες εργασίες, με σεβασμό για το περιβάλλον, για να έχετε καλύτερη τηλεφωνική εξυπηρέτηση, για να μπορείτε να δηλώνετε τη βλάβη σας online ή μέσω του κινητού σας, για να εξυπηρετήσετε άμεσα και online για τα περισσότερα από τα αιτήματά σας, για να κάνετε online αίτηση για τη σύνδεση της υποδομής φόρτισης του ηλεκτρικού οχήματός σας στο δίκτυο, για να παίρνετε άμεσες και γρήγορες απαντήσεις μέσω ψηφιακού βοηθού. Ένα δίκτυο καινοτομίας. Ένα δίκτυο καλύτερης εξυπηρέτησης. Ένα δίκτυο ενέργειας για όλους. ΔΔΕ.
We're part of a world on the move. During a moment in time, unlike any other. At PwC, we're embracing new ways of thinking, to see things from new angles, and we're bringing purpose to all we do, working each day to build trust and solve important problems. But we can't look forward without seeing where we've come. We have a story to tell. It's the story of our year. At PwC, we're drawing from the wide range of capabilities our people bring from 149 countries. Our focus on business model reinvention helps companies navigate global shifts and reimagine how they're creating value. We're not afraid to try new things. At PwC, we've seen the power of AI and how it's transforming the way we live and work, opening doors we may not have known were there. We've built award-winning tech alliances with some of the world's biggest innovative companies and continue to expand our own reach, investing nearly $1.5 billion to grow and scale our AI capabilities across our global network. At PwC, we understand the urgent need to take climate action. It's not just about checking a box. There are plenty of opportunities when a business puts sustainability at the top of the agenda. This year, we're proud to be recognized as a global leader in ESG and sustainability. And At the foundation of all business continues to be trust. It's the rock on which a strong business is built. At PwC, we're helping our clients build trust in what matters to their business. From cloud security to sustainability performance, trust remains a key component to strong markets. There have been challenges, but there have also been strides forward in the story of our year. We're excited and optimistic about the future as we write our next chapter.
Ήλιος κι άνεμος, η δύναμη της φύσης, το μέλλον της ενέργειας, η ενεργειακή αυτονομία της Ευρώπης. Η πολιτεία καθοδηγεί την ανάπτυξη και την αειφόρο καινοτομία με επενδύσεις που εξασφαλίζουν την εθνική πορεία για το αύριο. Κεφαλαιοποιούμε τη δύναμη της φύσης σε όλες τις μορφές της για να κινηθούμε προς το μέλλον με σεβασμό στο περιβάλλον και την κοινωνία. Εξασφαλίζουμε τις επενδύσεις στις ανανεώσιμες πηγές ενέργειας, την προστασία του περιβάλλοντος και τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη με πράσινη, φθηνή και καθαρή ενέργεια για όλους. Υποστηρίζουμε την επέκταση των ανανεώσιμων πηγών ενέργειας, παρέχοντας τα αναγκαία κεφάλαια για να κάνουμε το επόμενο βήμα. Εργαζόμαστε με υπευθυνότητα και αφοσίωση και συνεργαζόμαστε στενά με τους εταίρους μας σε ευρωπαϊκό και εθνικό επίπεδο. Υλοποιούμε τις δεσμεύσεις της πολιτείας για να οδηγήσουμε την πράσινη μετάβαση και την ενεργειακή αυτονομία. Με γνώμονα την αειφορία και το σεβασμό προς το περιβάλλον, συμβάλλουμε στην εθνική προσπάθεια να εξασφαλιστούν οι ενεργειακές ανάγκες των επόμενων γενεών, οδηγώντας τη χώρα σε έναν κόσμο πιο πράσινο, καθαρό και βιώσιμο. Είμαστε ο αρρωγός της πολιτείας, στηρίζοντας την ενέργεια του αύριο για μια ισχυρή και βιώσιμη Ελλάδα σήμερα. ΔΑΠΕΕΠ, διαχειριστής ανανεώσιμων πηγών ενέργειας και εγγυήσεων προέλευσης. Επενδύουμε σε ένα καθαρό και βιώσιμο μέλλον.
Η ενέργεια εξελίσσεται. Το ίδιο και εμείς. Δεν ακολουθούμε απλά τις εξελίξεις. Δημιουργούμε τις εξελίξεις. Με σημαντική παρουσία στην ενεργειακή αλυσίδα της Νοτιοανατολικής Ευρώπης και συνεχή επέκταση διεθνώς, δημιουργούμε ένα διευρυμένο χαρτοφυλάκιο με ισορροπία ανάμεσα στις βασικές μας δραστηριότητες και τη νέα ενέργεια. Επενδύουμε δυναμικά στις ανανεώσιμες πηγές ενέργειας στην Ελλάδα και το εξωτερικό. Εξυπηρετούμε όλο και μεγαλύτερο κοινό. Πραγματοποιούμε μεγάλες συνεργασίες και επενδύουμε στην αναβάθμιση της εμπειρίας των πελατών μας. Προωθούμε την αλλαγή, προστατεύουμε το περιβάλλον για ένα μέλλον με μηδενικό αποτύπωμα. Συνεισφέρουμε στην οικονομία. και στηρίζουμε έμπρακτα την κοινωνία. Την υγεία, τη νέα γενιά, τον πολιτισμό, τον αθλητισμό. Αλλάζουμε την ενέργεια για ένα καλύτερο αύριο για όλους.
Se llevó a cabo el fotovoltaicos Mitilineos en Chile.
Mitilineos is expanding its presence in the UK.
Projet d'une capacité totale de 1,4 gigawatts.
Κάτι μεγάλο μπορεί να ξεκινήσει από κάτι ταπεινό. Στις αρχές του περασμένου αιώνα, η Mitilineos ήταν μια μικρή οικογενειακή επιχείρηση με τις δικές της αξίες. Τόλμη, διορατικότητα και εξωστρέφεια. Με τις ίδιες αξίες, η τρίτη γενιά της οικογένειας δημιούργησε έναν διεθνή κολοσσό. 5 χρόνια μετά, με εξαγορές και συγχωνεύσεις, απλοποιήσαμε τις διαδικασίες. Στο αλουμίνιο είδαμε έναν σύμμαχο που μας βοήθησε να μπούμε στον κόσμο της ενέργειας. Ανοίξαμε νέους δρόμους για χιλιάδες σπίτια και επιχειρήσεις. Και αν το αλουμίνιο είναι το διαμάντι του στέμματος, στις φλέβες μας τρέχει το φυσικό αέριο. Είμαστε leaders στην πράσινη βιομηχανική παραγωγή. Έχουμε τη δύναμη να δημιουργούμε βιώσιμες πόλεις και έξυπνα σπίτια. Σε έναν κόσμο που αλλάζει, η αλλαγή είναι η μοναδική μας σταθερά. Και σήμερα η Mitilineos αλλάζει όνομα και γίνεται Metlen. Και με ακόμη περισσότερη δύναμη παραμένει στην πρώτη γραμμή της ενεργειακής μετάβασης και οραματίζεται σταθερά τα επόμενα χρόνια. Metlen, φτιαγμένη από μέταλλο, γεμάτη από ενέργεια.
Η ενέργεια που αξίζει και μας πηγαίνει όλους μπροστά. Η ενέργεια του μέλλοντος είναι εκείνη που παράγουμε, παρέχουμε, αξιοποιούμε καθαρά και έξυπνα. Για εμάς τη Volton, καθαρά σημαίνει ηλεκτρική ενέργεια και φυσικό αέριο με σεβασμό στο περιβάλλον και την αειφορία. Και έξυπνα σημαίνει έξυπνα συνδυαστικά προγράμματα που απαντούν σε κάθε σύγχρονη ανάγκη νοικοκυριών, επαγγελματιών και επιχειρήσεων. Καθαρά και έξυπνα σημαίνει πιο καθαρό περιβάλλον μέσα από την έξυπνη αξιοποίηση των ανανεώσιμων πηγών ενέργειας, καλύπτοντας τη συνεχώς αυξανόμενη ζήτηση για πράσινη ενέργεια. Καθαρά και έξυπνα σημαίνει να ανοίγουμε διαρκώς τους ορίζοντές μας σε νέους τομείς, νέες ιδέες, νέες δραστηριότητες, υλοποιώντας το πλάνο μας για την είσοδο στις τηλεπικοινωνίες με στόχο να προσφέρουμε σύγχρονες καινοτόμες υπηρεσίες στους πελάτες μας.
Λοιπόν, καλημέρα, όπως έλεγε και ένας
Good morning to everyone. Thank you for some of you are already here, and of course many more of you are already connected online to follow us on this second day of the Power and Gas Forum, a conference organized by Energypress for a sixth consecutive year. The first day yesterday was a great day, both in terms of the interest in the different interventions and discussions that we had, and it just showed the dynamic in the sector, which shows the work that we have to do every day, and what was highlighted yesterday, both as concerns but also as challenges for the future. They give more information to people in the sector on what is going on, and this is something that of course gives us great pleasure, because it gives a fuller picture of what we do here through Energypress. So thank you very much. We're going to give figures at the end of the day about the huge participation that we've had through the online streaming via Energypress, and of course at the same time that shows a great interest and a great number of people who are involved in the energy sector. So we're starting on the second day of this conference, and we're starting always, which has proven to be very interesting. It's a presentation by Dr. Alex Papalexopoulos. I think everybody knows him. Everybody knows that his great experience from the international energy markets, and as well as his contribution in the establishment of the Greek energy market. So therefore, with great interest, I hope, Alex, you can hear us and you can see us. Good morning from Greece. We can't hear you, Alex. Okay. Good morning from San Francisco. Things in the US going the way we hear it here in Greece, with full of surprises. Yes, there's a great deal of uncertainty that about everything in the US, including our sector. Great. Thank you very much for being here with us once again on the second day of our conference. Thank you very much. I've already prepared a few slides under the title "The Painful Path Towards the Energy Transition." I'm trying to switch slides, but I can't do it.
Το τσεκάρατε, με ακούτε? Με βλέπετε? Ναι. Με ακούτε?
Άλεξ, σε ακούμε κανονικά και ήδη νομίζω...
Yes, we can hear you, and in fact, we can see the next slide. So this presentation is split into two parts. First of all, I'd just like to talk about the difficulty of the energy transition. I'm just going to give an outline from the global markets, and then I'm going to talk about what we do as designers for the global energy markets to prepare ourselves for the energy transition. Here you can see some information, some figures. We've already spent around $10 trillion that's been invested in renewables over the past 20 years, with only 3 to 4% when it comes to the participation of renewables in the global energy mix. The penetration of fossil fuels continues to be huge, and it's in the last 20 years it's only gone down from 83% to 80%. When it comes to natural gas, which I personally consider a very important fuel, both for now but also for the future, gas production has increased by 70%, and that transition to coal to gas is responsible for 70% of the reduction of emissions in the US. 85% of the population in the south is still using oil and natural gas as the main fuels for energy. From studies that we've carried out, there are 48 gigawatts required from wind turbines, 130 gigawatts from PV, and another 30% from batteries, with a total cost of over $263 billion for the energy transition. Another interesting fact, as far as networks are concerned, the transmission and distribution networks, only for England we need $1 billion for network investments up to 2050 in order to support the energy transition. Even with those investments, it is difficult to deal with problems that we face on a daily basis relating to challenges relating to the supply and stability of the system. As far as new assets are concerned, which are very important, like energy performance, they've contributed in global markets over the past 15 years, and they've reduced an equivalent of 90% from the oil. The wind and solar, they've offered an equivalent of 90 oil barrels annually. So those observations make us conclude that the technologies that we try to use, they need to be financially mature and financially competitive, with all the right infrastructure in order for them to be integrated into the system. Our experience shows from the global markets that it's a great mistake trying to push with subsidies and mandates and with changes in the regulatory framework in order to achieve this energy transition. This is the hard reality that we need to the harsh reality is that we need to try with innovations and with new skills and new technologies to develop new clean energy sources which satisfy the P3, the price and performance parity, which essentially means that the performance but also the price need to be competitive with conventional fuels. As far as climate change policy is concerned, the cost is going to be very high, and we need to think of the two reasons behind it. The first one is obviously the climate change is a global issue, so therefore global solutions are required. And the second one is that investments by 2050 they can range from 84 and 275 trillion dollars, and these prices do not include the higher operating costs of these clean technologies. Governments and especially some lower income countries, they cannot afford to pay these costs. So therefore, solutions must come from changes in technologies, from technological developments in order to achieve what we call P3 for all industrial and consumer purposes. Some isolated movement actions by individual countries cannot solve the problem. As far as renewables are concerned, new technologies must have the same performance and the same stability as fossil fuels. So therefore, the main job that governments have to do is to not force high-cost clean energy solutions, but to support two distinct ways of achieving this green transition. The first one is to support technologies which they can help us achieve what we call P3, price performance parity. And the idea that we continually need to fund and subsidize these technologies is not sustainable in the long term. For technologies that do not give us, that cannot satisfy, they cannot meet this requirement, the P3 requirement, we need to stop trying to stop funding them. So in other words, I believe, and maybe I'm influenced by the area where I live in Silicon Valley, that the solution will stem from new technologies. For example, blue hydrogen. From our experience, we can see that blue hydrogen is likely to be difficult to reach these P3 targets, and at least in the medium term, with the production rates that we have at the moment, because we do additionally need carbon capture, with the exception of some isolated applications, for example, when it comes to local production and use, but not for transportation. As far as electrolytes are concerned, they need to become a lot cheaper, and they need to have a much better performance in order for them to make a difference. That we will be using energy that we waste into the curtailments. That's not sufficient. So therefore, it's not a realistic solution, believing that we're going to use the surplus green energy to solve the problem of blue hydrogen. In summary, these technologies require a lot of funding and subsidies, both in Europe and in the US, and we do not believe that lower income countries can actually pay that price, at least not in the medium to long term. So therefore, we need to go one step back and support technologies that can meet the P3 requirements, so that they can become investments, R&D investments, for new technology breakthroughs and innovations. I believe that this is the only realistic path as far as the energy transition is concerned in the future. So solar and hybrid solar and battery systems, at the moment they just make up 95% of new investments, and therefore the solution when it comes to renewables lies within hybrid systems, which we believe that they're a solution that can help towards that direction. Renewables, standalone renewables without the support of batteries, is very difficult. It's very difficult to achieve, and it's going to become even harder in the future, especially as we see that globally curtailments are going to get bigger and bigger and more extensive, and we do not seem to have an immediate solution. So therefore, that puts in doubt these particular investments. Another problem that we observe in the past couple of years, everybody's been talking about artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence without energy is not an option, and at the moment artificial intelligence poses new challenges for energy transition. For example, the data centers, they require huge amounts of energy, and I would say that in the coming years the energy force that need to be supplied to these data centers is going to increase by sixfold in the next few years. The companies that kind of work in that sector, like Amazon, Microsoft, and Google, they have bilateral contracts with nuclear power plants, and they take power plants from our markets and they create scarcity in our markets that lead to pricing increases. So that essentially they just make these data centers right next to nuclear power stations. At least that's what's happening in the US. At the same time, there's these companies that do fund the construction of new nuclear power centers, and they go and build data centers right next to nuclear power plants in order to avoid additional charges. And at the moment there's a problem on a regulatory framework when it comes to what they should be paying relating to usage fees for network usage fees. For example, at the moment Microsoft is bringing investments of around $2 billion from Mile Island after the nuclear accident a few years ago. So as you can see, we live in a very uncertain environment. We have new data, and we need to look at specific problems that we're facing today. And now I'm moving on to the second part of my presentation, which is to do with the problems that we face during this energy transition. The first one is about the resource adequacy. We believe that all countries need to have capacity markets. The criteria seem to be changing. They're not the same criteria that we had in the past, based on the original analysis, and looking at what has happened in other markets, both in the US but other global markets. The capacity market prices are increasing a lot in California. They've doubled, and we have huge problems, both short and long term. The problem here is that while we have new renewables coming into the system, to a large extent, the kind of older plants remain in the system. Of course, they're withdrawn from the system, but some of them do remain in this as part of the system. And the various operators, just like the IPTO in Greece, they have to keep them in the system for safety reasons. That means that a great deal of energy that enters the system is not reflected in the market prices. Also, the networks are becoming increasingly important. Interconnections have tripled when it comes. The interconnection processes have tripled, and that's why network planning, both when it comes to transmission as well as distribution, are very important. And another problem are the prices within those capacity markets. Gone are the days when fossil fuel prices would determine the price that we get in the market. At the moment, it's more related to the assets that they have an opportunity costs, and markets are not ready to deal with this. And there's a great problem with market power mitigation. And that cost cannot be analyzed very easily. This is a curve that I've shown in the past. This is the duck curve, where you can see the use of renewables during around midday, and we have curtailments. We can see the fluctuations in prices. This is a huge problem, and it creates in all markets, and especially now in the Central and South America, we seem to be having a great problem with the price profiles, where prices go down during the day and they go up. They peak at night time. The main problems that we have with our market design is, first of all, capacity markets. We need new criteria. We require new criteria for the implementation of these markets. Also, transmission and distribution networks. Third, how we can have scarce resources in the markets. For example, networks in Europe are not part of the markets. In other countries, like in the US or South America, we have nodal markets, and therefore we have nodal prices that reflect the market. So this is not something that we have in and also PPAs, bilateral contracts. We need to look at the various contracts. We've already looked at, we've done various analysis for RAI, but also for the European institutions, how we use these renewables in the system, what changes are required. We believe that natural gas and nuclear power and thermal power are going to be the new assets, are going to be very important. We're talking about a very fragmented production that they get into the transmission networks, also the distribution networks, which means that for the first time in the past 5 years in the US market, we create markets in the distribution markets, what we call DSOs. This is very important, and this is something that we need to start doing also in Greece. We need to revisit the spot markets for incremental changes, not massive changes. What needs to be changed in order for spot energy markets. Some of the fundamental principles of marginal pricing,
Το μπείτε αναμονάδα, κατά τη γνώμη μας, με όλες τις μελέτες που έχουμε κάνει, δημιουργεί καλύτερα αποτελέσματα από το portfolio-based αναπορτοφόλιο που είναι στην Ευρώπη. Αυτό δημιουργεί αυτό που λένε οι οικονομολόγοι, το κόστος της αναρχίας.
And this creates some solutions around 5 to 7%. We believe in central planning, central scheduling. Central Europe does not have this model. Thank God we have it in Greece. Maybe we should examine some changes in order to be able to be compatible with the European model as much as possible. But there are some basic drawbacks of the European model. For instance, the model has to be the same in all the markets. This is a principle that cannot be violated. We cannot have different models in forward markets and in balancing markets. All models go to the balancing market in ADMIE, and this creates important problems for this organization. And we need to see that with sympathy and try to find the changes to be carried out so that the models are the same for all markets. Nodal pricing. I have been repeating that in the European institutions that we have to move towards nodal markets, which means that the grids must be entered in the markets and the prices should express this scarcity of the grids. Mitigation, market power mitigation, ex post is not enough. We do not make markets to go to Las Vegas, especially in oligopolic markets, to have games played. We need ex ante power mitigation. Another important thing is handling of demand. Here in Greece, we have some experience. We have a 10-year experience from demand management. This tool does not work that much, and our experience from the markets here creates problems. For instance, 4 problems that are important and you need to know. First of all, when we give instructions, we have instructions from ADMIE for curtailments, for reduction of the load. Quite often this does not happen. There are payments for non-existent or overstated curtailments. Second, the baseline prices are inflated. There is a lot of gaming there because we need a baseline price. The prices and the curtailments must be calculated. These baselines, we have spent years trying to find out how to calculate them, but we still have problems. As regards the registration of the assets, quite often it is fraudulent. There are problems in the markets, and many ESCOs in the US have increased. The monitoring of these assets is necessary. Finally, we have made changes as regards the regulatory framework to face problems pertaining to auditing and payments for these assets. Another important criterion for the markets that we see, we don't see it a lot, is the ESOs here in the US, especially after the Trump election. They have started passing laws. This is an example in case, in order to provide a surplus to what we call dispatchable power credits. In a few words, if an asset can be dispatchable, and of course all fossil fuels are dispatchable. Oil, batteries, solar, these are dispatchable. So these assets will have an advantage in the future because they will have this credit, dispatchable power credit, and this will provide a major incentive for new units of natural gas. And for many, this asset was questionable as regards the future, but we see that it will stay with us for many years to come. I will not dwell on this slide. We have done a study with RAI, the Regulatory Authority on Energy, and we have discussed this with the European institutions. There is an antithesis as regards to the transition to a nodal model with the participation of the grids in Europe. And here I have a series of various cost arguments. This is what I've heard from the European institutions, and we have an answer to everything. For instance, the problem of overloading might have been a minor problem in the past, but in the future it will be a major problem. Overloadings are not systematic and predictable. They are unsystematic and unpredictable. And when we have the RES, we have overloads. Many people believe that the nodal markets create a problem as regards the prices. This is a major mistake. A lot of people believe that when you have aggregation in zonal markets, you solve the problem of the market power. Not at all. We have proven this, and we have written a lot of papers in this regard. Many people believe that nodal markets have a problem in flexibility. It is exactly the opposite. Can we have intraday trading in nodal markets? Of course we can. Handling of demand and storage, batteries. The nodal model helps these technologies. The model that socializes the markets and has one price for all Greece does not help in managing demand. As regards liquidity, same problem here. So the gist is that there are some problems that the energy transition will bring on the table on the European level. I will conclude by saying that all studies show that marginal pricing, based on marginal prices, scarcity pricing, and capacity in the markets are very important for the markets that we build now that lead to energy transition. All costs are being recovered. The theory works, and it provides optimal sizing for all these assets. Other studies, as regards social challenges, for instance, consumer protection or reduction of the emissions. All this can be resolved with the markets that we have today, with the existing model, as long as, and this is the important thing, as long as we do not destroy the price in the market. The market gives a sign, and this is very important. And in this sense, all the efforts undertaken by the EU in order to work in all levels in all markets is very important and very positive. I will conclude by saying that the energy transition is still a very painful process. It is very costly, and we should give up on various fantasies that the climate crisis with strict criteria can work without a huge cost. And this must be financed by many countries. It is even today difficult to ensure the security of supply. The nodal markets, with co-optimization of energy and with backup, with scarcity markets and transmission and distribution policies, and with a lot of tools for the protection of the consumers, are very, very important for the energy transition. So the classical principles, theory and practice, that we have been following for 20 years now are still working, and they are still useful. As regards the grids, we believe in power market infrastructure. We can have private funds. Of course, the first say is played by public investments. And these public infrastructures with the policies are very, very important, so that together with the other markets can help us in the energy transition. Thank you very much.
Alex, σε ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Με πολύ μεγάλη...
Thank you, Alex. We have been following very closely what you have presented. And as always, we received the full picture from your side as to how things develop right now. I don't know. You mentioned specifically the need for new technologies. And you said that maybe they will bring the solutions for this huge problem of climate crisis that requires huge investments. At this level of technologies, do you have any, have you identified something that would be interesting to see, something that will rise? Which technologies? Yes, of course, yes. One important conclusion is all the reforms that we have done in global markets. We have seen that we cannot work without natural gas. Natural gas will be with us for many years. There are new technologies. As I said in the presentation, 70 to 80% of reduction of emissions comes from natural gas. Even in California, where we have huge penetration of RES, the RES will be with us. They will, their share will contribute. They become competitive economically. The technologies improve, and no matter what the new administration says that will stop subsidies on these, the markets. I mean, how could I put it? The train has left the station. The markets see that. We do not like subsidies. Right now, in very many markets, the RES can be competitive compared to fossil fuels. But we have to match them with other choices, such as, for instance, batteries, so that they can be dispatchable and they can compete with natural gas, and they can resolve the problem of baseload and stability of the system. Because the solutions they provide are very, very important for the grids. We must not ignore the grids. Other technologies, at least in the US, that have a great penetration is carbon capture and storage. It remains expensive, but it will follow the criterion of P3, price performance pricing, parity. And these new technologies will help natural gas to become competitive economically and much more acceptable environmentally wise. Thank you very much, Alex. And we bid you good night. And we start our second day of the conference. Thank you very much. Take care. Thank you, Mr. Panagoulis. Take care. Right. Dear friends, we have already our panel. We have Kostas Deligiannis, our good colleague whom you read every day in Energypress, and he has a wonderful team of interlocutors. You have the floor, Mr. Deligiannis. Thank you very much. We go on to our second session of the second day of the conference, which will focus on the retail market, mainly for electricity, which is still trying to find its pace. One of the last interesting developments as regards the electricity retail is the collars on the tariffs. On the other hand, as we saw yesterday, there are still some pending issues, important pending issues. Energy tourism, the issue of arrears. So we will take the relay from yesterday and we will try to show how the balance arising is positive or negative and what is the situation of the retail market right now. In order to discuss all this, we have with us Ms. Irini Iacovidou, Director for Regulation and Supervision of Markets, Retail Markets from RAE, Mr. Vasilis Zouvias, Regulatory Affairs Director of NRG, Ms. Alexia Trokoudou, Group Manager from Hellenic Energy, Mr. Yorgos Panagiotou, Strategy and Energy Management Director from Volton. Thank you very much for participating in this panel, and let's get started with a half question. If we compare the Greek retail market with the other European markets, how close or far away are we as regards the maturity level? On the other hand, what are the pending issues that you consider as the greatest challenges or arrhythmias, and how will its landscape and its operation will be affected by new interventions, dynamic tariffs, and the incorporation of directives 1711. The floor to Mrs. Iacovidou. Good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation, Mr. Deligiannis. Thank you for inviting me here. and thank you for placing me in this excellent panel. If I may, I would start with the last question regarding the incorporation, the transposition of Directive 1711 of 2024, which modifies, it amends the previous directive, and which actually adds new topics, new issues as regards consumer protection. Already in its preamble, the directive reads that during the economic crisis, many consumers faced great difficulties in paying their dues, their tariffs, their invoices, and this has been very obvious for vulnerable consumers and those who are hit by energy crisis. But also consumers of average income, they had also difficulties in paying up their dues. So actually the European Commission determined that the consumer protection framework must be improved, must be corrected. So it raises 4 issues, 4 changes on consumer protection. One has to do with the consumer's right to have access to a broad range of products for electricity supply, in order for the consumers to be able to choose products that are satisfying their needs. So the directive gives the consumer the right to have access to a fixed tariff and a dynamic tariff, and at the same time it obliges big suppliers, those who have more than 200,000 customers, to offer such a fixed and a dynamic tariff. When we say fixed, we mean a tariff that has a price which is fixed throughout the contract without the possibility of unilateral modification. And the dynamic tariff is very important because it gives the consumer the right to adjust their consumption following the prices, and therefore being able to reduce their dues. Already in Greece, RAI, the regulatory authority on energy, has proceeded by interpreting the fixed invoice tariffs as the directive stipulates, and at the same time it has given its opinion for a dynamic tariff to the ministry, and we expect its incorporation. The second issue raised by the directive, the European directive, is the complexity of contracts. Quite often, the directive stipulates the consumers do not understand the supply contracts. They have a difficulty in understanding their contracts. So the directive promotes the inclusion of the contract, which is a text, a document given to the consumer before signing the contract, which includes all the information regarding the contract in a simply formulated way. RAI, with decision 389, Directive 389, had drafted some model contracts. After the instructions given by the European Commission, we will work with AC and the other regulators on a model summary contract, and we will do that quite soon. Other issues mentioned in the directive is ensuring enough hedging. So the suppliers have to ensure hedging for the electricity portfolio, so that the changes in the wholesale prices do not affect them, do not put them at risk, and therefore having then to not fulfill their obligations, to transgress the obligations towards their customers. This is another issue that we have to tackle. And the fourth issue raised by the directive is protection of vulnerable consumers and consumers that are in energy poverty. as regards connection. There is a framework in the Greek legal order, but we have to see that whether we should modify it and reinforce it. Now, regarding competitiveness in the energy market, the retail market, and how close we are to the European markets, we have seen that during 2024, there was great competition. The competitors offered 72 variable tariffs and around 30 fixed tariff. We were supervising them. There was a lot of competition in pricing and everything. But at the end of the year, watching the results, we have seen that finally there was no major change in the market overall regarding the shares, because we examine the share of the market leader compared to the market shares of the other suppliers. So the PPC market share was reduced by 0.7%, and at the same time, 70% of consumers remained in the green tariff, which shows what? It shows that a very large part of the consumers are inactive. They do not move around, they are afraid, they do not leave, they do not know. So there are two main problems. One is that there is no information in the market. That is, the consumers are not informed. And the second thing is that they do not trust the market. There is suspicion. I believe that in order to move forward and be able to reach the other European markets, three things need to be done. One is to improve consumer information and consumer training so that they know that they can choose a new product, they can choose a new supplier without suffering any impact, any penalty that I will not have electricity for 2 days. So there must be information given to the consumers. We in RAE, we will improve the tool for comparing prices, and we will have a new application trying to bring the consumer closer to the product so that the consumers can get an offer from the product they will select. The second point to improve our market is to ensure stability in the contract terms. No consumer will opt for a product if they know that there is a possibility for the supplier to change the terms in the contract. So, ensuring this stability in the contract terms is necessary. It is very important. And the third thing is, I believe that we should have a change in the mindset of developing new products and serving the consumers so that this becomes more customer-centric. We need to see products developed that will not aim simply to attract the customer, but products that are developed in such a way so as to satisfy the needs of a customer. A product with a stable price for 1 or 2 months and then the price fluctuates. First of all, we haven't seen such products abroad. And what we see in Greece are products that aim only at attracting the customers. And finally, when the consumers buy such a product, and the product is not what they finally want, they will leave. But at the same time, they will also tell their friends and family, do not make the mistake of changing. So finally, there is a negative picture, a negative impression in the market from such products because they reduce the trust that the consumer has in the market. Thank you very much. Mr. Zouvias, how far or how close are we in being described a mature, modern, competitive electricity market? Good morning, Kostas. Good morning, everyone. Congratulations to Theodoris Panagoulis and to all the friends for the organization of the Power and Gas Forum. It is somehow difficult because on the second day of the forum, in the parts pertaining to the market, it is difficult to bring new elements because to a great extent, the previous speakers have covered these points. I will try to raise some issues that are worthy of being discussed. I will tell you the following. From the way that our market works, we have a hidden cost produced, which is the error margin of the operation of the market. And this hidden cost, we need to clarify that it is us, the suppliers, who shoulder the burden, because there is an urban myth that all costs, one way or another, are being rolled down to the final consumer. So this error margin has four elements. One is the imperfections in the regulatory and legislative framework. The second element is the imperfections, the pending issues in the regulatory framework. The third element is the deficits of state funds and special accounts. And the fourth element is the failures of operators. All these elements constitute this core of this hidden cost that hits the P&L of the suppliers and is not rolled down to the final consumers. I want to analyze these elements, but for reasons of time economy, I will not delve on energy tourism and the deficits of the special accounts. Public debate focuses on competitive charges, but let's go and see what is happening in the regulated charges. Two of the elements, ICA and ETMEA, are based on decisions of the European Commission. As regards the utilities, the scheme that led to a deviation for linking the non-interconnected islands to the system and the transactions for this price, this decision has been terminated, has ended for 6 years now. For 6 years now, RAI is not issuing decisions to determine the final price for these services because these decisions are suffering legally since there is no framework, Greek or European. The transactions pertaining to this pending issue amount to 3 billion euros. And a derivative product of this, a byproduct of this, is that from 2019 until today, we do not know the cost for supplying our customers in the not interconnected islands. Now, let's go and see the other thing, the ETMEA. In ETMEA, we have the approval decision of the European Commission for the reduced prices for energy-consuming and industries. This decision has been ended in 2022. And we see in public debate that Eviken is asking for the activation and notification of the system to the European Commission. They are right in doing so, but these reduced charges did not have everyone as a beneficiary. So there is a pending issue regarding the balances, the debits of customers who were not beneficiaries and who at some point have to refund this. Last year, when we had the discussion with the ministry recognized the issue and put it in the freeze. When this will be sent to the Commission will ask, how have you implemented this thing from the period 2022-24? What have you done with the refunding of these amounts of millions of euros, which pertain to the special account for RES? So we need to have in mind these two regulatory pending issues, which indirectly produce a cost for us. And I want also to delve on the failures of the operators and give you two examples. The first one has to do with a very recent one pertaining to ADMIE, to IPTO. A few months ago, we received some notes pertaining to a retroactive correction of the balancing market. We asked around and we said, what is this cost? Why do we receive it now, retroactively, a year later? Why did we not receive this cost in the context of the corrective clearing of the balancing market? And the answer we received is that ADMIE was not systemically ready. Because ADMIE was not ready, they sent us a cost, an additional cost from a retroactive clearing of the balancing market, and we cannot charge this we cannot bill it to our customers. It will be incorporated in our P&L. And now, talking about the major issue of normalization coefficient, let me say the following. For the first 6 months of 2022 and the final clearing of the balancing market, DDE calculated this coefficient and said that this is it, and this is a business risk for you. And there was a proposal on the table that in order to make it easier for suppliers in the future, we have no objection in budgeting this figure in order to have an indication so that the suppliers can take this into account in their tariffs. Let me recall here that our market does not work with the least common denominator rule. Our tariffs are built based on a very strict regulatory framework, and it is not up to whether a supplier wants to undertake to include in the tariff this also indication of an additional cost or not. And this is done so for two simple reasons. If we do so, the next day it will be out of the market because they will have a much higher tariff than all the others. So competition leads here. And second, if we all do it and we say that we recognize this, it helps us because it gives us a direction and therefore we can do it, the Competition Commission will come and say this is tacit collusion. You have decided altogether that you will include a cost which is not based on a regulatory decision. You have just put it all together there. Now come and explain to me what was based on what you did that. So these are the elements which constitute this error margin in the market that creates cost. And it is good to have in mind, going back to your question, that whatever a new directive does, no matter how wonderful provisions exist there, no matter what the new tariffs bring about, which will be brought, if we do not resolve the issues of these costs, which come from the error margin, we will not achieve a lot because they will be incorporated on top these provisions. When the costs that we undertake will remain so. That's all from me. Thank you.
Mr. Panagiotou, Mr. Zouvias has already posed this issue about the hidden cost for suppliers and some of the millions of euros that need to be taken into account by suppliers when they design their tariffs. How within that uncertainty can you build certain kind of business strategies and competitiveness? Good morning from my side too. Thank you very much for the invitation, for the participation in this panel with these distinguished colleagues, and just touching on what Mr. Zouvias said, who made a very good analysis of the supply sector and the reality in the supply sector. I'd just like to add a few things, just like Vasilis said, with raised various issues since yesterday, and we would say that they're not even challenges, there's some obstacles in the developing of competitiveness in, and with a high cost for the end consumer. Therefore, some of them mentioned also by Vasilis earlier, and they've been discussed here the last couple of days. They've been discussed in previous years, last year and the year before. And if we look at some of the interventions that have been made, we would just see that nothing's actually changed. In fact, not only we haven't gone forward, we might even move backwards. So what we need to do is we need to see what the day after and the day after that is going to be when it comes to supply. We, as you said, we have dynamic tariffs coming up. We have additional frameworks that are going to guarantee in some way and going to protect consumers, and particularly vulnerable consumers. This is very important about the society, the way a society can protect its vulnerable population. But all these things cannot work when there are all these structural weaknesses that remain. So, for example, all these unclear and unpredictable costs are stochastic, and that makes it difficult for a supplier to design a tariff for 6 or 12 or 24 months. For example, a customer signs a PPA for a longer period. They believe that they have a good picture of what the cost is going to be, but then the reality kicks in. And the reality might show to that particular consumer that the cost is high, more than 20, 40 or 60% than originally planned. And that's a problem, and it doesn't really create a sense of trust in this relationship, and that kind of explains why there's a big part of consumers that do not switch and they remain with the same supplier that they have been for many years. Therefore, what I think needs to be done is that we need to look at these issues one by one. Some of these issues do have a solution, which is relatively easy. Extremely easy solutions without any cost for everyone, of course, and they don't exist, because otherwise we would have had them. But some of these issues which can be dealt with, and they can also reflect on the supply to the consumers and also the competitiveness of suppliers. Let's not forget that supply in our country in recent years has shrunk, and if we don't want to see the same discussion, if we don't want to see this being even more shrunk in the next 2 or 3 years, we need to do something about it. For example, some of the costs that have been previously mentioned by from the network losses. What do we mean? So, for example, when a customer buys a megawatt hour, so the cost is for another 13, 14, 15 megawatt hours. After 3 months, it's going to be for 1.16. So instead of 1.5, is going to be more than 16%. This is something that we didn't know about 2 years ago, and we could have known that, and we could have made it clear, so that the necessary measures could have been taken by everyone, and it could have been made clear to the consumer what they're actually paying and when they're paying for it. Because there are two issues here. Either this cost is absorbed by suppliers, which is what happens to a large extent with whatever that means for the P&L, and that's the sort of general or the cost of the cost of energy goes up for the end user. So therefore, what's been proposed is the integration of that additional cost in the cost of the supplier who's responsible, whether that's for user charges. So that the supplier can make the necessary changes in order for that cost to go down. Our concern is that that 13.5% as of May is going to become 16.5%, but nobody can say that in a couple of years from now Somebody's going to say that we're now realizing that 2 years ago, in 2025, the additional cost that you were going to be charged 3 years later was actually 20%, because this is what we've been seeing over the past 10 years. There are also some a series of additional charges, and the surplus tariffs that they come from the optional operation of the system. This is also very important and a factor that distorts the overall picture. We need to have a serious discussion as to where it's going to be left as it is, which means that over the coming years we're going to have this kind of price of 25 euro megawatt hour when it might be 70, or we're going to do something about it so that we can actually plan it, we can include it in the kind of planning for these kind of contracts. Allow me to pause there so that we can have more time for another round later. Yes, the common denominator, of course, here is that visibility, cost visibility for the consumer. And I'd like to move on now to Mrs. Trokkoudi on a different subject, talking about the action plan for affordable energy presented recently by the European Commission. There are some measures for immediate relief for households and businesses. Are these proposals is there any room for implementations of those proposals in our country? Yes. First of all, I'd like to thank for both yourselves and Mr. Parangoulis for the organization who gathers us here, and also I'd like to thank my colleagues for the important analysis that they've just made. I think it's been very useful to hear all that information. Allow me to say that, as it was also mentioned yesterday, that the plan as presented by the European Commission is split into 4 pillars in view of the recent energy crisis, and the requirement, as also mentioned by Mr. Iacovido, for the protection of consumers and the reduction of energy costs. The initial measures have been the establishment of more transparent criteria in the retail pricing so that we can achieve better and more transparent pricing, and therefore better pricing for the consumers. The second pillar is I'm just going to mention the things that haven't been mentioned because everything has already been said by previous speakers. The European interconnection that's not been completed so far, where we're going to have, well, we will have finally achieved to talk about the completion of the interconnection and a truly unified and interconnected a single energy market in Europe. We'll talk about the forecasting of and prediction of future crises so that we can have the right level of readiness in order to deal with potential future energy crisis, but also attracting new investments. And here the main challenge that we face, and I'd like to focus on this for a couple of minutes, is that the key is the balance between what we mean by forecasting our readiness when it comes to future crises, but at the same time without that burdening the consumer. What does that mean? That means that the consumer not to be burdened because by decoupling the tariffs from the price of natural gas. And this can only be done if we focus on, just like also mentioned by the action plan, on higher flexibility through storage, but also through demand and response, as also clearly mentioned as flexibility becoming the main factor. Thank you very much. I think everything else has already been mentioned. Ms. Iacovidou, what are the immediate measures planned by the regulatory authority? And based on the complaints submitted by consumers, since the different colors of the tariffs have been introduced, are there different kind of friction points? Have there any change in the sort of friction points between consumers and suppliers and the operator? Initially, when it comes to the what we're planning, what the regulatory authority is planning, in order for the right monitoring to take place, we need to have a stable framework that is known to everyone, a framework that's been developed based on the European directive guidelines, but at the same time developed based on the experience that we have from previous years. So based on this, the regulatory authority is planning two decisions, one for electricity and one for natural gas, so that the color coding can be also used for natural gas products. And at the same time, all these things that we've seen, for example, in the double interpretations when it comes to regulations or issues that stem from the European directive that have not been included yet, they're going to be included in a single decision that's going to set simple rules when it comes to retail markets. Now, as for the consumer complaints, yes, these have changed since the times of the different color tariffs. And now what we see is that consumer complaints are not complaints of the type, oh, I do not understand my bill, or I do not understand the supply agreement. This has changed because I was recently looking at the majority of complaints that we've received. They can relate primarily to measuring. Consumers complain about incorrect measurements for issues relating to measuring, for example, eco and net metering. So issues that are more kind of related to the IPTO, and there's plenty of room for improvement. And more to do with offers that are given outside the contracts. So, for example, supermarket vouchers, which they're promised to the consumers and they're finally not given to them. And so, therefore, suppliers should offer what they actually promise. And also, when switching providers, when switching suppliers, we've seen that consumers is not treated in the right way, with additional costs for consumers during the switching process. For example, they're not giving the loyalty discount that they were going to offer at the time of signing of the contract, or they have additional indirect exit costs. So, for example, I'd given you a voucher and now I'm kind of charging that voucher back. So these are indirect clauses, exit clauses that shouldn't be there in those contracts. This is what we've seen when it comes to the way consumer complaints have changed over the years. Thank you very much, Mr. Zhuvia. You talked about the hidden cost for suppliers. There's also the issue of liquidity. What are the parameters that can decongest the operating capital for a company that wants to participate in the domestic market? That's the issue of liquidity has already been mentioned. I'm just going to talk about when we supply low voltage customers. Essentially, we supply energy now that's going to be invoiced a month and a half later. We're going to invoice 100% of the demand in order to receive only part of it, because this of course adds a lot of pressure, because first of all we need to pay and then receive any money, but at the same time on top of that we have the part of the risk management that we have to do towards the operators, because we might be invoicing 100% of the demand and only receive part of it. The operators charge 100% towards us, which they will receive 100% of it, for the simple reason that this is passed on from this consumer to the supplier. This puts a lot of pressure. Of course, there are all the problems with the different deficits of special accounts, which doesn't need to be analyzed further. The only thing I need to say here that this is a phenomenon that seems to be ongoing. There isn't a single time that there isn't a deficit in the special accounts towards the suppliers. And as it was also mentioned yesterday, there is an informal state loan, if you like, where the government is using money, but it's interest-free money that's being used out of the operating capital of the suppliers. The solutions are simple. It's not very complicated to find solutions that can offer relief to suppliers when it comes to their operating capital. The reason, what we need to look at here is that why we're not taking these measures. And my assessment is that the reason why this is not happening is that this situation is it's very favorable for some, because if the supplier's P&L is burdened by that cost, and that cost is not passed on to the end consumer, why would someone change this situation? This is, of course, is not something that we accept. I'm only mentioning it as an incorrect modus operandi, and the reason why it's incorrect is because at the end of the day, if you release the liquidity and the supplier's capital, then that will provide better tariffs and more competitive prices, and offer more services to the consumers, and therefore the end consumers are going to benefit from, at the same time they're not receiving the services they're not receiving. Just a short reaction, because we're running out of time. When it comes to mobility issues in the domestic retail market, are there any interventions that could help with the supply switching and therefore competitiveness? When it comes to mobility, I would just say that there are three categories of consumers: those who do not switch in any way, either very good customers or very bad customers; those who over the years have changed suppliers once or twice or three times; and there are people who just move very fast. Some of them they well informed, they know, they understand the market, and others who just do an energy tourism where they just move from one supplier to another. Sometimes they leave debts behind, they go to another supplier. I'm not going to go into details. I do not believe that there are any obstacles in switching. On the contrary, I think there are many incentives, and I think this process has opened up a lot. And what is required, I think, is that we need to see how we can deal with issues that are not good for the kind of transparent and smooth operation of the market. And if we do not have that in the wholesale, we're not going to be able to have them in the retail market. But we shouldn't have institutional players pointing at a particular supplier or another. And if certain measures are taken, I think things will just go the right way. Mrs. Trokoudi. As we said, there is the need to be some investment security when it comes to retail. Of course, the same goes for wholesale, so that we can attract all these investments for better services and lower costs. In your opinion, what interventions and measures need to be prioritized in our country? Thank you very much for the country. It was also mentioned yesterday by Professor Kapros, and it was also mentioned by Mrs. Karali, our president. Allow me to say that we already have tools. All these initiatives are there. It's just that they haven't been utilized yet. They need to be under the umbrella of the kind of the balance of the security of the investment and the protection of the consumer, without any sudden interventions with new measures that disrupt the investments. For example, there's the European Energy Storage Inventory, which is a system that records all units either in operation or they're about to go into operation. These are renewable units that can enter the system. So therefore, this is why I'm going to go back to the issue of storage and reiterate that that can be an important pillar that can play a significant role in reducing our dependence on natural gas. And again, talk about storage, because this is also going to reduce the issues that we hear about from investors about curtailments, because curtailments have now reached to a point where we're losing a lot of energy, and this energy could be used by reducing tariffs for consumers and by strengthening investments. Therefore, I believe we should not, just like in the past, expect solutions to come out of nowhere. State aid that we used to expect in the past, but we need to have more sophisticated solutions from the existing tools that we have at hand, but also, as mentioned by the new minister at the last week, he talked about specific proposals for energy saving, just like storage, with EU support and funds. So therefore, I believe a more sophisticated analysis will allow us to move to a high degree of energy security. Thank you very much, Mr. Okudi. I'd just like to keep from what you said, that we need certain stability in the framework, but also deal with some failures that seem to have become systemic in Greece. Thank you very much for your participation.
Η ενέργεια εξελίσσεται. Το ίδιο και εμείς. Δεν ακολουθούμε απλά τις εξελίξεις. Δημιουργούμε τις εξελίξεις. Με σημαντική παρουσία στην ενεργειακή αλυσίδα της Νοτιοανατολικής Ευρώπης και συνεχή επέκταση διεθνώς, δημιουργούμε ένα διευρυμένο χαρτοφυλάκιο με ισορροπία ανάμεσα στις βασικές μας δραστηριότητες και τη νέα ενέργεια. Επενδύουμε δυναμικά στις ανανεώσιμες πηγές ενέργειας στην Ελλάδα και το εξωτερικό. Εξυπηρετούμε όλο και μεγαλύτερο κοινό. Πραγματοποιούμε μεγάλες συνεργασίες και επενδύουμε στην αναβάθμιση της εμπειρίας των πελατών μας. Προωθούμε την αλλαγή, προστατεύουμε το περιβάλλον για ένα μέλλον με μηδενικό αποτύπωμα.
Αφού ευχαριστήσουμε τους...
After thanking the participants in the previous panel with Kostas Iveligiannis, our colleague, now let's welcome our second panel of this day for a very, very interesting topic. Already from the analysis of Alex Papalexopoulos, we have heard the issue of the crucial role of data centers, their role in the energy sector, that is, that they absorb, they require a lot of electricity for their operation, so there must be a plan for their development and their impact on the economy. So, for this crucial topic that we are discussing for the first time in our conferences, because it only emerged now, we say installation of data centers in our country, the impact in the market, and challenges for the operators. Evangelos Kourakis from the Koutallidis law firm is the moderator with a panel of distinguished speakers. Evangelos, you have the floor. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It is my great pleasure to moderate such a distinguished panel for such an interesting topic. We have with us a representative from the ministry, Dr. Konstantinos Karantzalos, Secretary General for Telecommunication and Post from the Ministry of Digital Governance. We have also Mr. Konstantinos Agathakis. You all know him. He's the Director of Business Development and Digital Transformation in ADMIE, the IPTO. And we have Mr. Alex Bechrakis, who is coming from Digital Realty in Greece. He's Director, the representative of Digital Realty from Microsoft. We will give the floor first to Dr. Karantzalos for a general comment. Good morning. I'm very happy to be in this panel. As an introduction, I could say that in the Ministry of Digital Governance, we are examining what is related to telecom networks, but we are in close collaboration with the Ministry of Environment, especially for data centers. And we have seen that we need to coordinate our cooperation to see how all these investments, we see that they have been coming, and see how we can implement them on time to serve the business cases that we have. So we work on having a set of requirements and terms and see how, geographically speaking, how these investments can take place. Of course, each investment has its own motives, its own incentives. So we examine the telecom to have the backbone, to have this data traffic. We examine energy issues where we have the energy to feed those centers. We are also examining issues pertaining to regional development. And of course, the investment itself can have its own criteria as to how the data center, if you want a DPU to build models or not. So this is the first comment. Thank you very much. Yes. Mr. Agathakis, good morning. Thank you for your kind invitation. Allow me to congratulate the organizers of yet another successful forum, and above all, to congratulate them for organizing such a panel on this theme. Indeed, the development of data centers is a challenge for the operators, for the IPTO, and for the HEDNO. And this challenge arises from the fact that the electricity consumption, the power needed by these data centers, presents some special features. First of all, we have some quite demanding loads. They demand reliability in their feeding. Therefore, the grids feeding them present what we call redundancy. They constitute a critical infrastructure, and the lack of power involves many risks, even of national security. Another special feature is that these loads are concentrated in specific areas. The investment interest is expressed in specific regions, mainly around Attica. In these areas, the load is not developed, not adequately developed to satisfy all these consumptions totally. The Attica grid is mainly destined to supply very high loads, contrary to most other regions in the mainland, where we have a surplus of energy, as we all know. The result is that we have curtailments of this surplus energy. In Attica, we have exactly the contrary. The grids are overcharged with excessive consumption, and we have the addition of the data centers loads. This is correct. I mean, the investment interest cannot be guided exclusively on the basis of the loads of the existing grids. We need to plan and manufacture new grids. Yet, these loads appeared quite recently. It is characteristic that the first offer that was given for connection by ADMIE for a data center was issued in 2022. Since then, the IPTO, I'm not talking about the HEDNO, IPTO has issued for data centers of a total capacity of around 500 megawatts. Given that the spike of the load is around 11 gigawatts, you understand the size of the load that IPTO has to serve through these offers for connection. It has received applications for 300 megawatts, and the interest expressed unofficially exceeds much more these figures for the further development of data centers in the area. And mainly around Attica. There is just one case where we had an offer of connection for Corinthia, the prefecture of Corinth. The data centers are developed in Attica. I guess there must be some reason to serve telecom needs. The main thing, however, the main issue that we have is the fact that the connection of data centers to the high voltage grid is governed by an institutional framework which is rather poor, I would say, especially poor compared to the institutional framework governing the connection of RAS stations, which is very extended. And at some points, it requires special analysis in order to follow it. Contrary to that, the institutional framework for the data centers is not inadequate or inexistent. It is poor. For instance, for the same data center, there might be an application by 2 or more investors, sometimes using the same lot, the same plot of land. This is allowed by the institutional framework. Quite often, they submit an application to IPTO and to HEDNO. This is allowed also. Moreover, there is no restriction as regards the capacity that they ask for when they submit their application. Maybe the data center is 20, 30 megawatts. Sometimes they submit applications with 70, 80, 90, even 100 megawatts. So even when they get the offer of connection for the transmission system and they implement their investment, which will be of a lesser capacity, they have committed forever much higher capacity. The result is that the grid is committed virtually, and it is saturated. This is a saturation that is not existent, but we as operators, we have to consider it as existent, to consider these loads as existing loads, since we have given such an offer for connection. And this is prohibitive for other investors who have real interest to implement their investment with the full capacity that they have asked for. Consequently, we need to have, we believe, a sort of an ID, an identity corresponding to the certificate of production given by RAE, where we have the name of the producer, the area where they want to invest, and so on and so forth. So we can have a discussion on that later at a higher level to determine exactly the requirements for the issuing of this ID. That's the one point. The second is what the operator has been asking for forever. The institutional framework has to be restructured in order for the operator to be able to grant permissions for high voltage projects much faster. The procedures are very, very time consuming, and they exceed the time of real construction of these projects in high voltage, taking into account, of course, the objections and the reactions of local communities vis-à-vis such projects of high voltage. That's the first comment. IPTO understands the seriousness of this effort. This is a national effort. It is a noble objective, and as all noble, for all noble objectives, the IPTO will respond as it has done so far. Thank you very much, Mr. Athakis. Now, Mr. Bechrakis. Thank you for the invitation. I think it is a very interesting forum that is taking place, and the discussion goes towards very interesting fields. Let me say from the start that I represent Digital Realty. Digital Realty is among the two major companies in the world, in all continents, approximately 30 countries. In Greece, we came with the acquisition of Lambda Helix, which was active from 2002 in this area. We are one of the two oldest players in the Greek market, and right now we have invested hundreds of millions in Athens 1, 2, 3, which are in operation. The fourth, number 4, which will be in operation at the end of the year, and Crete, in Heraklion. We start the first data center in Heraklion on the 8th of April, in 10 days. I'm saying all this to tell you that we are here at times when data centers were not in fashion, and we have some experience as to how people handle these problems, the problems that we have in Greece. We are not the only ones, of course, who face them. Many other countries face these problems. I listened carefully to the comments. I know that there is goodwill and efforts are undertaken by the ministry and by the operators. Yet I will agree, Mr. Kourakis, that there is a legislative framework, or legal framework, which is inadequate for what we need to do. The need for these data centers to be close to big cities is not something new in Greece. The biggest data centers are in Frankfurt, Amsterdam, Paris, and Marseille for other reasons. So they are close to big cities. The reasons are because these data centers serve a purpose. The main purpose of multi-tenant data centers that we construct is to be close to the users so that the users can have a better experience of use. So not all categories of data centers can be moved far away. Some of them can be moved far away, but some of them have to be close to the users for the best of the applications and the best of the users. It's not all data centers that ask for to be in Athens do not fall in this category, but this can be assessed by the regulatory framework in order to have the proper investment choices. Mr. Athakis knows very much what we do because we work together, but let me clarify that it is not us who came to ask for more capacity. We are the biggest player by far, and we have asked 25 megawatt for the next project, and we would hope for a framework that would give us the opportunity to come and say, we want 25 now, we want 30 in 4 years, another 50 in 7 years, and be able to have planning, proper planning for everyone. But such a framework does not exist. I cannot have the possibility to enter a queue and a line and wait. Let me give you an example, Crete, that I mentioned it. It is a pioneer project because it is magnetic with submarine cables that will lead to the lifting of isolation in Greece. We have much less telecommunications than almost any other European country. So this is how it is. We have been planning 5 years for a strategic small data center. You had to think about it, to have the initial customers, to go through many iterations, to have the first phase with 1 or 2 megawatts and go up to 10 when needed. 5 years efforts. The building itself is just 8 months. We started on the ground at the end of August last year. So that's first comment, and I'm available for any questions. I have a very rapid follow-up question because we are talking about people who come from the energy sector. So since you have the experience, could you please tell us about these data centers and the basic background about what you do? Well, I will not say that I have studied IT, but I will not try to categorize excessively. Just simple things. We have the multi-tenant data centers, and this is a data center that has a lot of customers. Customers, what is it? Customers, enterprises, industries, private companies of all sizes. We are very proud to have hundreds of companies for SMDs up to the biggest companies in Greece. And we have also all telecom providers. Why? To work together, but mainly to serve the final users. It's the points where cloud providers place their network hubs to accelerate telecommunication with the final users. So this is another reason for having to be close to the final users. And these are the points where other categories of customers provide services, management services, therefore to serve in and out of the data center with additional added value services. So this is what we do. We have also hyperscale support buildings. We are a big company with a large tradition, but the emphasis, we have everything, but the emphasis here in Greece and our central strategy globally is to serve over and above all this clientele. Now, the hyperscalers, 3 big names announced in Greece. These have a lot of customers, but no one has direct access to the customers physically. They buy virtual infrastructures, platforms, machines, services. So here we are talking about a different category, and they have different scale needs. We are talking about bigger infrastructures at the beginning, because this is how these data centers work. The third category is the AI data centers. We have AI loads already. You can put some specific AI loads in a general purpose, but I'm talking about specialized AI data centers with a high power density. They are designed in a special way and they serve special needs. And 2 subcategories: training, something that takes place offline with a lot of data, which issues some models, and these trained models go to other infrastructures closer to the users for the inference, to get the answers for the video, the pictures, when we ask the right questions and prompts to the AI engines. The previous category for AI does not need to be close to anything. You just need basic communication. It is an autonomous thing. It can be at the end of the world. For the others, it depends on the applications that you run. This is very important. There are some applications that require to be close to the user. So there, you need to have some sighting. Thank you very much. You have said the word, the magical word of sighting. So we'll touch upon that. Mr. Karantzalos, what is the ministry thinking? How are you working? What type of infrastructures do we have for backbone communications? And will there be any framework for developing further the data centers to improve the speed of licensing, and whether there is and if there is a need for supervision, etc.? Okay, let me start with the telecom part. It is not by chance that in Crete we will inaugurate this data center next week. Crete gradually is becoming an interconnection center. We have 4 points. In southern Crete, Chania, Iraklios, Sitia, we have more than 10 or 12 telecom cables that reach there, so it is not accidental that there are applications for data centers in Crete. Now, the framework for telecom cables and investments is one of the fastest in Europe. We had a collaboration with the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, our ministry, and in 1 or 2 years, we have the ground, the deployment of these cables. As regards energy, we are in collaboration with the Ministry of Energy and Environment And we will have some terms and requirements, and we will see with ADMIE together to see where we have the capacity to host such data centers. So we will have this on a map in some time, but as I said at the beginning, there are 4 parameters: telecom, energy, regional development, and the business plan of each investment plan. Thank you very much. Mr. Tsiretis, how do you see time-wise this, if there will be a spatial plan? Well, as the Secretary General said, we are in close collaboration with the Ministry of Digital Governance and the Ministry of Environment and Energy for the drafting of something that we could call a map, and where we can see where the hosting capacity, this is the term, that is how much capacity we can have available for the connection of new data centers per area. Here there is an issue, because this is an effort that we did some years ago for the RES, for the renewables, to have a similar map, and we had issued such maps. The thing is, how do you read such a map, given that there is a close correlation between neighboring regions? The hosting capacity in an area, in a region, is closely correlated to the hosting capacity of the neighboring regions, which means, in other words, that if part of a margin is consumed by a region, there is also some margin consumed by the neighboring regions. Although we stress that each time that we try to publish such maps, yet almost all people reading this map ignore this asterisk, and they add the margins. The result is that they overestimate these margins considerably. This is something that we want to avoid this time. The executives from the Ministry of Digital Governance know about this subject very well, and in the next time, possibly before the summer, we will be in a position to have the first results. Thank you. That's very interesting. And will the regulatory framework and the special planning settle the issue of curtailments and resolve this issue? This is an issue very important for the producers, to have a load where we have production. Is very important. As Mr. Bechrakis said, the investment centers for the development of data centers cannot be put exactly together with the investment plans of other categories, for instance, the RES. It doesn't mean that where we have a surplus of energy produced by RES, the investors will come and install their data centers. It is a multivariable issue for the development of investment plans. Another issue that should be stressed is that we have a different profile for infusing energy in the system, in the grid, by the RES compared to the profile of removal in the areas where we have data centers. The data centers have stable energy requirements, and the RES infuse in the system on the basis of a stochasticity that can be greater or lesser. Greater for wind farms, less for solar. But their profile is different. It doesn't mean that if we put a data center next to very powerful RES stations, we will have infusion and supply that will not be perturbed. Of course, storage there will help because it will facilitate, and this profile can be aligned with the profile of consumption by the data centers. But the issue is not so simple. In order to achieve what you asked, ideally, we should have an infinite grid all over the country, high voltage grid all over the country. This cannot happen. This is not possible. There will be priority given since the high voltage grid cannot be built from one day to the other. The investment plans of data centers have much less, they require much less time for the implementation. So the special plan will help because it will prioritize some projects for the development of the system. In order to achieve that, we will require, of course, the contribution of the institutional framework, as I said before, which will allow us to license faster the high voltage projects. Yes, this is a chronic issue, the high voltage projects. I don't know, Mr. Bechakis. Well, there is nothing to disagree upon, but let me say the following. First of all, the regulatory framework has to be modernized because it works on some parameters that are not necessarily the best ones. They are not serving the interest of the people who pay for the grid. The interest of people who pay for the grid, all of us, is to have the best possible use of the grid and the synergies. And at times, such as today, when there is lack of this good in some areas, for important activities, either we're talking about data centers connection, RES, etc., it requires some bold steps and possibly a different way of thinking. I'm not a specialist, I repeat. But, for instance, there might be loads not on the basis of maximum capacity, but that could be used in a statistical way. And maybe they could be operational in their own way or with own resources. Well, first of all our data centers have generators that can cover redundantly, that is, that can cover all our loads. There are cases that they can work for days or weeks without having a grid. Of course, it's not economically, it's not viable. But if it is something that will happen once in 2 years for a day, statistically, it's okay. I mean, no problem. And I'm not saying this for me. I'm not expressing my company because we are not doing this. I'm just saying that we should not think about missing a resource based on terms of the past. We need to do bold steps, to take bold steps, as I said. Now, I am happy with the understanding that exists not only here on this panel. The discussions do not take place among people who do not understand the problem and who do not do their best to solve it. This is clear from both ministries, the line ministries and the operators on our side, of course, and the others. But the next step, what is the next step and when? The opportunities are not here forever. All investment plans have not taken place. Some of them have started. If the environment is not favorable, okay, but we have to decide what to do in this country, where we will focus our attention.
I think I know the answer, but is there a potential for the country to become a regional hub for data centers? Yes, clearly yes. This is something that as a company we've been saying for 10, 15 years in the digital sector that we're more interested in. Obviously, we kind of built something that was very, very advanced for its time, but then the financial crisis came in and Greece became a less favorable investment destination for both foreign and domestic investors. But we're still, we're still better, we're still better off than any of our neighbors in terms of communication and stability, currency, and geopolitical relations. However, this gives us a competitive advantage. I'm not sure how long this is going to be the case, and I believe that this is an opportunity that you'll be given now we might not have in the future. Yes, you're right, and we just keep the message that the country has great potential for becoming a regional hub for data centers. We understand that leadership understands that the geopolitical importance of that role, and together with ADMIE, I think they've started working towards materializing this particular ambition. I'd like to thank this panel and all the speakers.
Νομίζω ότι δικαίως βάλαμε για πρώτη φορά αυτή.
I think we very rightly included this section in the conference. There's a particular subject. I believe that we're going to see a lot in the future in that sector. Now we're going to have Barbara Morganta, who's the CEO of ENAON, who's going to talk to Michalis Mastorakis that you read often in Energypress. Thank you very much for being here. We'd like you to come onto the stage. The planned break that we have straight after this interview is not, we're not going to have that break, so we're just going to continue with the panel that we have for natural gas.
Good morning. So we're going to discuss about the critical role of natural gas in the context of energy transition and the development of gas distribution grid in our country, Greece. I'm pleased to welcome Ms. Morgante, hello, CEO of ENAON, the leading gas distribution company in Greece. With several years of experience in the country, you have really a deep understanding of the Greek market needs, particularly regarding the development of the gas distribution network. So, from your experience also from Italy, several years there also, last year you presented your strategy outlining your main goals and emphasizing your commitment to expanding the gas network nationwide, bringing new consumers into the system. It is worth noting that when you first entered in the Greek market some years ago, natural gas was not widely popular, partly due to its price, a very high prices, so it's not something that you have to choose, and partly due to evolving green policies. Today, however, we see natural gas regaining its role in the European energy mix. So with these introductory remarks, I would like to begin with my first question. Natural gas undoubtedly plays an important role in the country's energy future, providing energy security and supporting the energy transition. However, the recent geopolitical developments have raised concerns about the sustainability of investment in new gas infrastructure. As the CEO of ENAON, the leading gas distribution network operator in Greece, which do you think can be the role of gas infrastructure?
Thanks a lot. Thanks for the invitation. It's a very good opportunity to promote our ideas regarding the future of gas. Of course, We are convinced that gas has still an important role that will last for years. Even at the EU level, they speak about 20% of consumptions for gas in 2050. Therefore, it will be not abandoned. The convincement by the group, not only the Greek part of the group, is that it's important to have a multiple choice of technologies, not to abandon anything, or instead to develop research in order to find new solutions. Because if you stay only with one technology, what the recent past has told us is that there are critical aspects to be faced in case of disruption, let's say geopolitical or due to other factors. Having said that, the infrastructure of the gas distributor, at least, I don't speak about the one of the transport operator, is really an important asset of the country. It's not an asset of the company, because at the end of the license, we will probably leave this asset to someone else wanting to enter the market. But apart from this parenthesis, what is important is important because it connects many areas of the country. We are investing in, especially in areas that were not reached by other sources. They are still using lignite or coal. So it's a way to decarbonize. It's a transitional phase probably, but it's still an important phase for some areas which are less more distant from other infrastructures. We are also investing a lot in having a smart and resilient network, which means we are investing in new technologies, and our network is already capable to be fitted with other renewable gases like biomethane, and partially in terms of quantity with hydrogen. So we are really looking forward the regulation, the law and the regulation for these new gases, because it's important for us. We are investing a lot in the plan of the Italgas Group up to 2030. In Greece, we will invest 1 billion euros, and we also are planning to connect at least 1 million inhabitants, yes, consumers, which is more than, because the connections are in many cases to buildings, so you have to multiply, or to apartments, and again, in most cases, it's not only one person living in one apartment. That's the, so it's important in our vision to have this multiple choice to secure the country in terms of energy provision. And we are so convinced that Italgas is closing, but is already done, the acquisition of the second operator in Italy, so that we are now the biggest gas distributor company in Europe. So if we didn't feel it's a good business and we wouldn't have invested many millions for this acquisition.
Thank you. I would like to focus on your investment plan, saying that a key pillar of an ambitious investment program is the methanization of remote areas in Greece that are not reached by, as you said, major methane transport backbones through small-scale LNG infrastructure. We discussed also about that yesterday, but we can do it again in a different way. Developed with the expertise of the parent company Italgas, you mentioned before. Which are the benefits of this option in case of Greece?
So this option, the LNG option, is suitable for areas which are distant from the backbone of the transport operator, DESFA, to be very clear. If they are distant, the option could be that of constructing a pipeline from the distributor, but it will cost too much. So it is a way to spend less, which is a benefit for the consumers, because at the very end, all the investment costs are reflected in the tariffs. And is a seamless, in any case, is a seamless distribution of gas, and it is a new technology that we introduced in Italy, especially in the Sardinia island, that was not provided with natural gas in the past. And it worked very well, so this was the idea, to implement such technology also in Greece, again, because it has the same benefits of the pipelines, but it costs less. When the number of customers are not so big, it has no sense to spend too much money in order to reduce the tariffs, which is our aim always. We are very conscious that every single euro we spend, if not necessary, apart that RAI will never allow us, but in any case, we are very careful in our expenditure, both on OPEX and CAPEX.
And you mentioned before on the digitalization of the network, and I would like to ask, in order to be smart and flexible, the network to distribute a diverse range of energy sources, you mentioned before, including natural gas and renewable gases, in which way the company can contribute in meeting the targets of the National Energy and Climate Plan related to the penetration of renewable gases?
Yes, we are we are looking, as I anticipated, we are looking forward to have a framework for the biomethane. Our networks are ready for biomethane. We are also willing to do our, not only our work as distributors, but in case to invest if needed, and in the percentage which is allowed by regulations. We signed an MOU last year with ABIO, Association of Biogas Producers. Today, there is no production of biomethane in Greece, and I think that this country should start the production. The important things are the investment costs, how are they covered, by whom, the producer, the distributor, the transport operator. We think that according to the penetration we have on the territory, the connection with the distributor, even for technical reason, which is the pressure, is more suitable and less expensive. Anyway, as I mentioned, the investment costs, and also if there will be subsidies like they are in place for biogas today. Are they replacing, the same subsidies will be diverted in favor of biomethane? Should the state, the government, find additional resources to give to biomethane producers? They are question marks. In any case, as I said, we are ready. We will also launch the replacement of old meters and the placement of new smart meters with the cutting-edge technology and the meter which is called the Nimbus, which was developed with the expertise.
You are using already this meter
in Italy.
We
are in. They are closing a pilot testing, which was very successful. Now we have to launch the tender for the production. They will launch, and we will take advantage of one tender for all the group.
An in-house product from Italgas.
It is a product that has been developed with the experience, the competencies of Italgas colleagues, meaning they have taken care in giving the specification, the technical specifications, all the features that are important and they experience to be less, with less functionalities in the existing smart meters on the market. Nimbus is capable to verify the mixture of different gases. The batteries will last for many years, more than the current smart meters on the market, and there are is constructed with recyclable materials, as many. Is the cutting edge. I'm sure that it will be also produced for other distributors in the world, at least.
Okay. Unfortunately, we don't have more time, but I would like to ask you if you want to add something more about the regular framework of biomethane or biogas, because we are going to do it now, as far as I know, but still we don't have the appropriate regular.
The ministry is ready. I expect.
It's almost ready. The text,
yes. It's almost ready, and we expect to be a public consultation to be launched very soon. What is important is that in this framework there should be some elements which are fundamental for an entrepreneur to decide to enter this production or to convert the biogas production into the biomethane production. They have to see some interesting. If the country wants to enhance such a program, they have to find a way to have people convinced to produce biomethane, which is an important technology, even because it is a circular economy. There are many rural areas that can benefit from this kind of investments. So it has to be considered not only because it's needed to the gas distribution network, but also for all the benefit that can be reached with this production.
Thank you.
I didn't mention, but of course the environment is the priority.
Of course. So to sum up our conversation, I think that we can say in titles that we distinguish the multiple choice of technologies in order to find new solutions, as you said before. Also that the gas network, the gas distribution network is an asset of the country, not just an asset of companies, so we have to develop it in a special way, you know.
Yes, and it has to be used also.
Yes.
It has no sense to have invested, and it can contribute to the decarbonization.
Yes, so. And a third point is that you are trying to expand the network to new areas. Yes, using also, as we said before, the new technologies and also the renewable gases.
Molecules, in any case, can be stored, can be moved in different places and in different times, which is not the case with other technologies.
And the last point is that you're trying to invest also in smart and to create a smart and resilient network, vis-à-vis also the experience from Italy and also the consequences from the climate crisis that it outline the importance of that.
Yes, yes, that's true. I have already addressed some elements, and we are also, for example, we have introduced in Greece since 2 years now, the technology of Picarro, which is an American technology. We discovered years ago and we introduced in Italy for the leaks detection. We are also not only constructing new infrastructures, but also replacing old infrastructures, and especially now we are in Athens. There are kilometers of cast iron pipelines in the center of Athens, which we are replacing in order to put the new ones, which are at the same technological level as the rest of the network. Replacing meters with the smart meters, soon with the Nimbus meter, smart meter. And we are also constructing in our premises here in Athens a control center which will govern all the network all over the country. So the investments are important, and in any case, a lot of technology is introduced by us.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Thanks.
Se llevó a cabo el fotovoltaicos Mytilineos en Chile.
Mytilineos is expanding its presence in the UK.
Projet d'une capacité totale de 1,4 gigawatts.
Κάτι μεγάλο μπορεί να ξεκινήσει από κάτι ταπεινό. Στις αρχές του περασμένου αιώνα, η Mytilineos ήταν μια μικρή οικογενειακή επιχείρηση με τις δικές της αξίες. Τόλμη, διορατικότητα και εξωστρέφεια. Με τις ίδιες αξίες, η τρίτη γενιά της οικογένειας δημιούργησε έναν διεθνή κολοσσό. 5 χρόνια μετά, με εξαγορές και συγχωνεύσεις, απλοποιήσαμε τις διαδικασίες. Στο αλουμίνιο είδαμε έναν σύμμαχο που μας βοήθησε να μπούμε στον κόσμο της ενέργειας. Ανοίξαμε νέους δρόμους για χιλιάδες σπίτια και επιχειρήσεις. Και αν το αλουμίνιο είναι το διαμάντι του στέμματος, στις φλέβες μας τρέχει το φυσικό αέριο. Είμαστε leaders στην πράσινη βιομηχανική παραγωγή. Έχουμε τη δύναμη να δημιουργούμε βιώσιμες πόλεις και έξυπνα σπίτια. Σε έναν κόσμο που αλλάζει, η αλλαγή είναι η μοναδική μας σταθερά. Και σήμερα η Mytilineos αλλάζει όνομα και γίνεται Metlen. Και με ακόμη περισσότερη δύναμη παραμένει στην πρώτη γραμμή της ενεργειακής μετάβασης και οραματίζεται σταθερά τα επόμενα χρόνια. Metlen. φτιαγμένη από μέταλλο, γεμάτη από ενέργεια.
Συνεχίζουμε με το επόμενο πάνελ.
We continue with the next panel under the title of natural gas, how the why the neighborhood of the Balkans are being changed, and the wide area of southeastern Europe, and the role of FSRU and LNG, and the American gas. There are many subjects. We have some very important guests here in the very short time that we have. I'd like to welcome, first of all, Mr. Michalis Mathiolakis, who's an analyst for energy strategy. We also have with us Mr. Sotiris Bravos, CEO for DESFA, Yorgos Satlas, Executive Officer for ICGP, and also Alexandros Koutrouboussis, who's the MD Office Manager for Gas Trade SA. I think we're going to have an opportunity to discuss all these issues, but before I give the floor to all of you for an initial intervention in order to set the basis for this conversation, and then go into more detail on all the other issues, I'd like to highlight that something that was also mentioned yesterday in this conference, but also wider in it's been talked about the crucial role of natural gas in the energy mix of Europe and the region. In other words, natural gas is not only part of the agenda, but it also has an important role to play with a series of investment plans for the power production, but also when it comes to infrastructures, just like the vertical corridor. So I'd like to start with you, Mr. Mathiolakis, asking you what are the main factors that create all these developments in the Balkans area. What is the role of geopolitics in this framework, which is in recent years has given a very important dimension, and how the various energy projects are linked to these factors. If you can just, you have 3 or 4 minutes so that we can then move on to questions. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. Yes, it's true that natural gas has come back in the public debate. My opinion is that it shouldn't have come out of the public debate, and this is something that we see increasingly. Now, the factors that affect the Balkans and the importance of geopolitics have always played a role in energy, and not just energy, but in any financial activity, in any economic activity, everything, the starting point is always the ability of countries to promote what they believe is their own strategic interests. In Balkans is particularly important because of its geography and its position. Things that are happening in the Balkans do not solely concern the Balkans. So therefore, the primary factors that are the kind of driving force in the region that relate very much to the interests of big players and the strategic interest in the region, and how these can be exploited through energy. In our region, there are strategic interests by the US, by Russia, China, and of course the European Union itself. So what we need to look at is, first, who are the primary reasons, the driving forces for the interests of these players. So there are 2 aspects which, as a European Union and Europe, and by extension in the Balkans, we need to find a certain balance, and that's where the question is. First of all, we need a balance between energy security and energy transition, something that we should have taken for granted, the fact that we need a balance. It's something that we found the hard way, because we moved too fast into the energy transition, forgetting about energy security. And I heard many times yesterday in various panels that the issue of energy security is coming back. And of course, I realize that the problem is that we actually left it out of this debate. So therefore, then there's a balance that needs to be found between these two. Secondly, we need to find a balance between the greater effort for the electrification of the economy, but also the energy cost that's linked to this effort. So therefore, we need two sets of balances that need to be achieved, plus the balance that needs to be found between the region and the European Union, between the interests of the region and the interests of the other players. And we have the impression that most strategies are being driven by national policies and national strategies, but primarily by the interests of big players. For example, the US see the Balkans as a region in which through energy they can regain the kind of Russia influence in the kind of eastern region of NATO, in a situation that after the Cold War has always been a kind of a vulnerable point, the fact that Russia has had a greater influence in the area. So therefore the US is putting forward projects that can actually regain that control. At the same time, and this is also seen, Russia is seen that as a buffer zone against the threat for their own interests. China also see the Balkans as an access point for the EU, and they want control of infrastructure that's going to give them that ability. The EU, on the other hand, sees the region as a region where it should promote its own policies when it comes to energy and the climate. Of course, there's a conflict between all these different forces, and this conflict is more apparent in the different activities that are being promoted by all the different players. And for example, in Greece, that we're talking about, we have the LNG infrastructures, Revithoussa and Alexandroupolis, promoting US and EU interests. And on the other hand, we have the TAP pipe, and we also have the Turkish stream that goes against this. And this is the tool that can be used by Russia. I heard yesterday a discussion where we're talking about the different flows of Russian gas, but we need to understand that when we do want the LNG structures that we have in our country, even when it comes to TAP and the IGB, if we want these to be financially viable, we need high volumes going through them. These volumes, while we have higher flows of Russian gas through the Turkish stream, of course there's a challenge as to whether it can reach the level that we require for them to be financially viable. So therefore, this is the bigger picture in the Balkans. Thank you very much. Okay, this is a very complex picture. What's the view of the operators to the region and the infrastructure in the region?
Well, as you know, DESFA is implementing investments that will reinforce the capacity of importing natural gas to Greece and exporting. LNG seems to prevail in the energy balance for imports. It is increased. It has a 50% share. It is increased compared to last year, the first quarter of 2024. And increased are also the consumption in the country. We have the compressor in Komotini that will give the opportunity to IGB to transmit 5 million, up to 5 million, and a compressor in Antalya that will be put in operation in 2025, as well as Komotini. Komotini will be in operation in June 25. That will give the opportunity to the Rockastra to export towards Bulgaria up to 3 billion BCM a year. If we combine this to the quantities imported to the area, excluding the ones produced by the countries themselves, This shows a special dynamics for Greece as a country for importing. Of course, we have the Turkish stream that prevails, as the professor said. Right now, it covers 73% if we examine the last 15 months. It covers 70% of imports. Second gate of import to the Balkans is the Greek LNG. Then we have DAP and the import from Turkey, which has entered dynamically through the Balkan transmission pipeline. Of course, if the decision is taken, this is a geopolitical matter, to reduce the Russian natural gas, there is a lot of potential that puts the country very powerfully in the framework of countries of import of natural gas, which can be covered. Even if we consider that a lot of natural gas coming from Turkey, approximately 5 BCMs per year, that have to be covered from other sources. Right now, in our case, we have the American natural gas that prevails. It has a share of 70 to 75% during the last, the first quarter of 2025, highly increased compared to last year. Then we have the Russian natural gas, where we have had 3 terawatt hours in Revithusa, and natural gas from Norway and Nigeria. I guess that American natural gas is the one that you deliver in Alexandroupolis. So Greece has a crucial role to play in the area. And we believe that exports towards Bulgaria will be further reinforced with implementation of the investments and the implementation of the pipeline that we are building, which will allow to other users apart from Alexandroupolis to export more gas apart from IGP. And I believe that the exports will be further reinforced, which present already an increase by 376%. The figure is astounding when Alexandroupolis will restart its operation. Since you mentioned it, exports along the vertical corridor, right? Because there we have other operators. Bulgaria, for instance, in the context of their own national program. Bulgaria is implementing investments in its own part in Siderokastro, in the border, to increase the capacity on their side. The Bulgarian side will be ready in the first quarter of 2026, and it also reinforces its capacity in the border with Romania. It doubles it, I would say, from 150 gigawatt hours per day to 100. We're talking about big quantities, and also similar investments are taking place elsewhere. We have also to develop other tools to provide attractive products to the market to move this quantity to Romania, and vice versa if we have to use the Ukrainian warehouses. Thank you very much. Mr. Satlas, you are part of the vertical corridor. ICGB, and I would like to add something. As Mr. Bravos described it, we're talking about flows of natural gas from the south to the north after the developments of the Russian invasion to Ukraine. So in this slide, I would like to have your view regarding the infrastructure and the plans underway right now, which are being depicted in the plan for the vertical corridor. Well, thank you very much. The analysis and introduction by the previous speakers was very, very concise as to what is happening in the Balkans right now. 3 years ago, with the invasion of Russia to Ukraine, the geography of the area changed with the redefinition of the flows, the way we faced the possibility of shortage. due to the restriction of natural gas. Of course, we have seen that there are other pathways and other ways with Turkish Stream, and this affects very much all the moves that we take and all the investments. Before that, we knew that the flows were from the east to the west. We had also the southern corridor, but with the ICTB, we managed in October 2022 to increase the flows from the south to the north. With the assistance of Siderokastron, with DESFA, DESFA, we managed to to supply Bulgaria, which is more than 50% of the demand. And in 2024, we were happy to activate the interconnection of ICTB with DESFA. We were working in Komotini with TAP and Zagoria with the Bulgarian pipeline. This was made to serve the LNG loads in Greece, first of all in Alexandroupolis, and then with the compressor stations in the DESFA infrastructure and the loads from Revithoussa. Although 2023 was a great year for us, we had capacities 80%, covering 80% of our capacity. We are thinking about how we will implement the increase to 5 BCM. We have had the initial designs. We faced some problems because there was a delay in the Alexandroupolis start. Right now it is not in operation. Of course, we, as a young infrastructure, we know that there might be some problems at the beginning, but we hope they will be resolved so that the flows go on. Because right now in Europe, apart from the consumption, which appears increased in Greece, as Mr. Bravo said, in January we had consumed more than 7.5 terawatt hours. They were increased by 30% at least compared to 2024. But it is important to activate the LNG infrastructure so that the system can have flexibility and liberty to operate the network. IGB is part of the vertical corridor. It is a very important initiative. 10 operators, 7 countries. It can develop to the south with a possibility, if we have the program with Cyprus and Israel, this will change the anthropogeography. We are working all the time as a new operator, as I said, to automate everything and be able to serve any flows. Thank you very much. We will come back to these topics. Mr. Koutroubousis, I think you have a presentation, right? Good afternoon. I would like to thank Mr. Panagoulias and his colleagues for the invitation and the opportunity to participate in a panel with distinguished colleagues. A brief recap for the FSRU in Alexandroupolis, the terminal station. From 2010, when we had the idea to site the station, until the beginning of its commercial operation in October 2024. Most time was spent for the licensing of the product, environmental, regulatory, and of course the market tests, the successful ones that led to the final investment decision at the beginning of 2022. The construction per se lasted for 2.5 years, and it included the transformation of a LNG carrier to FSRU, and of course the construction of the land and the submarine pipeline. Some main indicators. Right now, 14 users have committed 100% of the terminal's available capacity until 2030. 3 users are Bulgarian companies that have reserved 25%, whereas just before starting the commercial operation, Venture Global and LNG came that reserved another 25% on a long-term basis until 2030. For the financing of this project, we have had an agreement with the NBG. We have also had funds from Europe, that is SIF program. Until February, we have committed 478 million, and the total cost is 490 million. Regarding the loads, most of them come from the US, with the exception of one load from Norway, Hammerfest. And coming now to the issue of the vertical corridor, the Alexandroupolis terminal, apart from what was mentioned, it acquires a nodal role, a crucial role. The main reason is that it empowers, it reinforces the country because it is an entry point, apart from Revithousa and the other entry points for the vertical corridor. It is a point on European ground. This is the most important thing. It will also provide, it offers synergies with the existing infrastructures, the national system of transmission of natural gas, to have LNG and with a connection to Northern Macedonia. And the synergies increase the coefficient of using all infrastructures, and this is very positive for all suppliers, all players, the final consumers, everyone participating in the market. It is important for the grids to be full. The third advantage is that there is a differentiation as regards the source and the routing of natural gas. Sources will not be limited to Russian gas. We are expecting loads from America, from the US, from Qatar. I'm referring to those because in the next 3 years we will have a great increase of the export capacity from Nigeria. And there is also an alternative offered regarding the routing. Right now, out of the 4 basic infrastructures that transferred Russian infrastructure, we have just one, the Turk Stream, which still transmits gas to a minority of the countries. And this last one, of course, goes through Turkey. Thank you very much. We will go on with you. You have started the second FSRU, which, given the importance acquired by these infrastructures, this plan as well acquires a special importance. Could you tell us a few more things about how the project is maturing, where do we stand, and how this acquires a different dimension in the sense that we expect the share of LNG in the energy mix of Europe to be really dominant. The second FSRU in Thrace has received a license by RAE from 2022. The project, as you have seen, is a very complicated project. 14 years went by for the first one. Technically, operationally, functionally, it still has some time ahead. The main factor that will determine the final decision taking has to do with the market and the demand in the area, which has to be examined, especially after the end of the war. The balances that will be created then. If Russian gas will remain in the mix, because the plan is to stop it completely in 2027. So, based on the imperatives by the market, one has to assess the data and see whether it is sustainable and whether there is a purpose. How do you see demand right now? Well, the indications right now, we're talking about a market of 65 billion cubic meters. It doesn't seem that the Russian gas is coming back to this mix. So, as Mr. Bravo said, there is a lack in the market, which is there, and which could be covered with LNG stations, LNG terminals in the area. Thank you very much. Mr. Satlas, I will play the devil's advocate for the vertical corridor. In the summertime, we had the market test, and it did not give the desired results. So the plan has been readapted as regards the existing infrastructures in the transit countries. But I would like you to comment on the following. There is an unwillingness by the market to commit itself in the long run to develop the corresponding infrastructures for natural gas that will put the vertical corridor on the position that they intended to have. How do you see that in connection to Mr. Koutroubousis' comment regarding the demand in the area?
Indeed. In summer, we ran the market test and the incremental with our neighbors. There was not strong interest. This gives a signal to the market. However, we have witnessed that in the summer applications for beds year on year. As said, we had 80% of the capacity being covered. Last year, there wasn't any interest on long-term contracts. Based on our experience, flows will come and the pipelines will be full at a certain point in time, but we might need to redesign products. We might have to look at the problem from a commercial standpoint. We will not stop investing. Investments are very difficult. You put money in and it might seem to be expensive, but they have to be there once you need them. We operators have to sit together with the European Union and look into how we can import other products. Sport products might do well, but I guess this is the setting right now. There is a possibility, since the FSRU infrastructure was quite new, this might be a concern for the players. Now it has been commissioned, and we're looking forward to see how it evolves. Indeed. In terms of the increase of the IGB capacity, will you move from the 3 to 5 BCM? Well, this is up to the stakeholders, to the shareholders. We have carried out the designs in Bulgaria and in Greece as well. This will run through a tender process. It is near in the future. We have already initiated it, and we're just looking forward to the exact timing of kicking it off. Mr. Browse, previous speakers already talked about that. You might want to comment on the evolution of the vertical corridor based on the market tests. Anyway, the possibility and potential of synergies among the various infrastructure being developed by operators has been addressed. I would like to come to the Greek North Macedonian pipeline. What is the setting looking like right now compared to the vertical corridor as well? Starting off from that, I would like to say that this pipeline is an example of how the market can work in order to develop such infrastructure. Indeed, we have followed a process of increasing capacity, which is obsolete in such an ever-changing environment. I think that the market is reluctant in committing to capacities in the long term. And of course, committing capacities to implement the infrastructure was done by Normagas, that is the operator of the North Macedonia natural gas system. This opens up a new potential, not just in order to cover the Northern Macedonian demand, which is relatively low, but also to move to the north through Serbia. And if the Northern Macedonia-Serbian interconnector is implemented, there is new export potential from Greece towards the north if Northern Macedonia connects to Bulgaria and Romania. We are already exporting to Bulgaria through the Revithousa and the small-scale LNG terminal. This is a significant volume, 35% of all loads that we have already transmitted through these infrastructure. Indeed. We will come back to that. Let me ask you, Mr. Mathoulakis, the following. The debate as of the Trump administration takeover has been focusing on the drill baby drill concept, which actually illustrates the shift, the pivotal shift in the energy paradigm. And then the public discourse on the energy security. There is a discrepancy between the energy cost in the European Union compared to the US. I would like you to comment on that, and I would like you also to address why Europe is so nervous in this sense, since the market is criticizing the European Union for not entailing measures that in the mid-term will be able to tip this relation between EU and the US. Well, drill baby drill in principle. We had that also yesterday. The US will increase their export capacity tremendously. Drill baby drill, yeah, will have a continuation, but we're talking over the 5 years for double the export potential of the US. This is enough. Qatar comes on top. There's no difference in that. What needs to be taken into consideration in terms of this shift, this pivot in Europe, it did happen because since 2024 we realized that taking natural gas out of our energy mix was unrealistic. We had that yesterday as well. We do understand that since storage is not working, electricity storage is not working the way it should, and this is logical, we need base load to cover power demand, and we have to take account of that in terms of the natural gas potential in the area. We will need more natural gas, not less. We're talking about power production. That is 25% of the energy mix of each country. And we want to move entirely to power electricity, to power generation. That is 70% of the demand. Baseload demand will be doubled. There is limit, is the sky's the limit. Here, the US announcements have little to say, and this was witnessed also by the Greek energy, by the big energy corporations, which return to the places where it makes sense, and they drill there, as we have already seen. In terms of the European Union cost, energy cost, we need to realize that since we do not have the quantities required here, we will be dependent on the US. We have to learn to live with that. A lot has been up for debate as to how market is regulated and works. Market has ups and downs. We need European markets that work. We moved away from the target model. We need to have a working, functioning market. Since energy is a particular sector, we will have ups and downs. Let me just touch upon briefly on the Balkan area. Ahead of us lies growth and possibilities. All infrastructure that ask themselves whether this will add up. I think it will add up at the end of the day. I talked about China that wants to stick to lignite, and I heard yesterday how China is doing well in the renewables. China uses 70% lignite, and all that will eventually move towards natural gas. We heard that Exxon is operating in Greece, Chevron will drill here, and this natural gas will flow through the Balkans. Infrastructure will ultimately and eventually work. It's not the matter of the companies to figure it out. It's a matter of the governments to show that there is political will to build on that. We have to shut down Turkish Stream. Turkish Stream is a problem for the area. It is a transmission pipeline that currently has problems with third-party access and unbundling issues. As the North Stream, it has not been considered by the European Commission. It is a pipeline that actually is to the detriment of European, Greek and US interests, and we'll have to look into that. Thank you. We don't have much time. I don't know if you have a last comment for a couple of seconds. If not, and I guess we all agree this is a complex picture. Natural gas has a seasonality based on the market tests. We see a reluctance, but on the other hand, we see a demand to have infrastructure grow. Natural gas will remain on the energy map in any case and will determine the infrastructure development design. Of course, the flows from the Russian flows have gone down. At the European level, there is also another discussion being held based on the energy cost, which will come hand in hand with imports and will also be determining the developments. Thank you.
Και πάμε τώρα, αγαπητές φίλες και αγαπητοί φίλοι.
Let's welcome now Professor Yannis Magnatis, former Minister of Energy, Member of the Parliament, Vice Chair of the Group of the Socialists, and responsible for international relations, defense and energy security. We're very looking forward to your presentation. I think you would be sharing interesting thoughts here, even if you talked for like 1 hour straight. Thank you for being here. Thank you for having me. I think that I have to abide by your message to stick to the plan, stick to the time. Dear friends, dear colleagues, I would like once again to thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here today. I am among those that attend this forum every year, and I have used a title for my presentation that is very ambitious. I won't have the time to address it in its entirety, but let me start off by mentioning some issues, scattered issues. The geopolitical setting as we experience it is completely different to what we knew decades ago. We live in a different world. We understand that. As I said in a previous speech, we have moved from soft power to decades of hard power. There is no international law, no international legislation, and unfortunately, there is not a series of international bodies, as was the case after the Second World War. The United Nations have cut down funding to the US has cut down funding to the UN, or backing down from the Climate Paris Agreement by the United States, and a series of other bodies. And over the last 40 years, we have moved from globalization to renationalization of economies and commerce. So here we are today, and within this context, Europe needs to find its own new roadmap, and I want to reiterate that new roadmap. I repeat myself vis-à-vis the high-level, high-ranking officials in at the European Union. I guess the commissioners have already acknowledged that. I don't know whether the bureaucrats in the European Union have understood that. We have challenges ahead of us. We were dependent on the Russian natural gas. We are now dependent on the US or Qatari gas dependence. It is. We had no production chains. We imported everything. Any activity to drill and explore and of critical raw materials and critical earths was banned. It was convenient to import that as raw material or processed goods from Africa or from Southeast Asia. We were acting as if we didn't understand that the green transition this green transition is based on imported and clean technology. 75% of imported, 50% of imported PVs, wind farms, Chinese wind turbines, except some European companies, or lithium batteries, also imported. Here we are today. But at the same time, we witnessed eras where industrialization as a concept was not welcome. Nobody wanted to realize that Europe needs factories and a productive basis. We thought that with a magical stick, the good God of Europe will provide for us. And during geopolitical stability times, this works fine, this works well, and Europe has made use of that. When things go wrong, when things go south, nevertheless, then we have a different situation. And it was the Russian invasion to Ukraine as a starting point, but the first bell rung when Crimea was annexed by Russia 10 years ago. I was chairing the Energy Council at the European Union. I was a head negotiator with Russia and with the European Commissioner at the time, the German Commissioner at the time. Based on that experience, and I will try to link it to what we're lacking today, one of the findings in a 5-page long notice memo to Oettinger was a necessity to create spot LNG load markets. Nobody was interested in that. It was until the problem with Ukraine came up that we understood that the natural gas storage was controlled by Gazprom, that everybody was acting alone, and the European markets were not able to buy spot LNG loads at periods of crisis. And at the political level, the European Commission is trying to deal with all that right now. In the coming months, we're going to discuss the Omnibus Act at the European Parliament. Omnibus, in the European Commission's language, is omnibus law that including all acts on the green transition, and we're trying to look into how we can expedite that. We're not talking about the 90% by 2040 and 50% by 2050. These goals will be kept, but in order to achieve them, we are aware that bureaucratic processes need to be cut because they hinder this process. We will have to look at how we will manage it. And since I'm talking about the energy security future of Europe, within this context, we have the problem with the tariffs on the side of the US administration. The car manufacturing industry in Europe is at a very difficult situation, and they don't know how to cope with that. German manufacturers as well. Mar Sefcovic, the commissioner, visited Washington and Beijing, trying to understand how Europe might be able to build new relations to the US and to China. We have to wait and see how this will evolve. But I need to share with you that what commissioners tell us during our meetings is try to convince bureaucrats at the lower levels. You know, there are 40,000 people that have been working for decades in Brussels and have a particular mindset that was built during Europe's soft power and during the good days in Europe. And things have changed. Let me give you an example here to illustrate this. Europe woke up very late only to understand that it does not have critical raw materials. Well, we tried to elaborate and put forward the Critical Raw Material Act that is a first step towards this direction. At the same time, Europe tried to enter into strategic alliances with countries that possess such materials, Africa, for example. How is the European Commission doing that? I mean, this cooperation with this partnership with these countries in Africa. I need your deposits, your reserves, but under strict environmental conditions, under strict labor law conditions. And the African leader signs the agreement. And 2 months later, the Chinese side says, I want to give you like that much and I want it all. In the Letta report, Letta addressed that. Without backing down on our environmental requirements, he puts forward certain proposals as to how we can work around that. I haven't noticed any reaction by the bureaucrats in Brussels in order to adapt to this new reality. And frankly speaking, the communities in Europe need to understand that the good European God is not throwing copper, lithium or other raw materials onto us. He has hidden that in the ground. In order to make use of that, you need to drill. You need to use machinery. You need to make perhaps a little bit mess of the area and then build factories that will process this raw material. Are we aware of that as communities of the European Union? I have doubts because we all talk about the Green Deal and the energy transition, but as soon as you try to build a high voltage network and expand it, all the local community, all local government officials are against you. What are we going to do? We have to address how we will manage to take local communities on board in this effort, in this activity, and in this approach that we all engage with. I was listening to the previous panel, and let me just say here that the notion of industry was not just unfamiliar, but some people of the European Commission were putting their hands together when the fertilizer industries were shutting down because we had less emissions. because fertilizer is very important during the food shortage times, but this was not an issue for those that were designing the new approach, the new strategies. It seems we all are familiar with this area. Natural gas used to be something we had to keep ourselves away from, as if the clean energy would suffice to resolve the energy problem. And let me here digress by saying that based on the the International Agency for Energy, electricity makes out 17 to 20% of the global energy mix. The rest, 80%, comes from heating, cooling, and is for heating, cooling, and transport. We're just dealing with electricity. We will electrify many segments of the industry and will reach 30%, 35%, looking at 2050. How about the rest, 50%? And now they realized that natural gas and CCUS are accepted terms, because when you claim that the cement industry, that the steel making industry, that chemical industries need that, they can do without that, and they started to understand that this is necessary. Following the Russian invasion to Ukraine and the price spikes, I would like to remind you that we had to pay 600 billion euros, we all European citizens. The state aids to households and companies reached 604 billion euro. I said at the Parliament officially that I'm expecting just one bureaucrat to resign because they failed to foresee what was to come. They knew what would happen with Russia. Crimea was there 10 years ago. Nobody resigned as if nothing had happened. 604 billion, well, they're not in our pocket, and we could have used that for green electricity and other projects. So this is where we're standing right now. What do we need to do going forward? We need to be fully aware, first of all, and in principle, that competitiveness, as it has been documented by Mario Draghi in his report, should be our guiding principle for the next decade, for the current decade. Some steps have already been taken. The Clean Industrial Deal, for example, is something. I said at some point that the European Commission will ultimately dealt with the Clean Industrial Deal, and of course the European Commission services do not acknowledge that, and I'm going to make another motion in the European Parliament on that. First of all, we need to find a common understanding as to how we will go forward. And a second notice, the European Court of Auditors, when they reviewed the potential cut of Russian natural gas because of the Russian invasion to Ukraine, they didn't look into the effect on the electricity as well as on the power production and the power prices and the costs for households. Was it that random? Was it by luck, by chance? I don't know. But still, we know that the European Court of Auditors calls on the Commission that for not having carried out such a review. And the Green Deal was adopted in 2019. Now it's 2025. We have 5 full years that have passed. Has it been reviewed again in order to look into what we have done right and wrong, what have been our failures, how local communities and people react to that? No, neither. I talked about the technical neutrality of CCS, and let me remind, I think I'm out of time. Wow. Okay. Right. I have a moment. I have a minute. Okay. I have a spare minute here. Thank you. Among other things, Europe didn't want to hear about nuclear power. Merkel has made up its mind, of course, made her mind, but now they're talking about nuclear power and the CMRs that were unacceptable 5 years ago. Let me just close by saying that we will experience a very difficult situation between countries. I'm not sure how the balance between wealthy and less wealthy member states will play out, considering also state aid and whether they will be able to strike this balance. An effort, and I'm putting the hat of the Vice Chair of the European Socialists and Democrats in charge of international relations, of the defense and energy security of Europe. And please, next year, in the next year's forum, I would like to ask you to include defense in your subjects, ranging from military mobility to cyber security, AI, drones, etc. All that affect the energy question, so we need to open up our horizon here. Based on the experience we have collected in Europe, we are not entitled to shifting away from our objectives, but we have committed ourselves towards the community and the local communities and the people to look into our errors. And I'm including the Greek government as well. Every time we try to pass a bill, there is 25% of extreme right, far right wing parties. And European, not pre-European parties. We have a common worry. We share the common worry to see Europe succeed. We have to work together so that the political system, the academia, the business, industry, and the community can drive Europe to a better future. Thank you.
Καλησπέρα σας. Περνάμε στην
Good afternoon. We go on to the 7th session pertaining to the development of the natural gas supply market. And I will start with something that Mr. Magnatis said. Until recently, natural gas in Europe was dealt as something that we have to avoid at any cost. Lately, we have been seeing that the mentality around this fuel has changed. And this is especially important for a country since the grids in big urban centers are becoming more dense, such as Athens, and natural gas is expanding in new areas. So it is interesting to investigate into what that means for the development of the market and what is the impact on the prices. We will discuss about that with Mr. Dimitris Saradopoulos, Trade Director of Heron, and Mr. George Paleologos, Sales Director in the Physico Aéreo Energy Company. Thank you for your participation. We will start with a brief presentation by Mr. Sarandopoulos. Thank you very much. I would like to thank once more regarding for the invitation. It is very, very informative, this forum, and I'm very happy to share this panel with Yorgos Paleologos, a pioneer member of the market, in the market of natural gas during the last 25 years. So, this is my presentation. Very briefly, I would like to share some thoughts regarding the topic and to see how things stand in 2025. It is true that the energy crisis in 2022, where we have seen the prices of natural gas skyrocketing at 170 euros per megawatt hour, 2.5 years have gone by, we see that the prices have reached even lower levels. Moreover, from this map, because it is good, it is important to see the big picture, we acknowledge that there is still a fact that in our neighborhood in Russia, in 2022, in the midst of the energy crisis, natural gas cost about 5 euros per megawatt hour. We need to have that in mind after the Trump election. We need to see the big picture in everything, all our assessments. So what have we managed since 2021 until today? We managed to become less dependent from the Russian natural gas, not natural gas, but the Russian natural gas. So from 46% in 2021, in 2024, we have a dependence of 11% from Russian natural gas and half imports of LNG into Europe coming from the US and approximately 50% of the gas coming from Norway, natural gas coming from Norway. So the objective was achieved. In the big picture, of course, we are talking about complete independence from the Russian natural gas. In the energy transition process, we need to think whether the end of the energy transition might hide the risk of becoming dependent from another country in the near future. Natural gas, as the previous speaker said, remains. And not only it remains, but its demand increases globally. The global energy review says that natural gas is here to stay. It will allow us to have a multitude of options, pluralism of options. Keep that. This is important because this multitude of choices allows you to have a certain energy freedom and energy liberty, if you wish. So after all this crisis, the natural gas was at the focus of attention, and we see now that the prices of natural gas in 2020, the prices of natural gas were all indexed. They were indexed to oil products. So once the PPF dropped and natural gas in the hub index, we changed all the contracts and we made them hub indexed. And this resulted in this complexity. We have the spot prices, forward prices, we have the short term, which affect the prices in the short term. In the long run, we have an increased complexity. Well, life is complex anyway, but it helps us to find tools as to how we will be assisted and how we will solve this complexity, or at least mitigate its results. What have we seen during the last 2 years? To go towards today, in 2025, we have seen that the prices from 170 to 200 per megawatt hour. From the midst of 2023, we were at 50, 60. Last year we had 27, 28. And then in a year, we went again near 50. So we see a fluctuation, a variability. This is a reality. You cannot avoid the reality. You can face reality with realism and with solutions. So what do we see? We see that even in 2 months, we start at 40 and we go to 60. There is a great variability, as I said, and this means that we need to come to 2025 and come up with smart solutions, smart systems, smart consumers, and see, are we able to use the contemporary tools in the products and the market of natural gas to cure these major fluctuations? There are no magical solutions, but we have tools. And coming and concluding my presentation, the Greek market, there are a lot of steps taken in the retail natural gas market from 2021 onwards. The official data are from 2020. There we had a concentration of the market in the first two suppliers. Then in 2024, we have reached 70%. So there is a big evolution, and we hope that in the coming years we will have more opportunities to show products, solutions, and low prices for the consumers. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Sarandopoulos. I keep what you said regarding the fact that variability is the new reality. Mr. Paleologos, if we consider as a landmark the beginning of 2024 for exiting the energy crisis, how have prices been affected since then in Greece? What are the developments, the data regarding the penetration of natural gas, and a comment on mobility in the retail market? Good afternoon. I would like to thank Mr. Panagoulis for the invitation. I will start a bit earlier than 2024. I will start at the point when the crises were very intense. Our company was quite cold-blooded when the price was very, very high. During that time, through our general director, the conclusion was made that such investments for the consumer should be assessed, taken into account a long period of time and not at a specific point in time. We know that since we have a long experience in the natural gas sector, and it has been proven when we see the situation today. Nowadays, the price from April 2023, as Dimitris has shown, the price has come back to normal levels, not to the levels before the crisis, but to normal levels. A household consumer pays 0.06 euros per kilowatt hour, everything included, and a commercial consumer lower, and an industrial consumer even lower when the distribution fees are lower. So a household pays 450 euros annually. As regards the consumers, during the crisis, they rationalized their needs, they reduced their consumption, and this is a legacy for today. This is very important. We help them with our advice as well. The companies improved, the companies opted for hedging products, and now they offer to the household consumers fixed price products on an annual basis, something that was available only for industrial consumers. And all this contributed in having a better environment in the natural gas environment. Now, regarding the penetration, this is not at the level in the 5-year plans that ENGAS and ENAON had. The results are not the ones, although we have big grids in the cities. Many reasons. The most important thing is the subsidies. In areas where we had subsidies, Megalopolis, Tripoli, and Florina, you will see that the penetration is very high compared to other areas of Greece. Let me give you an indication. From 2021 until today, we have 74,000 more consumers connected, which is a very small number. Most of them are in Attica, Thessaloniki, and Thessaly. The market presents quite a great mobility. There are suppliers that give the emphasis on the natural gas, such as Heron, and there are other suppliers that see that as a complement in the power market. The issue is not the mobility, because there is mobility. The issue for the market and the suppliers is to gain the trust of the consumers, to fulfill their promises, to have a relationship of trust, so as not to have the power market phenomena, where a very small part of the market comes back. They leave debts to the companies. They don't get the service that they want, and no one is satisfied, neither the suppliers nor the consumers. That's all. Thank you. It is very important what you say, that the crisis, despite the negative elements, it has been a springboard so that the companies can mature their practices, can use the hedging to have fixed products, etc. You have made a reference to the increase of penetration. I would like to ask Mr. Sarandopoulos, since there is underway by the operators, especially Enaon, a program for expanding in new areas. Has this affected the dynamics in the market? Has it affected the balances among the companies? Thank you very much. Yes, it is true. It is important that during the last years we see an expansion in retail in more than 18 cities all over Greece. As George rightly said, we have not achieved the penetration levels that we wanted. Yes, there are grids, there are pipelines, but we don't see the development that we would wish for. There have been a lot of steps taken, and it is important to come back to the fundamentals. Natural gas is a cheap fuel for heating. It cannot be adulterated compared to oil. Natural gas is an economic fuel, so it is a solution for any household or industry or commercial enterprise that is in an area which is not Athens, Thessaly, and Thessalonica. That is where we have a lot of penetration. So people have to connect. And the more people are connected, the lower the distribution fees. So it becomes cheaper for everyone and for all the others, of course. So this effort and this development of the grid is very important, the development in new cities. We encourage it, we promote it as suppliers. So we support with targeted marketing policies in order to increase connections to natural gas grids, because we believe that the final consumer, the customer, will pay less. The energy cost will be less, it will be lower. So the market has matured, so there is access to cheap fuel compared to oil. Second, we have the tools where one can hedge, can offset the expenditure. That is, it means simply to know what you will pay for the next 12 months, irrespective of the prices. This is very important for the family budget, and it is important for handling the energy cost. And finally, we have the tools. There are smart programs, smart solutions. The suppliers are very inventive by providing cheap prices, but also a flexibility. The variability and the reality, the new energy reality, cannot be cured with wishes, with litanies for low prices. We have the tools. With realism, with pragmatism, we can indeed have a lower energy cost. As regards this issue regarding the subsidies, do you see that too? Yes, there is. It is very important to have a contribution in the new areas based on this plan of subsidies that existed in the last years. This helped a lot really. But even without subsidies, in any city of Greece, it is worth connecting to natural gas for heating. It is much, much cheaper than oil or any other form of energy. Mr. Paleologos, if we comment on the levels of use of natural gas by Greek companies and industries, where do we stand right now? how far away are we from Europe? And what is the role of small-scale LNG? What is the role so far? Well, this is a two-sided coin. First of all, for the industries. First of all the industries, hotels, hospitals, and catering businesses were connected right away without subsidies in most cases. They have used this fuel, they are happy with the fuel, and now they are happy that we are in a competitive environment and they have a lot of options. This is one side. The second is that 29 years have gone by that Patras does not have natural gas. Regarding small-scale LNG, I would like to put the LNG in some areas. Small-scale LNG is the following. Many companies have submitted proposals to customers who are remotely located to be connected. There were some regulatory issues which have been resolved following the cooperation of the regulatory authority with the distributors. And right now, this is feasible. They can be connected. So I think that some decisions will be made for the specific investments. Now, there is another part where industries are also fed in some areas. Argos Orestikon, Florina, and Edessa. The other two from Anaun and Edessa by LNG gas. And there, the needs for heating are very, very high for the consumers because they are cold. The citizens where natural gas has, who are connected to natural gas are very happy. And I think in a short time, Patras will be connected, first the industrial area, the industrial zone, and the others. So this is very important. The small-scale LNG for isolated industries and LNG until the network, the grid goes there, because in most of these areas, the grid, the transmission grid will go through there, and they will be permanently connected to the transmission grid. So, in fact, we have the conditions available for the consumers to be connected and benefit from natural gas. So the situation there is favorable. But generally speaking, to conclude with a comment, the customers who are on the natural gas grid, the physical aéreo grid, have been connected to 100%, almost 100%. Can we say that the customers are the best advertisement for the use of natural gas in all categories? If I judge from our long experience in the field, in the sector, and the demand for natural gas, the messages are very important regarding the demand of natural gas. I think that we need more incentives for the consumers. Although the line in the EU was different, based on what the previous speaker said, the landscape is changing and we should re-examine the possibility to help our people to have natural gas. One comment on small-scale LNG. Iran is the second biggest supplier for B2B customers. So we are salesmen because we go to industries outside the grid and we try to get them away from oil and very high polluting fuels going back to the last century. The example of Patras was given by George. I mean, we cannot accept such a thing to have industries that burn fuel oil. If you find yourself in a tank of fuel oil, you will think that you are in the first industrial revolution in a different century. So small-scale LNG is a very important development dimension of natural gas. We, as Hiron, we promote it and we support it 100%. And as you said, right now, all customers who are connected to natural gas through this, they see the difference and they are the best ambassadors of natural gas, which is a fuel that will remain. It's here to stay because we're making investments of many millions in Komotini. So natural gas is a reliable fuel. It is cheap under prerequisites, and when you manage it, you manage your costs. And I think it is to the benefit of the consumers and towards reducing the energy cost. I keep what you said, that it is a fuel to stay. So at the level of Europe, maybe we should re-examine, we should revisit the issue of giving incentives in order to give the first boost for penetrating in new areas. Thank you very much for your participation.
The world is evolving. The world is changing with energy from nature, and the need for a cleaner environment is changing rapidly and urgently. Imagine an economy, a society where organic waste from agricultural, livestock, and industrial activities is converted into clean energy, helping to reduce waste and strengthening the country's circular economy. At the same time, through the use of photovoltaic systems and energy storage units, Greece is reducing its dependence on fossil fuels and achieving energy independence. EcoElas contributes to building a better and cleaner future by applying technologies that benefit the economy and future generations. With innovative solutions, it not only protects the environment, but helps Greece lead the way in green growth and economic prosperity, making it one of the greenest regions in Europe. EcoElas, green present, clean future.
We move on to the next panel, the role of green gases and hydrogen, the new regulatory and legislative framework, and market creation, market shaping. We will have the opportunity to discuss these issues with Dimitris Kardomateos, the General Manager of CRES, Nikos Davos, who is the co-founder and manager of Kluber, Cluster of Bioeconomy and Environment of Western Macedonia. He is joining us online. Hello, Mr. Davos, as well as Ms. Eleni Bayrami, that is the Chair and CEO of EcoElas. Hello. Let me just start off by mentioning benchmarks concerning biomethane and hydrogen in the NECP. Hydrogen and production is going to reach 132 of megawatt hours by 2030. This production will be exploited in order to generate synthetic methanol and synthetic kerosene. Part of that will be used for bus mobility. In terms of power production, 31 megawatt by 2023. 231 megawatt by 2030, and there is a series of other benchmarks we can also touch upon. In terms of biomethane, 2.1 terawatt hours up to 2030. Right now, as we mentioned in the previous panel, Greece does not have biomethane production based on the NECP. There is also installed biogas capacity and consideration as to which one of them could be turned into biomethane production plants. And I'm just citing that in order to kick off the discussion. I would like to ask Mr. Kardomateos for a first comment on that, as well as on the legislative framework that is under development. That will be a first step in establishing a new market, be it hydrogen or biomethane and other green gases. Looking forward to your first intervention. Would like to thank you for the invitation and the chance to address this esteemed audience. I would like to start off by mentioning that to a great extent the legislative framework is being concluded. We as CRES have contributed in the biomethane segment. CRES is pioneer in biomass use for energy purposes. So this framework is now in the hands of the new minister, and I guess will be up for a public consultation going forward. And I guess together with the market, there has already been a closed consultation, and the public consultation will follow. And so far as your question was concerned, now in terms of the NECP objectives, and based on the capabilities already in place, well, the NECP targets are ambitious, but not hard to achieve, both in terms of biomethane and hydrogen. I think we are on course. In biomethane, biogas plants are already available. Half of them could be repurposed for biomethane and cover the NECP target for 2030, and the rest of that will be covered by new plants. And in terms of hydrogen, I notice that projects are in the pipeline by large players towards the NECP targeting hydrogen production used to back up hard-to-abate sectors. And this is, for example, the investment announced by Motorola, 5 megawatt of electrolyzers. And this moves to the direction of the NECP targets. Based on the current standpoint, I am not pessimistic that we won't be able to achieve the targets, but we need to make efforts towards that. Mr. Taos, I would like to turn to you for an initial intervention. Hello. Thank you for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to take part in this discussion on green gases and hydrogen. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to join you in person. I would like online to contribute to this discussion. Biogas and hydrogen are among the basic pillars of the energy transition, both at EU level as well as, obviously, in our country as well, in Greece as well. It is a new market for our country. The hydrogen market has not been shaped yet, and nevertheless, specific segments are shaped. In Western Macedonia, where we are doing business as Klube, moving from lignite to a new productive model, where this makes hydrogen a new innovative carrier and a new strategic opportunity. The state has taken first steps to introduce the joint ministerial decision on hydrogen. We, Klube, were consulting them on that, and steps have been made in order to include hydrogen biogas in the national energy and climate plan. As Mr. Kavamateas pointed out, the start of the public consultation and the internal consultation that is underway right now, and the public consultation will follow, are important steps. We as Klube, along our participation in major research projects such as Live Greenhorn, where the first hydrogen refueling station with on-site hydrogen production together with DESFA and other players will take place, as well as other projects concerning upskilling and reskilling in hydrogen. I think we have gained a very large experience along the hydrogen chain, from production and storage up to transport, industry and heating. As Mr. Kardomatea said, in the West Macedonia region, the first large-scale hydrogen projects are maturing. 50 megawatt of Hellenic hydrogen, that is a joint venture between Motor Oil and PPC, will be installed in the Amindio brownfield. And once the construction part is concluded, it will be commissioned, and then the other project I mentioned, which is very important in order to produce hydrogen through electrolysis for the transport sector. Apart from those projects, Klube, as a regional innovation cluster and a technological pole in the region, we take part in Hydrogen Europe, and we are the national member to the Hydrogen Observatory. This allows us to transfer know-how, to keep up with the European advancements and translate European strategies into regional action. And I'd like to close by saying that creating a mature and strong market for hydrogen and biogases requires regulatory stability, as well as taking the local communities, the regions and the local businesses on board through synergistic vehicles and partnerships. We as Klube are committed to this direction. Things will happen in the course of time, but I guess we're stepping towards the right direction to achieve our targets. Perhaps in hydrogen we might be able to exceed our targets. Thank you, Mr. Davos. I would like to thank you for your introductory remarks. Mr. Bayrami? Mrs. Bayrami, just a first comment on what we're discussing. I would first of all like to thank Energypress for the invitation. I would like to congratulate the Energypress team of Mr. Palagoulis for this exceptional organization. Our company focuses on biogas and biomethane, not hydrogen, not that much in hydrogen. I would like to talk about that if I may. Biogas right to 6.2% of production of green energy in the European Union. Well, this is caused by the fact that other European countries have more biogas and biomethane plants compared to Greece, mainly in the Central and Northern Europe, and Germany is playing a key role here. Second significant point I would like to raise is the research of the European Biogas Association, showing that currently 25 billion in investments in this segment are underway until 2030, and 30% raised compared to the survey that took place last year. We notice that Europe, at the international setting, focuses on boosting independence from natural gas markets and focuses on producing within its borders. And year on year, we have a relative rise, an increase. So we are looking forward to the draft legislative proposal to be published for public consultation, and we're looking forward to the next steps in Greek. Mr. Kardomateas, let me turn to you now. Looking into the legislative framework, indeed, as you said, the legislative process is at a late stage, but the institutional framework is not completed. What remains to be done based on European directives on hydrogen, and what needs to be done, and this needs to be done in order to finalize the institutional framework? And perhaps you'd like to comment on the debate that takes place in Greece and elsewhere as well in the aftermath of the energy crisis, as to perhaps the discussion on renewable biogas is premature, since it is linked with a high cost. These two might be tied together in terms of the promotion, because the institutional framework should go hand in hand with the market maturity and perhaps also feed the market in terms of incentives. Yes, let me start off with the last issue, Mr. Masterakis, because this is also an axis we considered when setting up the NECP, namely avoid front-loaded costs in premature investments. And if there is no other way, we might give those technologies the time to mature. You are very right to say so. We take cautious steps. All the more Greece that has limited financial abilities and capabilities has to be cautious in terms of those technologies that are not mature yet. In terms of economics, not technical aspects. Nevertheless, we should consider European-wide funding vehicles that we could make use of in order to promote investments primarily in hydrogen that will be used will be used for transport fuel, renewable transport fuel in the shipping industry and transport, land transport, where electricity cannot replace them. Hydrogen is of paramount importance there. And indeed, the motor oil project is the first one, and I guess other projects will follow suit. So I guess there is awareness in terms of the cost. On the other hand, we cannot be absent. We focus on hydrogen applications that cannot be replaced by electricity. As far as legislation is concerned, and exactly because we are targeting these applications, these hydrogen applications, the legislative framework will address those needs first. Hydrogen is a carrier that is being currently produced in refineries, in factories. There is no need for a new legislative framework to regulate licensing. We need rules in terms of certifying that hydrogen produced is green hydrogen. Again, there is a European directive is already in place, which we need to transpose into national law in order to cover the licensing part and allow those investments to evolve. Within the new legislative framework, we will also have the possibility to connect hydrogen plants to the natural gas networks. Our main focus until 2035 is the production in secluded, enclosed areas for renewable aviation and shipping fuel. And I would like to touch upon another issue that converges with the economical part. In order to have hydrogen, you need renewable electricity first. Currently, electricity is 50% renewable from renewable energy sources. NECP provides for 75% until 2030. This is a target that is, of course, very easy to achieve since we are galloping towards renewables, and then 90% until 2035. And this is also achievable. And at that point in time, hydrogen production projects will be more viable. Currently, for a hydrogen project to be certified as green, the European directive prerequisites need to be met. Otherwise, using 50% RES-fueled hydrogen does not make you green in terms of hydrogen production. This is why we believe that the NECP forecast is correct, that the large volume of production will be post-2030 when renewable electricity will be fed into the system. Just let me ask you about the legislative framework, whether it be provision for hydrogen production as well as for the hydrogen injection rate into the network. for the operator. I know there is a European directive. Yes, there is a European directive that needs to be transposed into national law until 2026. We still have some time. It's not among our priorities. As said, priority is to produce hydrogen in places where alternative fuels are being produced. And if you'd like me to share my personal opinion, I think that it is not economically plausible to inject hydrogen into natural gas networks, considering that the use of the natural gas usage, if we'd like to decarbonize it, we can do that using cheaper, using electricity. Thank you.
Mr. Davos, let me come to you. Can you please tell us what hydrogen means for Western Macedonia, and mentioning what are the steps taken as regards the hydrogen market? Realizing, of course, that we're talking about a new market, therefore the steps might not be very big compared to other markets, but they are significant given the timing. Yes, we agree, Mr. Mastorakis. The steps taken are important, not big, but they are solid, they are stable, and maturing of important projects in Western Macedonia has already started, but also smaller ones and pilot ones. We started gradually in 2016 and more actively in 2019. We started planning, designing, and implementing small pilot hydrogen projects. I refer to the Hellenic Hydrogen project, which is a big project on a European scale. We have also the motor oil projects in the refinery, which are already 50 to 60 megawatts, also very big projects. We have the green hydrogen for transportation by DEPA, with the first hydrogen plant in the area, but other ones will be installed all over the country. So the projects that will create the first units are underway in order to have a hydrogen market. We have a different approach than Mr. Kardomateas. We don't believe that hydrogen will be in sustainable aviation fuels. It will be destined to other actions to decarbonize the refineries, to co-generate electricity together with Hellenic Hydrogen, and important projects in the technological. We have the new project in Innovation Fund for the technologies of cell units, with funding from the Innovation Fund, subsidies from Innovation Fund, and there will be projects that will lead us to an integrated hydrogen market, and clearly the market will determine what will be the direction to be taken by hydrogen. Green hydrogen will come to the market because the electricity we have is considerable, especially in Western Macedonia. We will have important investments, even bigger ones, for green electricity. That will lead to an increase of the demand for the electrolyzer units, and this will have a sort of domino effect, even for storage of electricity that is not examined by the ministry. So by 2030, the market will be created, the market for hydrogen technologies on a local level, and with our efforts in Western Macedonia. And of course, steps have to be taken towards directions. We see that Europe is moving fast for the technologies and for the infrastructures. For instance, the grids that DESFA is examining and studying. And I believe that in the coming time, we will move even faster towards this direction, that is, to utilize green energy for hydrogen technologies. And we should not stop only at green hydrogen. Scholars have shown that this is a transitional stage. Some of this hydrogen will be certified as green. Unfortunately, there is no audio. The audio has been interrupted. Unfortunately, there is no audio from the speaker. We will go on and possibly we will come back to the speaker. Okay, Nikos, can you hear me? No. Ms. Bayrami, let me come to you and we will come back to Mr. Davos. One of the main issues in the development of biogas projects is the ensuring of raw material. Given the enlargement in the energy mix, how can we achieve that? We had this discussion in last year's forum. CAPE has made excellent studies regarding the availability. We're talking about oil mills, industrial waste from cattle raising units. The raw material exists. The issue is the siting. It always dependent on the grid and how close it is to the raw material. But these were the teething problems. Now that we have the possibility of biomethane, and where units can be sited next to networks, maybe it's important to say that in order to ensure the raw material, it is important to have a cooperation between the biomethane biogas units with the producers of the raw material. There must be a collaboration. That is clear that the biogas unit needs the raw material at regular intervals, that is to have feeding, biochemistry, in order to have a 24-hour production. And on the biogas unit, the unit has to receive this waste from the producers. The collection is important. Yes, the collection is important because most units are small. For instance, cattle raising units. We're talking about 250 cows. So the feedstock is gotten is small. Should there be incentives in order to promote better terms for the collection of the waste, the raw material? This is a question the logistics of the biogas. We have to see what are the new limits for biomethane, and depending on the aids that exist, we will be able to respond to this, considering the collection. How feasible is it to implement this investment and to have a minimum limit so that this can be implemented really? Well, as Mr. Kartomatea said, there are existing biogas units that would like to, and the NECP gives them the priority, the new law, and they have to see the various variables and whether the proximity to the network allows them to fulfill their business plan. This is a challenge. Then we have the scaling. The existing biogas units that would like to grow their production, they have to see whether this is feasible with the existing sizing. There are some things that one should take into account regarding the conversion to biomethane, or when we are starting a new biomethane unit from scratch, to see the OPEX, the construction costs, and the investors have to see what is the size. The size that is viable is approximately 1.5 megawatts. Are there any indicative areas in the country that could be put forward for the production of biomethane? Well, first of all, we have to see where the grids are, the DESFA grids are, and of course, the production of raw material that we have there, the feedstock. That's my view, and I think it is confirmed by the units in Europe. The most important thing is not to depend on one producer, because, for instance, if a cattle unit is closed down, then the biogas plant has a problem. We must have an alternative. Finally, the NECP states that from the existing biogas stations, 38 are close to natural gas grids, and they can become biomethane units with 9.9 megawatt hours, with 1.9 megawatt hours per year. Now, let's come back to Mr. Davos to have him complete his presentation. And can you please tell us how hydrogen is linked to innovation? Well, apologies for before. I don't know where you lost me, but at some point the connection was interrupted. So let me answer on the innovation. Hydrogen is directly connected to innovation. Although the hydrogen technologies are mature, they have a margin for innovation and reducing of operational and operational costs. So research, innovation, development, there is an important part there, and there are funds given from Europe, and we participate as Klube. There are important calls for clean technologies, clean hydrogen technologies, and I think that there are also important projects at the level of the country. There are research institutions and universities that participate. So know-how exists in the area. It is growing, and I believe that in Southern Eastern Europe, we are among the pioneers as regards hydrogen technologies. And as long as the market is being created and the units are set up, we have to pursue programs for training, retraining, skilling, upskilling, and for the technological aspects of the hydrogen technologies. So throughout this time, we have to work along this direction as well. We have established a summer school for hydrogen. We always do it at the beginning of July, with important bodies participating on a national and European scale for skilling and reskilling. So we will have gradually the units in the coming years. So all bodies need to work along this direction so as not to have any gaps in the market, any lacks in the market for as regards research and as regards the manpower to be needed by these units. Thank you very much. We have to conclude. I don't know if anyone would like to make a final comment on this discussion. Yes, please. Just let me tell you a few things about biomethane. These are things that we have thought about. The biogas stations right now have a different contract with APEP. And they are paid, the RES operator, and they are paid for the energy the power they produce, much higher than PV and land wind parks. It is around 50 euros per megawatt hour. The price for biogas is more than 200 euros per megawatt hour. Huge difference. But these prices could be justified during the times that PV and wind farms do not work. This is why biomethane why does it need to go on and towards, first of all, to do away with this redundant power that we pay dearly for. The difference of cost during the 8 to 10 hours is rolled down to the consumers through ETMEAR, through the special duty for reduction of gas emissions. Another possibility for these units is flexible power generation, and that is during the hours that PV parks work, biomethane is produced. And when the system requires electricity and when the prices are correct, we can go back to power generation. This is a system that we have provided for, and we believe that this is the normal course. What is the objective? And this is the objective of the NECP, affordable green energy, clean energy. So, power generation from units that are clean, but they are very, very expensive. When we have alternatives, it is good to avoid them or to transpose them in time so as to cover hours during which we do not have cheap electricity generated by PV and wind farms. So we can transform a biogas unit to flexible power generation, and this will be beneficial for the producer and for the consumer. And at the same time, we will produce biomethane, which has a higher degree of energy efficiency, the use of biomethane, than the conversion to electricity and then use of electricity. All this has been taken on board in the Bill of Law. I believe we are going towards the right direction, and I believe that at the end of the day, biomethane and hydrogen will be developed, but it is necessary to avoid the mistakes of the past, not to have expensive development very early on that will cost a lot of money. Right now, the prices for PV parks at the beginning when it started, more than 500 euros per megawatt hour, these are still a problem today. The ETMEAR would be, the special account would be much less if we did not have this, the RES special account. Greece does not have the luxury to experiment. We have clean technologies in the RES. We have very, very cheap generation by the RES, cheaper than fossil fuel, and hydrogen will follow. Biomethane, as I said, is mature to be included immediately, and it will serve several purposes. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we can conclude this session by saying that there is a roadmap for biomethane and hydrogen, which is recorded in the NECP. What is for sure is that despite the fact that these technologies are a bit early, premature regarding the cost, the issue is raised that they have to mature regulatory-wise. The procedures have to go on, even though they cannot be implemented right now in their totality. And at the same time, there is an overall discussion taking place as regards the use of hydrogen and the use of biomethane, taking into account the points raised by Mr. Kardomateas as regards the economic use of biomethane and hydrogen. This debate is not restricted to Greece. It is an overall debate because the shares of these clean gases, and if we take the other colors of hydrogen into account, they will increase their share in the coming years, not just in Greece, but in Europe as a whole. Thank you very much. Thank you for attending, and we go on to the next panel.
Η ενέργεια που αξίζει και μας πηγαίνει όλους μπροστά. Η ενέργεια του μέλλοντος είναι εκείνη που παράγουμε, παρέχουμε, αξιοποιούμε, καθαρά και έξυπνα. Για εμάς τη Volton, Καθαρά σημαίνει ηλεκτρική ενέργεια και φυσικό αέριο με σεβασμό στο περιβάλλον και την αειφορία. Και έξυπνα σημαίνει έξυπνα συνδυαστικά προγράμματα που απαντούν σε κάθε σύγχρονη ανάγκη νοικοκυριών, επαγγελματιών και επιχειρήσεων. Καθαρά και έξυπνα σημαίνει πιο καθαρό περιβάλλον μέσα από την έξυπνη αξιοποίηση των ανανεώσιμων πηγών ενέργειας, καλύπτοντας τη συνεχώς αυξανόμενη ζήτηση για πράσινη ενέργεια. Καθαρά και έξυπνα σημαίνει να ανοίγουμε διαρκώς τους ορίζοντές μας σε νέους τομείς, νέες ιδέες, νέες δραστηριότητες, υλοποιώντας το πλάνο μας για την είσοδο στις τηλεπικοινωνίες με στόχο να προσφέρουμε σύγχρονες καινοτόμες υπηρεσίες στους πελάτες μας.
Με το βίντεο της Volton.
After this video from Volton, we come back to the electricity debate. We talked long about natural gas, and very important issues were raised, also concerning clean energies. We come back to electricity, a presentation by Miltos Hasanoglu, that is the General Manager of the Hellenic Association of Energy Suppliers, is going to take place on the issue of the new complex role of suppliers, smart grids, smart meters, smart homes. Our intention was, following Mr. Aslanoglu's presentation, to follow up with a panel. We weren't able to find the staff and the expertise that could join Mr. Aslanoglu for this panel. I guess it is an area that is of paramount importance. I guess Mr. Aslanoglu will also address that. What we see in Europe suppliers do is something broader than selling electricity or natural gas. Mr. Miltos Aslanoglu will take the floor now, and an equally interesting presentation by Evangelos Gazis, that is the head of Southern Eastern Europe of Aurora Energy Research in Greece, as to how prices in the Greek electricity market are shaped, long-term predictions, forecasts on levels, volatility and subjective factors will follow. Mr. Aslanoglu, you have the floor. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. This topic is a topic of technology. The largest players in technology, Siemens, Google, etc., have already developed platforms to manage future networks and the way we are going to be supplied with energy and consume energy. Most of those platforms are de facto running right now, and they are being tested because not that many places around the globe have such platforms being implemented. Today I would like to raise the issues and how these complexities come together in a setting that is already there, and how this can affect the legislative framework and the business cases that need to be set up. It does not only affect those business places, but we need also to rethink the legislative framework based on which the new business plans will be developed. The electricity, decentralized energy sources and technology of the future will be electricity. 90-95%, even 100% of electricity will be generated through renewables. This is also associated with electrification, that is, dependence of the economic and social life from renewables will be even larger. Therefore, managing this whole system becomes even more significant. Renewable energy sources have a characteristic that differentiates them from other energy carriers. They are capex intensive investments. Improving a system, a capex based system, can happen in two ways. One of them is the cost of money, financing, and the other way is use infrastructure and increase the capacity factor when using infrastructure. In terms of financing, it goes without saying that it is depending on the global economy, but to the extent and in the issue we're discussing, it has to do with the de-risking, and the legislative framework needs to take out all risks from the process in order for investments to bear fruit. In terms of the best use of infrastructure, I do not mean operate them in the best possible way. I mean that the distribution network of a country, say Greece, is used up to 52%. This is the capacity factor for investments to be done and have a return on investment in a logical and rational way for the consumers. 52 has to rise to 85 or 90%. This requires, obviously, new investments in hardware, cabling, and all that accessories in the technological world. We also need automation. Only if such use is automated, it can be used in the best possible way and at the best and its best capacity. These two aspects are key in order to give you a brief idea about how systems will work going forward. Yet another aspect that is important, and the previous panel, Mr. Kardomateas, talking about hydrogen, touched upon, is the estimate about the evolvement of the market, the progression of the market, not the figures per se. Indeed, at the electricity market level, most of the retail consumption, household consumption, will be serviced through plants that will be on site. Self-production and self-consumption, that is. To the most part, or using self-consumption and self-production, on-site plants or similar plants, whereas in the industry, transport will be electrified and hydrogen production will be serviced. That will be also a large part of the electricity produced in the future. The part of retail consumption, household consumption, will be characterized to a great extent by self-consumption and self-production, because this will, at the end of the day, be the most economical one. In any case, for its cost effectiveness to be maximized, we're not talking about working off-site. I mean, interrupt dependency to the system. This might sound attractive, claiming that you are not reliant on anyone, but this makes no sense, because infrastructure should be used, should be shared, should be shareable through a system of interaction and interface based on economic terms. This is the easy part. Talking about flexibility and this whole system that needs to be in place in order to integrate larger renewable capacities to the system, when we need this flexibility, because the renewable production profile does not match the consumption profile, as we have been seeing that so far. This might change, of course, but for such a matching to be successful, we need to increase the flexibility capabilities using technologies such as batteries and other similar systems, and by optimization, deploying all available technical resources and systems. In terms of the flexibility discussion, there is sometimes mixed. There's not a clear idea of what flexibility means. Flexibility means adjusting my consumption to the availability of energy. This can be achieved by changing my behavior, my consumption behavior through demand response, or by deploying storage capacities, storage capabilities, storage that I own in order to adapt myself to the production. Decentralized energy resources in this context entails and encompasses all those approaches and ways that are intertwined in a way that enables us to maximize the benefit of infrastructure, thus maximizing flexibility. For example, PVs, rooftop PVs, not all houses have available space on the rooftop to install PTs, but also behind the meter batteries can be installed. These are smaller in size, they can fit in every house. And the shift in terms of electrification entails heat pumps, large part of heating in Greece as well. All that might come from heat pumps, EVs, electric vehicles, and charging stations. At EU level, we're already talking about bidirectional system. There are consumers and producers, and networks using the available schemes, energy communities, etc. In terms of the benefits, most part of the energy is generated and stored at its point of production or consumption. Thereby, the distribution system can be deployed in the most cost-effective way. For all these pieces to come together, since these are appliances, these are appliances or equipment installed in houses. We don't have sufficient staff to have an oversight of all those systems, and therefore we use technologies, AI, blockchain, and platforms, which to the most part are already available and de facto operational. In this sense, and looking at the current status of the system, a unidirectional system at the high voltage transmission level, and you have a flow to distribution. Electricity flew then to the consumers, off-takers. So energy was a singular carrier, singular commodity, based on accurate energy metering. Energy's elasticity was nearly zero. Industry would use what it had to use and consume, and then pay 2 months later based on the balance. This possibility to have power participating dynamically in the market is relatively new. Industry stepped into that because it was very important to do so. Nevertheless, this was a single way. This was a single directional. Of course, there was information flowing from consumption to generation and backwards, but with a time lag in terms of the information between production that was obviously measured using SCADA up to energy consumption. You have a time lag of 1 month. Nowadays, this sounds perhaps unrealistic. And now you have a very different way of doing things. You have many directions, multi-directional flow of energy. The green arrows, I mean the arrows are in both directional now. Information flows in all directions and happens in real time, theoretically. The smart meters, this is very important to be able to transmit information real time, because information is not crucial to billing, but also to the entire use and operation of the system, the exchange of goods and services among all players involved. A considerable aspect that will change going forward is balancing, as we know it. What balancing means? It means that dispatchers at Agios Stefanos have to take initiatives to balance demand to supply. Once conventional plants were in place that could raise or lower the supply, you could regulate it supply-wise based on demand. Now this changes, you have the opposite. Renewables produce, you can increase and decrease that if they are fitted with equipment. Half of the megawatt installed in Greece do not have the equipment in place to do that, but this is something we can resolve. And regulation is done on the demand side in order to strike this balance, and this balance is crucial because otherwise we have no power. This shift, this pivot in the balancing of the market and of the system is the aspect that creates the opportunities in the system. Who takes the risk for the balancing? Who takes the risk of more or less production? This is perhaps a point where the current legislative framework is not sufficient in terms of improving it. We need to rethink of that. Very briefly, I'm outlining here the development of the system. And we have the first segment, the consumption segment, and as I said, retail will be self-serviced with the rooftop PV and electrical appliances that communicate with each other in terms of consumption, how many times you have used the laundry machine, and heat pumps, the charger for the EV, or the behind-the-meter battery, a bi-directional system. And I'm noticing this because we have the wrong idea. You have this misconception that I'm going home to charge it. What are you going to use to charge it? Natural gas. You have to charge your car at midday and you can use the energy, the charged car, to power your house at night. You can think of that like that. All this process is part of managing your pocket. You can do that by yourself. You don't have to be extremely well organized. Platforms are already there and solutions are already available. And furthermore, a significant difference here is that by doing that, by self-consuming, using a battery behind the meter and organizing consumption, you can also buy what you need in terms of energy purchase. You won't be paying balancing costs, for example. Balancing cost is 40 euros right now. 40 euros right now. In Greece, here in this case, the consumer will pay as they use, and they won't be charged with higher balancing costs. Certainly, the conditions are very different as to how costs are estimated and distributed.
Especially at the level of distribution, a lot of issues are raised because we have to think if at the level of the distribution we need to organize local dispatching centers for all this infrastructure that is connected to the grid, or whether this should be done by IPTO. Depending on the network, it is not clear who should do each part. The work has to be done. We don't know who will do it, but the directive reads that all these distributed energy resources have the right to participate fully in all markets. It means that someone should channel their energy, even small one, the power that is. So maybe we should establish a similar system in the grid. And the most important thing, because the grid is the most difficult part to be optimized as regards its use, the necessary signal should be sent for the use of available resources that produce or consume energy and the available resources for transmission. So when we say dynamic tariffs, this does not have to do only with power. It has to do with the grid as well. And I would say that the greatest problem is the grid, because this is what is being used. This, of course, means when it is connected, you have a much better picture as regards the investments to be done at the level of the grid. Off the microphone, the speaker is distancing from the mic. At the level of the grid, the transmission grid, things are slightly better. We are not very far away from where we should be. Of course, reinforcements are needed, digitization is needed, but we are where we have to be. And let me conclude with application issues. A very crucial thing is that all this must be, we need to have the proper platforms to have all these changes and all these technologies. Here the question is algorithms. In trading, everyone speaks about them, but we will not remain at trading. They will go to retail, everywhere. AI, blockchain, I'm not even sure whether I know what all this means, but what is for sure is that they pertain to many different things. They pertain to mobility, electrification will be a major issue in the power consumption. Asset registry, when we say asset, we mean every battery, every car, every meter, every charger, Everything will be in this asset registry because we need to have an identity when you have a transaction, and this identity has to be clear. Trading algorithms, peer-to-peer, exchange between the energy community, microgrids that might be developed, energy labeling and certificates that are related to the fact that energy can have identities. And all this, of course, in the context of the platform of exchange of information and, of course, data exchange, that is, and security, because if all this is violated, chaos will ensue. So we see in front of us in 15, 20 years, I don't know, I cannot know, we see a situation that will be adopted by all, as we adopted mobile phones, as we adopted all the technologies. But it is absolutely certain that already today we need to start getting organized in order to be able to use all these things. And the questions raised here are the following. How should we start so that any investments, programs, projects, policies implemented are not contradictory to the resolution and should not raise problems for the distant objective? That's all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Just as we already mentioned, the final presentation for this morning session is by Mr. Evangelos Chazis, the head of Southeastern Europe, Aurora Energy Research, who has the floor now. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'd like to thank Mr. Panagoulis and Energypress for this excellent organization. My name is Evangelos Chazis, and I'm the head of the team, the research team of Aurora Energy Research for Southeastern Europe. I'm going to be brief. I understand that I'm the one who's between you and your lunch at the moment, so I'm going to try and be as interesting as possible. Just a very short introduction about Aurora, for those who don't know us. For 11 years as one of the top suppliers, one of the top providers of consultation and research services on a global level. We cover most countries in the world and most global energy markets, from 15 offices and more than 900 employees globally. In Greece, we've been since 2021. We now have 50 people in our office in Greece, and we cover countries all the way up to Hungary in the north. Just a few things that I'd like to talk about today, which is what it is that determines the prices in the Greek electricity market. What is the variability of the prices during the day. I always like starting by just looking at what's been happening in the past 3 years in Greece and in the energy markets. In the past 3 years, we've seen, for example, in 2022, a year of very high prices, where we had on average around 221 euros per megawatt hour, 281, but we've also seen a variability in demand, and we've seen a de-escalation of the prices during the year in 2024, but again always over 100 euros per megawatt hour, which is historically much higher than what we've seen. Also, we've seen a slightly lower seasonal variability between the winter and the summer, and a kind of balancing out of this mean price over the year. What are the underlying factors? The way the energy market is designed is that it's the marginal unit of the system is what determines the price. So the fact that this is dependent on the cost of natural gas and the cost of CO2 emissions is what actually determines this price for most of the time. This, of course, is going to change in the future with the various changes that are going to be introduced in the energy mix. However, what's important here is how the historic variability of CO2 and gas. In 2022, for both, we saw the historically highest prices, but in the short term, in the future, we're expecting a de-escalation of the prices for natural gas, because there's going to be more infrastructures and of gasification, and there's going to be more LNG available in Europe, and we expect to see that continuing until the end of the decade. At the same time, when it comes to CO2 emissions, we see that prices are going to be increased significantly. This is going to be driven by a continuous increasing demand, given that there's a strict decarbonization policy that is being pushed forward. So why this is happening? On one hand, we have a decreasing production of natural gas in Europe, so therefore there's going to be a higher dependence on LNG for the European mix, which means that there's going to be a higher dependence on a more globalized market, and also the demand in Asia and China and Japan that's going to affect the European markets, but at the same time there are going to be some changes in the energy mix, and the industry is going to be moving away from natural gas, so therefore we see a higher increase in natural gas. This, of course, is going to have an impact on prices. Let's see how that translates. First of all, we see we see the base load, and with blue and green we just see the special prices for wind and PV systems in Greece. So therefore we see that over the first few years the prices follow the prices of natural gas, but then we just see that the wholesale market is being kind of, we're seeing a decrease, and this is due to the changes in the energy mix and the less significant role played by natural gas, and the much high dependence on renewables, which also determine the prices. That for wind farms means that there's a kind of close follow-up of the trends based on the base load trend, but at the same time the green line, which is the line for the PV, we can just see some deviation. Therefore we see some decrease, but a much higher pace, and that's, of course, it's the increased cannibalization, the fact that during the time of production we have lower prices, and that is increased as a trend in the future, and it goes well beyond the 50%. While this seems to be very important, what's important to highlight here is that even given those low prices in PVs, those prices are still higher than the balanced cost of production and installation of such systems. And that means that this price is still going to be attractive for many years to come. I'd like to highlight two things, as I said. One of them is the variability during the day, but also the curtailments. As for their variability, what we want to show here is how prices change over the course of the day. We see the difference between the highest and the lowest price every day and every year. First of all, we see a very important de-escalation, which is related very much to the decrease in the prices of natural gas that's going to translate into the cost of energy during the times that require a high production using natural gas. But beyond 2030, we see a significant increase, which is due to the fact that there will be more primarily PV in the system, which means that we have lower prices during the day, and then later in the afternoon and the evening, the more flexible units, the batteries, are going to have a much higher price. So therefore there's going to be a much bigger gap. Then that stops after a certain point, and we see the prices, the difference in prices, the spread, the daily spread, remains more constant. That means there are more flexible units in the system. That can be the batteries, but also other flexibility systems that relate to consumption. More smart chargers, electromobility, but also the production of hydrogen and other industrial applications. As far as the curtailments are concerned, we've given a lot of emphasis already on. We'd just like to categorize those cases of curtailments and what these means for renewables. We have three categories. One of them is the economic curtailments, which happen when prices are very low, and prices can go well below the cost of production, and therefore there's no point in producing, and you close down your plant. Then we have the sort of static curtailments that are enforced by the system operator, where they just use specific quantities for decongesting the grid. And the third one, which is more complex and more interesting, is the dynamic curtailments. Again, it has to do with the congestion of the grids, but it relates more to the congestion of the local grids, the congestion of the grids on a local level. I'd just like to give more emphasis on the first and the third category without taking too much of your time. The economic curtailment is something that just we've seen a lot of in the past few years. Last year we just saw that it was 10 times higher, both in terms of the very positive and the very negative prices, and that relates to the way the energy is being traded by the aggregators. This is clearly related very much to the penetration of renewables in the system, and the higher the penetration, we're going to see more zero and negative prices. But what's even more interesting, and it's more complex, is other curtailments pertaining to the dynamic management of the system, and this relates to how renewables are related both spatially and temporally with consumption. So that we have slightly different underlying drivers here. When we're talking about the temporal relation, then we have, for example, the PVs are producing more during the day, and where we might have a lower consumption, which overall can create a surplus of energy and then create a certain degree of congestion of the network. But what's even more important is the spatial congestion, and this is what we're trying to show in this map, the distribution of those units. Often what we see in certain areas, we can see a surplus of production during times where the consumption might not be high enough. What's important there is to have a certain way of incentivizing the consumption in certain areas, and at the same time incentivizing the installation of renewables in areas where there's a higher demand. This relates to the level of investment that we see in the grid, but also the spatial arrangement of the consumption. And what's going to play a huge role in this is storage. In other words, smart batteries that will be able to store the energy during the production of that surplus energy. There's a lot of talk, both from the political leadership. We've seen the first tenders. The first tender procedures starting last year. That's going to bring about 1 gigawatt of batteries, but also the announcement of the prioritization of connection terms for projects that are over 4.7 gigawatts. That, together with the other initiatives, is aiming to bring around 7 gigawatts of storage through batteries. The main question here is how we going to have this and have it funded in the market. Mainly the 4.7 that is not going to have any additional support is going to depend. They're going to be merchant products. In Aurora, this is something that we've been looking at very systematically. We're going to see what the finances are of these systems, what are the prices that they can reach, and we've reached certain conclusions as to what is the internal rate of return of the various systems. There are some obvious findings. One of them is that the earlier that someone enters the market, the higher their return on investment, and others relate to the architecture of the systems. What's important, though, is that all these systems that are going to have this role in going to play this role in the market, they're going to have some kind of funding, and that funding is very much linked to the way these projects can have a contract, can have their revenue included in their contracts. And this, of course, is all these storage systems are also going to depend on the availability of tolling agreements and PPAs. I think this is the most important, and with this I'd like to conclude. It's one of the most important things that we've been monitoring through Aurora. Thank you. As we said, we're just going to break now for lunch, but in half an hour exactly, we're resuming, because we only have the room up to a certain time, so let's be back in half an hour.
Ένα μέλλον χτισμένο με καθαρή, βιώσιμη και πράσινη ενέργεια. Ενέργεια αόρατη, αέρια και ανανεώσιμη, που θα ταξιδεύει πιο μακριά, αξιόπιστα και αποτελεσματικά. Αυτό το μέλλον οραματιζόμαστε στο ΔΕΣΦΑ και φροντίζουμε από σήμερα να δημιουργούμε τις συνθήκες που θα το κάνουν πραγματικό. Με την τεχνογνωσία των 600 και πλέον εργαζομένων μας και τη δυναμική 1.466 χιλιόμετρων αγωγών υψηλής πίεσης, 55 μετρητικών και ρυθμιστικών σταθμών, 6 κέντρων λειτουργίας και συντήρησης και ενός τερματικού σταθμού υγροποιημένου φυσικού αερίου. Μέσα από κομβικά έργα ενεργειακών υποδομών, εξασφαλίζουμε εναλλακτικές πηγές προμήθειας και ανοίγουμε νέους ενεργειακούς δρόμους. Διαμορφώνουμε στρατηγικές συνεργασίες που αναπτύσσουν την αλυσίδα αξίας του υδρογόνου, ενισχύουν την ασφάλεια εφοδιασμού της χώρας και της ευρύτερης περιοχής και αναδεικνύουν την Ελλάδα σε διεθνή ενεργειακό κόμβο, ενώ διευρύνουμε παράλληλα την τεχνογνωσία μας, παρέχοντας υπηρεσίες σε έναν από τους μεγαλύτερους τερματικούς σταθμούς υγροποιημένου φυσικού αερίου παγκοσμίως. Ταυτόχρονα, αναπτύσσουμε την ελληνική αγορά φυσικού αερίου μέσα από τη συμμετοχή και τη συνεργασία μας με το Ελληνικό Χρηματιστήριο Ενέργειας. Στον ΔΕΣΦΑ διαμορφώνουμε το αύριο της ενέργειας. Για σταθερότητα, ανάπτυξη και μια καλύτερη ποιότητα ζωής για όλους. Γιατί στην ενέργεια, όπως και στη ζωή, το μέλλον ξεκινάει τώρα.
DESFA, enabler of a sustainable energy future.
The world is evolving. The world is changing with energy from nature, and the need for a cleaner environment is changing rapidly and urgently. Imagine an economy, a society where organic waste from agricultural, livestock, and industrial activities is converted into clean energy, helping to reduce waste and strengthening the country's circular economy. At the same time, through the use of photovoltaic systems and energy storage units, Greece is reducing its dependence on fossil fuel and achieving energy independence. EcoElas contributes to building a better and cleaner future by applying technologies that benefit the economy and future generations. With innovative solutions, it not only protects the environment, but helps Greece lead the way in green growth and economic prosperity, making it one of the greenest regions in Europe. EcoElas, green present, clean future.
Ο ΔΔΕ εξυγχρονίζεται με έξυπνα δίκτυα, με αυτοματοποιημένα συστήματα, με αναβαθμισμένη εξυπηρέτηση, με σύγχρονες λειτουργίες, με ψηφιοποιημένες εργασίες, με σεβασμό για το περιβάλλον. Για να έχετε καλύτερη τηλεφωνική εξυπηρέτηση. Για να μπορείτε να δηλώνετε τη βλάβη σας online ή μέσω του κινητού σας. Για να εξυπηρετήσετε άμεσα και online για τα περισσότερα από τα αιτήματά σας. Για να κάνετε online αίτηση για τη σύνδεση της υποδομής φόρτισης του ηλεκτρικού οχήματός σας στο δίκτυο. Για να παίρνετε άμεσες και γρήγορες απαντήσεις μέσω ψηφιακού βοηθού. Ένα δίκτυο καινοτομίας. Ένα δίκτυο καλύτερης εξυπηρέτησης. Ένα δίκτυο ενέργειας για όλους. ΔΔΕ.
We're part of a world on the move. During a moment in time, unlike any other. At PwC, we're embracing new ways of thinking, to see things from new angles, and we're bringing purpose to all we do, working each day to build trust and solve important problems. But we can't look forward without seeing where we've come. We have a story to tell. It's the story of our year. At PwC, we're drawing from the wide range of capabilities our people bring from 149 countries. Our focus on business model reinvention helps companies navigate global shifts and reimagine how they're creating value. We're not afraid to try new things. At PwC, we've seen the power of AI and how it's transforming the way we live and work, opening doors we may not have known were there. We've built award-winning tech alliances with some of the world's biggest innovative companies and continue to expand our own reach, investing nearly $1.5 billion to grow and scale our AI capabilities across our global network. At PwC, we understand the urgent need to take climate action. It's not just about checking a box. There are plenty of opportunities when a business puts sustainability at the top of the agenda. This year, we're proud to be recognized as a global leader in ESG and sustainability. And At the foundation of all business continues to be trust. It's the rock on which a strong business is built. At PwC, we're helping our clients build trust in what matters to their business. From cloud security to sustainability performance, trust remains a key component to strong markets. There have been challenges, but there have also been strides forward in the story of our year. We're excited and optimistic about the future as we write our next chapter.
Ήλιος κι άνεμος, η δύναμη της φύσης, το μέλλον της ενέργειας, η ενεργειακή αυτονομία της Ευρώπης. Η πολιτεία καθοδηγεί την ανάπτυξη και την αειφόρο καινοτομία με επενδύσεις που εξασφαλίζουν την εθνική πορεία για το αύριο. Κεφαλαιοποιούμε τη δύναμη της φύσης σε όλες τις μορφές της για να κινηθούμε προς το μέλλον με σεβασμό στο περιβάλλον και την κοινωνία. Εξασφαλίζουμε τις επενδύσεις στις ανανεώσιμες πηγές ενέργειας, την προστασία του περιβάλλοντος και τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη με πράσινη, φθηνή και καθαρή ενέργεια για όλους. Υποστηρίζουμε την επέκταση των ανανεώσιμων πηγών ενέργειας, παρέχοντας τα αναγκαία κεφάλαια για να κάνουμε το επόμενο βήμα. Εργαζόμαστε με υπευθυνότητα και αφοσίωση και συνεργαζόμαστε στενά με τους εταίρους μας σε ευρωπαϊκό και εθνικό επίπεδο. Υλοποιούμε τις δεσμεύσεις της πολιτείας για να οδηγήσουμε την πράσινη μετάβαση και την ενεργειακή αυτονομία. Με γνώμονα την αειφορία και το σεβασμό προς το περιβάλλον, συμβάλλουμε στην εθνική προσπάθεια να εξασφαλιστούν οι ενεργειακές ανάγκες των επόμενων γενεών, οδηγώντας τη χώρα σε έναν κόσμο πιο πράσινο, καθαρό και βιώσιμο. Είμαστε ο αρρωγός της πολιτείας, στηρίζοντας την ενέργεια του αύριο για μια ισχυρή και βιώσιμη Ελλάδα σήμερα. ΔΑΠΕΕΒ, διαχειριστής ανανεώσιμων πηγών ενέργειας και εγγυήσεων προέλευσης. Επενδύουμε σε ένα καθαρό και βιώσιμο μέλλον. Η ενέργεια εξελίσσεται. Το ίδιο και εμείς. Δεν ακολουθούμε απλά τις εξελίξεις. Δημιουργούμε τις εξελίξεις. Με σημαντική παρουσία στην ενεργειακή αλυσίδα της Νοτιοανατολικής Ευρώπης και συνεχή επέκταση διεθνώς, δημιουργούμε ένα διευρυμένο χαρτοφυλάκιο με ισορροπία ανάμεσα στις βασικές μας δραστηριότητες και τη νέα ενέργεια. Επενδύουμε δυναμικά στις ανανεώσιμες πηγές ενέργειας στην Ελλάδα και το εξωτερικό. Εξυπηρετούμε όλο και μεγαλύτερο κοινό. Πραγματοποιούμε μεγάλες συνεργασίες και επενδύουμε στην αναβάθμιση της εμπειρίας των πελατών μας. Προωθούμε την αλλαγή, προστατεύουμε το περιβάλλον για ένα μέλλον με μηδενικό αποτύπωμα. Συνεισφέρουμε στην οικονομία. υποστηρίζουμε έμπρακτα την κοινωνία. Την υγεία, τη νέα γενιά. Τον πολιτισμό, τον αθλητισμό. Αλλάζουμε την ενέργεια για ένα καλύτερο αύριο για όλους.
Se llevó a cabo el fotovoltaicos Mitilineos en Chile.
Mitilineos is expanding its presence in the UK.
Projet d'une capacité totale de 1,4 gigawatts.
Κάτι μεγάλο μπορεί να ξεκινήσει από κάτι ταπεινό. Στις αρχές του περασμένου αιώνα, η Μυτιληναίος ήταν μια μικρή οικογενειακή επιχείρηση με τις δικές της αξίες. Τόλμη, διορατικότητα και εξωστρέφεια. Με τις ίδιες αξίες, η τρίτη γενιά της οικογένειας δημιούργησε έναν διεθνή κολοσσό. 5 χρόνια μετά, με εξαγορές και συγχωνεύσεις, απλοποιήσαμε τις διαδικασίες. Στο αλουμίνιο είδαμε έναν σύμμαχο που μας βοήθησε να μπούμε στον κόσμο της ενέργειας. Ανοίξαμε νέους δρόμους για χιλιάδες σπίτια και επιχειρήσεις. Και αν το αλουμίνιο είναι το διαμάντι του στέμματος, στις φλέβες μας τρέχει το φυσικό αέριο. Είμαστε leaders στην πράσινη βιομηχανική παραγωγή. Έχουμε τη δύναμη να δημιουργούμε βιώσιμες πόλεις και έξυπνα σπίτια. Σε έναν κόσμο που αλλάζει, η αλλαγή είναι η μοναδική μας σταθερά. Και σήμερα η Μυτιληναίος αλλάζει όνομα και γίνεται Μέτλεν. Και με ακόμη περισσότερη δύναμη παραμένει στην πρώτη γραμμή της ενεργειακής μετάβασης και οραματίζεται σταθερά τα επόμενα χρόνια. Μέτλεν, φτιαγμένη από μέταλλο, γεμάτη από ενέργεια.
Λοιπόν, παρακαλώ να μπουν μέσα και οι υπόλοιποι σύνεδροι.
So we are resuming for this afternoon part, the second part of the second day of our forum, starting with a very interesting topic that is coupled to a technology where the energy community is investing in, that is the carbon capture and storage technology. Mr. Kostas Deligiannis, my colleague, will be joined by esteemed speakers, and I pass the floor to Kostas Deligiannis. Hello. Welcome after the lunch break. We're going to talk about the CCS technologies and the possibilities to decarbonize the Greek industry. A characteristic in this segment is that considerable initiatives have been put in place and considerable financing has been secured to implement these technologies. We will try to identify how far or how close we are to generating a value chain and what the benefits of that would be. Michalis Thomadakis, Senior Executive Director of Strategy and Development at DESFA, is joining us, as well as Efthimios Tartaras, who is Head of Geosciences and Management Consultant of Herema, and Katerina Sardis, Managing Director and Country Manager of Energean in Greece. Welcome to this panel, and I'd like to thank you for participating in the forum. Let me start with Mr. Thomadakis, and let's talk about the Apollo CO2 project that is in the DESFA's pipeline on the capturing and transmitting emissions from industries. At what stage are we now, and what is the level of maturity? Hello. I would like to thank you for the invitation. It is a pleasure to participate in this forum. We're not talking about another gas and not natural gas. CO2 capturing and permanent storage. We're very delighted to acknowledge that in today's forum is an indispensable part of the decarbonization of the energy industry in every country. It becomes even more significant at international level if you consider that you cannot achieve net zero without it. Energean is a pioneer and Ms. Sardis' team are pioneer in this sector, and we'd like to give kudos also to the emitters in Greece who acknowledged how important this is for the viability of their sector. Altogether, these emitters have accumulated around 1 billion in subsidies from the European Union. We, on our part, are looking into how we can build on DESFA's experience in transporting biogas. We have developed the Apollo project. Its objective is to develop a hub centered around Revithousa for the time being. This is primarily of importance for Athens emitters. We believe that the implementation of the carbon capture technology is not important just for the cement industry or refineries. It will also expand to other activities such as electricity production, although this is currently questioned. It will nevertheless be associated with the trend, the CO2 trend, and how many factories will be in place. Based on that, we have developed the Apollo project, 10 million tons in Attica and around Attica in the long run, starting with 3 million tons currently. A project has been designed on capturing 3 billion tons from 2 or 3 emitters in the Attica region. And these emissions will be gathered in Revithousa using the cold power of liquefied biogas. We can use it to collect it in a floating tank, send it to Prinos and to other fields as well, because I believe that we will reach Prinos's top capacity soon. Mr. D will talk about that. We are preparing ourselves. We're talking to the emitters and all stakeholders. That will enable us next month to turn to the Innovation Fund and ask for financing. This is a PCI project together with the Prinos project. We are discussing with the emitters and we're looking into potential storage facilities abroad that would enable us, once conditions are mature, to transfer permissions abroad through our projects. We're confident, and we will see how the next steps will look like. So the next step on the 24th of April is bid is applying for a subsidy under the Innovation Fund. Mr. Tataras, HEREMA is the licensing authority, and what are the next steps of involvement so that the first implementation stages can occur? And let me use the title of this section, what are the benefits for the Greek industry? Thank you very much for the invitation, and let me start with the second part of your question. As Mr. Thomadakis also said, it is very important to have this sector being developed in Greece for reasons that are linked to the environment and in order to achieve the NECP targets. It is also very important for the Greek industry competitiveness. Industry sectors that are hard to abate, where decarbonization is a difficult task, such as cement industries and refineries, do not have any alternatives in order to reduce the carbon footprint, considering that ETS prices, rates, carbon rates will increase, and they will have to pay for those emissions. No alternatives are there. CCS can provide this alternative in order to capture emissions and storage them in a geological formation. Therefore, it is crucial that these projects materialize. Greece is well positioned here, obviously. We're not competing Denmark or Norway within the European Union, or Norway or UK outside of the EU, but we are doing well compared to other European countries. This is owing to the proactiveness of Energy back in 2020, and where together with the Greek government they managed to bring the Prinos project within the RRF, the Resilience and Recovery Facility. And HEREMA, on its part, since 2022, is in charge of the carbon capturing and carbon storage projects. So we are working together with DG Klima on biological storage in terms of the Prinos storage. We are close to completing the storage design, which we will submit to DG Klima. DG Klima within 4 months will review the plan and provide comments so that we can ultimately apply for the license. And we're also the implementation body under the RRF fund, considering also the milestones set. Another important part along the chain, the value chain, is the regulatory authority framework. There is a Greek law that has transported the CCS directive into Greek law, but this law does not regulate all details, of course, which need to be further resolved. We have worked together with the Ministry of Environment on the regulatory authority, which is up for publication, up for consultation, Energean or storage facilities, emitters, transport companies of CO2 are involved. The consultation will run over the next months, and once the draft law is concluded, will be adopted by the Parliament, and a comprehensive regulatory authority will be in place. Ms. Sardis, the financing of the project with 120 million from the fund was secured. Would you like to talk about that? Yes, first of all, let me thank you for having me here. I think I'm sitting here at the side because we are the last but very necessary part of the chain. Where we're currently standing in terms of the CO2 Prinos project. As Mr. Thomadakis rightly said, we started in 2020 as a rather minor idea, concept of collecting CO2 from local neighboring industries, storing it in small volumes up to 1 million tons in the Prinos storage facility. CO2 is not an emission, it is a greenhouse gas emission. That means it captures the sunlight and it causes the greenhouse gas phenomenon. The project started off in 2020, securing financing for a facility up to 1 million ton of storing capacity. 1 million ton capacity means about 8% of the industrial emissions currently in Greece. Since then, and with respect to the RRF part, drilling will take place, a pipeline will be built to connect offshore to onshore facilities in order to transport CO2. And then this is the part that is under licensing. It is also the part being licensed in terms of the environmental aspects. 5 years in, we have we know now that most CO2 emissions come from industry at the southernmost part of Greece. The CO2 emissions will be transported to the Prinos facility in a liquefied form, and we have also understood that these emissions exceed 1 million tons. It actually stands at 3 million tons. We're currently developing the project twofold. First of all, by developing the terminal collection liquefied emission collection terminal at Revithousa. This is the part that was funded under the RRF facility. This is the second largest funding provided under the RRF. This demonstrates the importance that the European Commission attaches to the role of CCS in the industry. This becomes clear through the Net Zero Industry Act, as well as through the recent framework published by the European Commission with respect to the industry. And secondly, we expand storage in order to accommodate 3 million tons. This is where we're currently standing, and all these steps have to be done very quickly. The RRF sets a milestone, a deadline for July 2026. The scope of the project under the RRF needs to become mature within 15 months as of today. And then both the Connecting Europe facility, our financing, as well as financing from other sources, is linked to specific milestones.
So essentially, there's the compressed CO2 is going to get there by sea. So what you're saying is, it's why it's important that there are rigid deadlines, and they're quite they're very there's no flexibility when it comes to deadline, and that's why we need to rush both investors and the government. Mr. Thomadakis, you mentioned that the first phase concerning DESFA relates to the concentration of domestic emissions, and then at the later stage you're going to look at the wider region. Recently you signed an agreement with an Egyptian company for the evaluation of carbon capture and storage technologies in the region. So yes, the wider region is a much kind of longer term project. We're kind of at the moment we're focusing on Attica and just a little bit beyond Attica. There are plenty of. It's very clear that we're going to need more than 3 million for storage. What is lacking in Southern Europe, which is Northern Europe does have, is storage space. So therefore, while in we're working closely with Energean in order to deal with the possible saturation coming from meters in Prinos, and the most obvious goal is Egypt, that does have plenty of storage capacity due to the fact that they're using the hydrocarbons that they have there, and it's obvious for us that we needed to clear. It was clear that we needed to talk to them and find a. We need to find a way of using the carbon capture and storage in Europe. Everybody knows that there is a problem in Southern Europe, and sooner or later the European Union will start looking outside European Union, just like the United Kingdom, which is not part of the EU, but also Egypt. And we've started quite early these conversations, and I think Mr. Tartaras can confirm this, but it's now becoming clear that Egypt is now becoming more, they're realizing that how useful they can be and how their expertise can be, and their know-how can be very useful, and that's why we're very active. And also our colleagues in Italy, and we're looking for possible partnerships so that we can actually bring them closer to Europe and also overcome any legislative obstacles that there are, hurdles that there are, so that Europe can accept storage capacity outside Europe. No, at the moment we don't have any, no. I'm not going to go into details about the various administrative and procedural kind of hurdles, but in any case for us our main focus is Greece and what's going to happen around Greece. We believe that the solution will be found if there's more than 3,000 tons and 3 million tons, and we're talking about a new industry that's being developed, and we want to get to a point where we can actually export it outside Greece as an industry and as a structure, and in that case, of course, we will need certain partnerships like the one with Egypt, but not just with Egypt, we're also talking to other countries, but at the moment we're just focusing on our own project. But in any case, the next logical step is Ravenna. I think it's just a matter of coincidence that Greece and the various players around the Greek market are more advanced than Ravenna, and they've secured more funding for the development of that industry. But certainly we are in touch with Ravenna, and they're also supporting us. We've already worked with them in the new application with Energean for Prinos. But storage is certainly going to be one of the main problems that is going to be dealt with if we want that industry to move forward. Mr. Tartara has also mentioned by Thamadakis the maximum capacity is going to get to 3 million tons. This is probably not going to be sufficient for the domestic requirements. Are there any available areas that could be used for the capture and storage, the carbon capture and storage? But also when it comes to the CCS, what about the collaboration, the partnership with Egypt? Yeah, allow me to say that even if we get to the 3 million in Brinos, it's probably not going to be enough because the three companies that have already received funding from the Innovation Fund, they get to 3.5 million tons per year. And this doesn't include, as Mr. Thamadakis mentioned, any other power producers, etc. So therefore we need to find more storage. The problem is that in Greece we don't have any other depleted hydrocarbon deposits, and but we don't have the data related to drilling, and so therefore we need to look for other storage options either within Greece or outside Greece. And the EEP already has a memorandum of cooperation with AGNIE, where we're trying to identify any other potential areas where we can find potentially other storage options. We are analyzing any kind of older data so that we can have a better picture of some of these areas, but we're nowhere near having anything in the short or mid-term, and of course it requires the necessary funding. So therefore we are looking outside Greece, and because there is Ravenna, and there's going to be, of course, there's going to be a lot of demand in Italy. That's why we're looking at Egypt. And recently we worked with the Egyptians, which was a memorandum signed by the Greek minister with his counterpart as part of a conference held in Egypt in February. That was a very important moment. I think the Egyptians were very happy, and initially when we started talking to them about 2.5 years ago, there wasn't the same level of acceptance from their part. They were primarily focusing on how they could use hydrocarbon production for their own energy needs, but now they seem to be a lot more interested, and this memorandum pertains in how we can help them with their own regulatory framework and how that can be harmonized with the European Union, because it's not enough to just send CO2 there and having it captured and stored, but you need to be able to kind of resend it back so that it can be used, and therefore it needs to be recognized and needs to be accepted and as sufficient to satisfy the European and the Greek needs. As you said, in Greece there are 2 or 3 candidate sites. Yes, they need to be in certain areas with low earthquake activity, so potentially there are 2 or 3 sites that, yes, but they do require further analysis. Mrs. Sardi. But further, there was some kind of internal consultation when it comes to the regulatory framework. What do you think are the requirements for the regulatory framework and the overall regulatory regime? First of all, allow me to say that we have 2 regulators and 2 former regulators and 1 current regulator here, and based on my experience, and I think Mr. Thamadakis would agree with me, that one of the biggest enemies for the implementation of projects is over-regulation and sometimes the incorrect regulation. So and because I've heard that there's no regulatory framework with CCS and so on and so forth. To a large extent, there is a regulatory framework, which means that there's certain rules for storage licensing. There are rules for operation and installation licensing. What we don't have, the development of the CCS chain has two drivers. One of them is to do with greenhouse gases, and the other, which we have to deal with, and the other one relates to the various instruments that stem the European legislation that include the cost of production as well as the obligation for developing storage. So therefore, this change stems out of these two specific things, and there are two certainties there. One of them is uncertainties, that what will be the cost and how does that compare to the cost of the chain if the emission allowance does not go up to 180 as was shown earlier by Mr. Gassis. So that's why regulation is important in order to secure the viability, the sustainability of the chain, which means that it also means the guaranteeing of the funding, because all these grants are good, but they're not covering the overall cost, which exceeds the 3 billion currently. That's one aspect. The second one, when we, for example, now we're talking about infrastructures. We need the optimization of the use of capacity. So being able to see the availability of capacity and and also guarantee that emitters can pay for the capacity that they're going to over the next coming 2 years. These are two open issues, yes, these are two open issues, but we are repeating here that there's no need for over-regulation because that creates further delays, and there's no time because we have 700 million in grants, and if we don't use that, then there's no more chain increase.
Time is pressing, and we have to move fast in order to be able to form this new industry sector in Greece. Thank you for your participation.
Ήλιος και άνεμος, η δύναμη της φύσης, το μέλλον της ενέργειας, η ενεργειακή αυτονομία της Ευρώπης. Η πολιτεία καθοδηγεί την ανάπτυξη και την αειφόρο καινοτομία με επενδύσεις που εξασφαλίζουν την εθνική πορεία για το αύριο. Κεφαλαιοποιούμε τη δύναμη της φύσης σε όλες τις μορφές της για να κινηθούμε προς το μέλλον με σεβασμό στο περιβάλλον και την κοινωνία. Εξασφαλίζουμε τις επενδύσεις στις ανανεώσιμες πηγές ενέργειας, την προστασία του περιβάλλοντος και τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη με πράσινη, φθηνή και καθαρή ενέργεια για όλους. Υποστηρίζουμε την επέκταση των ανανεώσιμων πηγών ενέργειας, παρέχοντας τα αναγκαία κεφάλαια για να κάνουμε το επόμενο βήμα. Εργαζόμαστε με υπευθυνότητα και αφοσίωση και συνεργαζόμαστε στενά με τους εταίρους μας σε ευρωπαϊκό και εθνικό επίπεδο. Υλοποιούμε τις δεσμεύσεις της πολιτείας για να οδηγήσουμε την πράσινη μετάβαση και την ενεργειακή αυτονομία. Με γνώμονα την αειφορία και το σεβασμό προς το περιβάλλον, συμβάλλουμε στην εθνική προσπάθεια να εξασφαλιστούν οι ενεργειακές ανάγκες των επόμενων γενεών, οδηγώντας τη χώρα σε έναν κόσμο πιο πράσινο, καθαρό και βιώσιμο. Είμαστε ο αρρωγός της πολιτείας, στηρίζοντας την ενέργεια του αύριο για μια ισχυρή και βιώσιμη Ελλάδα σήμερα. ΔΑΠΕΕΠ, διαχειριστής ανανεώσιμων πηγών ενέργειας και εγγυήσεων προέλευσης. Επενδύουμε σε ένα καθαρό και βιώσιμο μέλλον.
Λοιπόν, συνεχίζουμε στο πρόγραμμά μας.
On with our agenda, and let's kick off the last agenda panel. We have purposefully left that one for the end.
Λοιπόν, ότι και κατά κάποιο τρόπο αφήσαμε
I said we've kept this panel for the end because you know it is very interesting to you that have remained here, as well as to those watching us online. Just check that right after the lunch. Those attending us online, check that on Energypress, exceeded 3,000 people, and this of course demonstrates strong interest in this panel and this issue, as well as concerning the broad spectrum of energy. This panel section bears the title Power Supply Security in Green Overproduction Settings, Curtailments, Network Control and Energy Storage. The professor at the Aristoteles University of Thessaloniki, Mr. Pantelis Biskas, will start with a presentation on the capacity and flexibility sufficiency in the transmission system for 2030 and 2035, and then we will move on to the panel discussion with esteemed guests. Professor, you have the floor. Hello. I would like to thank you once again for the invitation in this year's forum. We will deal with an issue that we have been looking into 6 months now. Project we are implementing together with Grant Thornton on behalf of IPTO, and has to do with the capacity and flexibility sufficiency in the Greek energy system for 2030 and 2035. In the context of this project, we try to target, to identify the flexibility needs of the system and identify what sources can provide flexibility, which months, at what time during the day, and whether those flexibility needs can be addressed based on the existing needs of the sources of the system, and if the flexibility resources of the system add up, well, whether they pay off, whether they're economically viable, and all that should take place in the context of the analysis we are conducting on behalf of IPTO that will end up to a recommendation for a potential capacity, flexibility and adequacy mechanism going forward. During this analysis, and within this analysis, we take account of ACER's decision, recommendations, and the decision on the NECP up to 2030 and the years after that. terms of our methodology, I hope you can see that on the screen. We considered a basic scenario in order to assess flexibility and adequacy sources in the system for 2035, and then we moved on to an economic viability assessment for the best case, determining all the assumptions related to the EVA, and based on this economic viability assessment, we had the second run for these two milestones, considering that non-viable units will be taken off grid. There is no meaning in keeping them on the grid. Based on the results as to flexibility and adequacy of the system, we are looking into what the loss of load expectation is. That is energy loss. We're looking into the ENS, the energy not served, what load we're not able to accommodate, and what are the flexibility indices, and how we cover flexibility in the system based on the existing sources. Based on that, we look into whether the flexibility and adequacy targets are achieved if loss of load expectation is less than 3 hours, as is the desired ratio at the EU level. And if such flexibility is not available in the system, we looked into what additional capacity we need to inject into the system in order to achieve the economic viability of the plants and reach the target on loss of load expectations below 3 hours a year. We run this analysis based on many scenarios for 2030-2035. The key indices based on which we assessed the flexibility and the adequacy of the system were the ENS, as said, the loss of load expectation, as well as the other two figures, considering also the reserves of the system. We don't want just to cover the load, but also the reserve requirements of the system. As we know, a system cannot work without a reserve, at least in terms of the primary and the secondary reserve. Based on these two last indices, I will go into the next steps of our analysis. As to the simulation model, we used the model developed by the research group at the Aristoteles University of Thessaloniki. It executes the day-ahead market, intraday market, and balancing market sequentially, as is actually the case by the annex and IPTO, considering also outputs to plants that participate in real time. We use 35 years of load in terms of climate, wind energy, hydrological hydro inflows, reserves, and try to take into consideration all factors that might occur in the future based on the background data that we have. Demand response on top of that, hydro inflows, as said, and a series of other factors that I wouldn't want to go into detail. Based on those findings, we run 230 scenarios per year, except non-viable, without the non-viable units, and together with viable units and other scenarios, in order to reach the 3 hours of LOLA per year. Our basic premises, assumptions, originate from ERAA, from the ENSO, Pan-European Climate Database, a Pan-European analysis. ENSO is executing this, has executed this analysis, and we are actually taking into consideration the green marked countries, Romania, Hungary, and further to the south. This was a decision that we took together with IPTO. Based on those climatic scenarios and the region focus, we've run all scenarios, and I wouldn't wanna go into detail, just to touch upon the key findings. Can't mention any quantitative data here because this is in progress. Currently, we have to look at that with the operator of the system. Nevertheless, in terms of the qualitative aspects, we can claim that we can argue that for 2025 there is no problem of economic viability for generation units using natural gas as the fuel. They are viable from an economic standpoint based on the current situation. Their adequacy, the adequacy of the system is very good currently. But with respect to 2030 and 2035, economic problems of economic viability might occur primarily for old natural gas units because of the penetration of other flexible sources of in the system, such as the dispatchable renewables, that is units that can receive a mandate on dispatch and execute it. And we think that most renewable units will come with this option. Batteries also that will be injected and be used, integrated into the system up to 6 gigawatt. And of course, demand response as a mechanism that provides flexibility to the system during high and peak demand hours, especially during at night when the sun has set and we have less renewables available during the time from 7 to 9 o'clock. Apart from batteries and natural gas fueled plants that can provide vertical regulation, and then we have the upward regulation, and then there are dispatchable renewables at midday, and for 8 to 10 hours they can provide this downward regulation, that is downward flowing energy to balance the demand for energy. The main source of upload of regulation are batteries and natural gas plants. There is also flexibility provided through demand response, but is estimated to be to a lesser extent. If some natural gas plants are taken off grid because of issues relating to viability, then there are credibility issues with the system. Therefore, a permanent mechanism should be set up to compensate capacity and flexibility. This is clear, irrespective of the scenarios. It is clear that in order to keep the adequacy and flexibility, we need such a mechanism of incentives for flexible sources of energy. In such mechanisms, fossil and non-fossil flexibility can be provided as an incentive. Non-fossil flexibility relates to demand response, battery-backed energy storage, or hydroelectric plants. Our study shows, and other studies we have carried out in the past, show that hydro pump plants are faced with issues, and this relates to the battery storage problems. These two technologies are competitive as to who will charge who will be charging at midday and who will discharging at night. Having said that, large-scale penetration of batteries over 6 to 7 megawatts of capacity might cause problems to those stations as well. Both these stations and batteries can fall under a non-fossil flexibility mechanism going forward. These are the findings of our research, and let me close by saying that I have been asked many times about the storage provisions in the NECP and whether a revenue stream through the capacity or flexibility mechanism should be introduced. I would cautiously argue that you'd better not do that, because we don't know when, if, and when such a mechanism will be put in place, so that those stakeholders those forms of energy can be eligible and they can be viable. Such streams should not be taken into account into the business plans, and if this happens going forward, this might be a positive risk that can provide additional support to those stations. Thank you.
We would like to thank you, Mr. Biscus. I think that's very useful, that last remark that you made, despite the fact that it's been shown that this kind of mechanism is useful if not necessary. Mr. Biscus is going to be here with us, so he will intervene if needs be, but we already have a very extensive panel here. I think that the Vice President of RAI mentioned yesterday, Mr. Poularis, that at the end of the day, everything that we're talking about here is under one condition, that the consumer will have to turn on a switch and have power available to them. So this is a very basic and fundamental criteria that is the basis of all the other parameters. That exactly because of that, one would wonder how we can achieve security of our power system, and at the same time answer the question about what is going to happen with the renewables that have been installed in our system, how the curtailments are going to be done, how they're going to be compensated, how the battery is going to enter the market, what's going to happen with demand response, and how all these parameters are going to be combined so that we can have the desired final result. I haven't introduced my guests. First of all, Mr. Demosthenis Voivodas, who's the new CEO of TAPE, and I think it's his first public appearance. First, thank you very much. Mr. Ioannis Margaris, who's the Vice President of the Board and from ADMIE, from the IP. Vaso Dali from the distribution network operator, Stavros Papathanasiou from the National Technical University of Athens, professor, who's been with us in previous fora, Mr. Panagiotis Papastamatiu, who's the CEO of LTN, and also Stelios Loumakis from Wind and PV SPEF. First of all, I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Papathanasiou to talk about what the main questions are and possibly some answers that these questions might have. First of all, thank you, Mr. Panagoulis. Thank you for the invitation. Good afternoon, everyone. could have a more kind of targeted discussion about the issue of the curtailments, but I think that's already been discussed extensively, and I think it might be better if it's talked about in the wider context, because curtailments is not just but one of the challenges that is faced by the industry. It's not the only one, and it's not, in my opinion, the most important or the most difficult one. I think it's if we want this industry to remain alive and over the next 5 or 10 years, it needs to solve 3 important issues. One of them is the accessibility of the networks, the other one is the sustainability, the viability of the investments, and the third one is what the development, the role model of renewables, and what's the impact of those in general. When we're talking about the network access, and of course Ali is going to talk about it more extensively. I think there are, what are the limitations, who has a right to access, how do we manage the kind of waiting queue for the applications and the accumulation of applications, but mainly what are the criteria in which we prioritize access. We do know that we need to kind of move away from a chronological order. I mean, this criteria is not of any value unless it's combined with any other, with other criteria. One of them is about the perspective of implementation, because when you're entering a project like this, you need to be able to implement it as quickly as possible. And also, another thing that needs to be assessed is to what extent these contribute to achieving a greater strategic goal. It's not, access to the network is not a right, it's a right that is given in order to achieve a much broader goal. Sometimes reality falls victim of political regulation. We tend to forget how much our network can cope with. We cannot manage the network with curtailments, etc. But if all of us who understand the reality and they think of this as a regulatory kind of as an exaggerated sort of regulatory intervention. The question is whether we can actually deal with this saturation from the level of operation, the compensations. Do we possibly need to raise some questions about the local characteristics of the network? And of course, this relates to the saturation and how this is necessary for achieving a certain goal, what we call an overbooking. Overbooking was always, 20-25 years ago, a way of justifying licensing. Of course, back then it was a production license, and with the overbooking theory, we managed to kind of undervalue that. The only thing that's left that distinguishes the projects that are going to be implemented from those who are staying in paper is the access to the network. If we do not differentiate, then we're not actually offering a differentiating factor. So therefore what you're saying is that we somehow need to, the connection terms we need to have some kind of intervention there, that the operator should stop receiving further applications. Now, I'm just raising a kind of a more general concern. I'm not proposing any specific administrative measures here. All I'm saying is that any administrative regulation or intervention needs to be based on a much wider strategic goal. We need to know what we're trying to achieve and how we want to achieve it. It would be the viability of we got to where we are through the system of state aid. This is a given fact, and it's a fact both for Greece, but to a lesser or greater extent for all countries. At this point, we're facing a very different reality. keep hearing about the end of state aid, and we hear about renewable projects that are going to be compensated but not with market terms. Of course, there's a new PPA which offers new guarantees. We need to think what the threats are for the viability of these investments and how we can deal with them. One of them, of course, is the curtailments and the negative pricing. But zero prices are not the only thing. That's going to become a much bigger threat. The problem is not just the 10% of your production that you're not producing, it's the other 90% that you're not actually receiving any compensation, the other 90% of your production. That's a much bigger threat. What are the solutions to all these existential problems, if you like, to these projects, and especially when I'm talking about the market projects? Is it the change of the kind of the model? Is it the implementation of these projects with the risk being shifted to the investor? So, for example, can we have an investment on PVs which are more exposed to curtailments without knowing whether you're going to be injecting 20 or 30% of your production? And if that's the case, what is the cost of such investment? Can it be done by any investor? So the answer is always, if we look at the history of energy, we always see that it's always state aid, and that means that there's a guarantee on the investment, not in the form of subsidy, but in the form of a guarantee for the sustainability of the investment, and also for the minimum cost for the consumer, and for the security of the system, of course. Yes, the guarantee, the security of the system. And with the current situation of curtailments and zero prices, and we know that the feed-in premium model is not suitable. It still leaves a great residual risk to the projects. We need to get to CFDs on non-production based systems that are not compensate the energy, but the investment itself, keeping two requirements. One of them is the guaranteeing the minimum cost, but also the incentive for efficiency. The third one is relates to the implementation model. Up to now, in my opinion, one of the reasons why we can say that the renewables model is successful is the fact that it's they have a widespread, and anyone can actually see themselves as part of that industry. And this is something that needs to be safeguarded. There will always be a high concentration. There's always going to be bigger projects. There's always going to be the vertically integrated groups and big funds, whether these are Greek or foreign funds. But we need to make sure that a big volume of those projects is distributed within a wider spread of participants. And let's not forget that we're only halfway through this process, and we need to have a specific strategy on how we're going to move on. And this is not just to do with ownership. We also need to look at the energy mix and the model of implementation. And storage is a very classic, typical example, because exhausting all our efforts into storage options and central storage, which is it's already been exhausted within distributed central storage, and it shows that smaller storage solutions are more viable. The development behind the meter storage is something that's already been kind of left out. It's been neglected by everyone. we all talk about in front of the meter storage. All this needs to be looked at, and the problem is that if we make the wrong choices now, and if we leave those problems without solving them now, we're going to get in situations that cannot be reversed. Thank you very much for this initial intervention. That's been very useful. I'd like to keep what you said about that we're kind of halfway, and we're talking about the investments in the security of the system now, but we also need to talk with the perspective of batteries entering the system and with new problems that we're going to face in the future based on these new assets that will become part of the system. Mr. Margari, I'm going to give you the floor later, and so you can talk to us about batteries and storage, and Mr. Margaris.
Well, yes, Mr. Panagoulis, thank you very much indeed for the invitation to participate in this forum. Driving here, I was asking myself if there's anything new we can say about these issues. We have been discussing about merely the same challenges over the last 2 years. And this is the place where we started. Perhaps we can have even more people watching us if we talk about sensitive issues that might bring us into fighting with one another. I think the framework has been set for this discussion. First of all, let's keep in mind that we have a new minister in the Ministry of Environment, so we have to look into how 15 gigawatts of RES are already operating, how 17 to 18 gigawatts have already received connection terms together with HETNO and IPTO. And we have to look into how we ended up with this overbooking, at least in terms of RES uptake in the system. Many of you here are well familiar and are knowledgeable in this sector, but let's take it from let's start over. Curtailments are not the major problem. They go hand in hand with penetration. The more the uptake, the more the curtailments. There is no system around the globe where RES uptake is not associated with curtailments. One of the issues that should have been resolved in terms of curtailments was settled through the legislative regulation of the Ministry of Energy, protecting investors from claims from damages. And the curtailments that persist are curtailments because of lacking demand. There are no curtailments because of system congestion so far. Over the last 2-3 years, we have highlighted the need to look into the saturation, the issue of saturation, and to look into how we want to achieve the 100% RES, considering that this is an ante portas issue. We will start contractors to build projects. We have already exceeded the grid space that systems will have by 2034, based on the terms we have already delivered, connection terms we have delivered. This is a matter for a government to regulate. It is not a matter of the operator, in order to secure that energy transition takes place in a smooth way, that no signal of that the signal is not going to be given to investors, causing them to leave Greece. the overbooking issue is the one causing the problems in terms of priorities, of connection, of new offers, of whether behind the meter or after the meter batteries should be installed. This has to be looked into through overbooking. We would have another discussion if it was a steady state system where you need to design a project and see where this can be connected. And we have another outcome of the discussion if we consider that much more space will be committed than the space available. Overbooking is an approach that has to be overlooked by the new ministry. And yet another aspect that is very important for RES investors, and I'm not trying to point fingers here or assess anyone, but in our segment we have developers and producers. Developers are the entities, are bodies that develop projects, and at a certain point passes this project to an actor that lives off the operation of such a project. I think everybody has become a developer, and the mentality, the mindset of a developer is widespread in Greece. Developer is not interested in how the project will evolve after 10 years, whether it will be producing and supplying energy for 8 or 10 hours. And of course, this does not apply only to Greece. Similar problems based on a Hellenic Wind Energy Association study are present in other efficient markets. Generally, in the production business, people argue, give us access to the system and then wait and see. We, as operator, IPTO, argue that the more curtailments are applied, and until we have the more the curtailments, the bigger the responsibility to keep the system secure and stable. Under overbooking conditions, and this is what I'm trying to communicate to the market as well, to prevent investors from engaging with a vain attitude of waiting to gain access to the network in the way they once thought and in the way they had elaborated their business plans many years ago. Any project that is waiting for connection terms was based on a business plan of building a PV and connecting it to HETNO or EPTO, and then they had a business plan, they apply for connection terms, and at that point you have a long dragging situation, and pressure is being put on the operator, arguing that providing connection terms for a larger line and at higher cost is detrimental to me, considering that regardless of renewables, we have to keep the system running, and this means we need to have the lowest technical adequacy standard available. And in order to keep the system running, this means remote control to avoid and prevent any issues that might cause domino effects and will end up in losing entire cities. And we're communicating that to people that are familiar with that. It is not a matter of capabilities, it's a matter of interest. It is to IPTO's interest, it is the country's interest and the local community's interest, as you said, talking about RAE, is that the system is operational. Access to the network, as it will be proposed going forward, will be the access that we will be recommending. Those developers that can provide, can cope with that, they can stay. Others might need to go to make room for others. This might sound simple, but currently the applications for new connection terms is going down compared to the gigawatts being being granted. Connection terms are much less than before. Do you provide less connection terms because you want to cool down the market, or is it because you cannot provide connection terms that are viable and adequate for the system at the same time? I never said that. No, let me be clear. The connection term provision rate is such because we need to strike a balance with investors, for them to understand that a certain type of connection is viable, and for us to acknowledge that we will be able to manage the system under those terms. This needs to be in place. When you look into the access to the system, you look at the current point and to the 2030 point. For each project, you look into the 10-year development plan, and then you decide where this will be connected in the system. This back and forth costs time. There is not a one-size-fits-all. There is not a magical stick we can use to provide connection terms to everybody that is cost-effective, affordable, and that ensures system security as well. This is a signal I would like to send out. And of course, compensation of curtailment compensation is not an issue that we're going to leave aside. We have defended that. Nevertheless, we have to have a design, a regulation put in place as to who will be compensated for first. This is part of the Ministry of Energy. It was within the scope of the Ministry of Energy, and then the developers cannot draft a business plan, and at the end of the day we will be looking one another without knowing what will happen. Mr. Lee, in terms of the distribution, the distribution level system, and of course challenges are big. Would you like to elaborate on the challenges that you are faced with because of this situation?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Panagoulis, for the invitation. This continuous penetration of renewables creates various issues for the distribution network that requires to look at all the different renewables that connect to the network, and in order to guarantee the stability of the network. If we look at the figures, at all the different renewables that are connected to the network, by the end of 2024, we had 8.6 gigawatts of renewables connected, which correspond to more than 92,000 projects. That's to give an idea of the complexity. That includes all household projects, yes. The operational plan of the DA is very is particularly ambitious, and includes more than 7,000 projects of 400 megawatts, and implementation of last year's legislation, which include 6.2 gigawatts of renewables, more than 60% of the installed capacity. This is a very difficult target to achieve. It is necessary to have three necessary conditions. First of all producers, all 7,000 of them that we just mentioned, they need to have remote control systems, and all those systems need to be connected to the control center of the operator. And as we understand, of course, this center needs to be upgraded. It needs to be able to exchange information and give commands, both with the operator and as well as the producers. Is this having access and having control of the 7,500? At what stage are we at the moment? Yes, this process is it's not something new. A year ago, we were still talking about the issue of curtailments, and at that stage, just before Easter, Headno was managing 1.5 gigawatts of renewables, 1.5 gigawatts remote controlled, and 400 gigawatts through local control, but with the interventions of our local technicians, of the local technical crews. With all these remote controlled elements, we've reached 1.9 gigawatts and 300 megawatts with local control. And the remote control process, and especially if we take into account that the deadline that was given by the deadline, as well as a 2-month extension, came to an end in February this year, and unfortunately, as we expected in February, or many of the producers complied, and that gave us the opportunity to start controlling them remotely. That's when we started this effort in February. We already have included in our system 150 megawatts, and we over the spring period we're going to connect a further 200 megawatts of renewables. So now we're approximately 2.5 managed megawatts, with a perspective of including another 200 megawatts through remote control systems of PV parks. So with in view of the situation at Easter, of course, and over the spring, could we say, of course, we're not going to be able to do that over the next coming months, but do you think that you're going to have a remote control of all of these by the end of the year? Yes, I believe that by the end of the year that will be the case, but all PV farms will be included in the remote control system by next year. But by the end of 2025, we're going to have full control of all the PV farms connected to the network. From your side, when it comes to curtailments, beyond what you've just described about the ability to have a remote control of those PV farms, do you have any other measures that you can take, for example, in relation to storage? Or in terms of storage, I could say that it was the first time that we worked really hard within our teams to create an implementation plan for storage connected to the network. there were certain proposals put forward to the ministry where the individual substation installation is feasible and very beneficial. So 70 sites, 70 installations were chosen, identified that fulfilled certain criteria, which related to had to do with thermal tolerance and tolerance to short circuits. There were substations that created the right kind of spread over the whole kind of Greek territory. And that's how we created the plan that, as far as renewables are concerned, had not been studied until now, and we believe that now we can they will go very well, and we can move on with connections because there's also physical space in these installations. In the last few years, we carried out many important projects for upgrading the network. All these infrastructures are going to be utilized not only for the penetration and the connection of renewables as we originally planned, but they will also help in the connection of individual standalone storage systems. We're talking about the 900 megawatts that you talked about. Yes, these standalone storage systems, which is provided for by the recent ministerial decision. Allow me to move on now to Mr. Papastamatiu. If he feels safe and he feels that there's a clear horizon ahead.
First of all, I always feel safe as a person. I try to, at least. And this is exactly the point where I would like to come in. I will try to be innovative and build on what the lady in the panel said and not about the rest. I have noted down 7 points. That is 17, 18 minutes. How long would you take? Let's keep time on that. Exactly. In order to stick to the time, I have taken notes. This is what Kostis Stefanopoulos in the parliamentary elections in 1976 had done. In order to stick to the time and to stick to what I want to say, I'm going to read out. Anyway, I felt kind of weird. Both Stavros Papathanasiou, the professor, and Ioannis Margaris, the vice chair of HEDNO, said things that we are discussing in conferences. Both the consultation on the hedging of curtailment show is that we need to attend at least the task force consultations. Many things are being discussed there and many ideas are being elaborated on. We need to digest that, following a thorough analysis. The consultations give rise to questions, and by knowing the persons involved, answers are available, but we cannot take them in. Not yet. We need to participate in this circle of consultation that would help us address the salami problem, so to speak. We have not witnessed a comprehensive solution. We see a fragmented solution. The base load, for example, or the ministerial regulation for the responsibility of the operators. It is the first time that a text puts together all ideas and all notions. The a recommendation of ODE accompanying the public consultation on hedging. This is a problem for us. It is a matter of procedure, and it is essential. Secondly, I have been present in this sector for 30 years. This gives me the luxury of acknowledging goodwill and good intention. We are aware of the inefficacies of the state, decade-long inefficacies. The market has been addressing very consistently the curtailment issue up to now. And I dare to say that we do not see responsibilities here. I cannot understand the necessity of this ministerial decision to address the past. This is the outcome of lacking efficiency over the years. Despite the current state, there is growing uncertainty with the banks and investors. As we yesterday saw and Ricardo showed, wind farms, and the most protected ones are wind farms compared to PVs in terms of curtailment. Nevertheless, this calmness is of course tied to an expiry date. We need to move very forward to a comprehensive solution formulated in a text that we can assess. And this brings me to the third issue. We consider all these pieces of the puzzle, and then there is a trend at a high level that needs to be looked into. For example, a general trend is for the texts, the legislative texts that are being drafted, to put responsibility on the aggregators and take the blame from operators. This is something that needs to be discussed very thoroughly. This could have been discussed at a task force level. As said, we need a balanced mix, and we also need a more balanced task force. The private industry, the private sector should be part of the on this table, and because it is also welcoming, because everyone thinks of their own perspective first. And let me just repeat that the time until for the consultation is not sufficient if we're not part of the discussions at the task force level. In terms of the mechanism and the ministerial decision on that, the ministerial decision's text does not address the curtailment mechanism. It just redistributes the state aid. The notion, the concept of this mechanism is to compensate for the revenues lost because of curtailment. And indeed, this might not be important in the years to come, but in the past 2 years, this was very, very important. The delay of such a ministerial decision enhances and makes the problem even bigger, because the compensation for curtailment should go back to the past, further back to the past. Fifth issue, transparency, oversight, and dispute resolution. I see here a risk. Yeah, there is a waiver. There's a waiver here, but we should take care to prevent a long-standing series of court disputes and have first or second level courts discussing what dispatch and what distribution is. We need to come up with a dispute resolution mechanism, and it is right so for each and every one of us to feel that they have been not been treated fairly. Where should they resort to? I'm not indicating here that we need to build a RAI mechanism that is a very rigid one. We need a flexible dispute resolution mechanism that can provide solutions. And then that's with the technical issues. Now I come to an issue of communication. Easter ahead of us. The Easter time is ahead of us, and risks associated with that. Since we are looking at the perspective of the whole sector, there are folks outside of this room who are waiting to target renewables. Renewables, wind farms, PVs are not the carriers that produce the blackout. It is the lack of production, not overproduction. If everybody does their job, if the system is controlled in the right way, overproduction will not lead to a blackout. And it is really sad when you see serious newspaper articles claiming that renewables will bring the system to its limits during the Easter season. This is technically wrong, this is politically wrong, and this is also unfair. If we all do our job, we will not end up to such a blackout, such a stalemate. And then a strategic aspect. We talked about curtailment, we talked about storage. Storage is a good thing to do, but it's not a silver bullet. Strategically speaking, what we need is to increase demand, and there are a series of other strategic issues the NECP needs to deal with and address, and I am referring to end uses, household heating, cooling. And here there is a conflict between electricity, natural gas, and conflict, and the NECP should look into how electrification of those uses can evolve. Up to 2035 and 45, we will have electrification of all uses, household uses, heating and cooling. Up to 2040, this will entail also e-mobility. At the policy level, this is not concurrent with the strategy on natural gas and non-household use of such loads. This is a strategic issue. And exactly this is a key to the problem. This is the solution to the problem. This is what you need. This is the medicine. It's not just addressing the symptoms. Well, a community and a system addresses the urgent issues first, and this is what we're all talking about, addressing urgent issues. Panagiotis, what you say is the big picture, but I wouldn't say that it characterizes our political or our political mindset or our strategic target setting. This is why 6 out of 7 issues I addressed are concentrated on the here and now. I would like now to turn to Mr. Loumakis. Dear Stelios, drawing on what has been discussed so far, I would like you to comment on the issue of battery storage. I know that you have been dealing with that, and I'm referring to standalone batteries and all aspects involved, and both the aspects that are of great importance for renewable generators.
Thank you very much for the invitation and for the introduction. I'm very pleased that being in this panel, I do not need to say anything about zero prices and curtailments. Like I had to say in the same forum, to be the only one who talked about this phenomena, and back then, because there was some reaction about it, where they were saying they were asking to be exempt. Because I used to say back then that with negative prices they would end up paying, whereas now, at least with zero prices, it doesn't really make any difference to them. They, having said that, I think that I'm one of those people who I do study these kind of projects, but I do see plenty of people coming in as if there's somebody giving away sweets, and I think they're not now coming asking for connection terms. At the forum in Thessaloniki, I did give some figures to give an idea, and I did say that if storage, if the issue with Ukraine comes to an end, then the storage goes to the 6.5 gigawatts, and that's where we talked about pumped storage. Let's we go back to the conditions of 2019 that was giving an arbitrage of a fixed price, where you need to have at least 100. So that's something that needs to be taken into account by investors. But for a RI permit, you need to include a revenue assessment study on which you base your business plan. So I do find it strange how analysts can actually paint such a rosy picture. I'm just going to talk about the 944 directive that shows that ADMIE seems to be kind of pressurized and cannot accept any connection terms. This is just a directive and it's not an instruction. So that's what the text actually talks about, the obligation of ADMIE to not accept any terms, that it's also combined with 943 in relation to curtailments. I was very pleased to see the consultation guidelines that was given by ADMIE on the 7th of April, that when it comes to curtailments that relate to congestion from overbooking, because they need to give above a certain limit, which means that if at a certain point in a country there's no saturation of demand, but we might have that in a place where there might be local winds or local sun, we might have overbooking without that being covered by the curtailments on a local country level due to the saturation of demand. And when the IPTO gives connection terms to some PV farms of 230, 100, and this is something that's also mentioned in the consultation text by ADMIE, that it's clear that the overbooking load must be reflected. So the curtailment that comes as a result of overbooking needs to be reflected on the distribution, and because when we're talking about ADMIE, we talk about distribution. So somebody who's got connection terms based on overbooking and have a farm of over 100 gigawatts, they cannot work at 50%. They cannot go into these projects receiving an energy of 100 gigawatts on a day that it has maximum capacity, and then call that redistribution, and then they just come and ask him for more money. The local congestion, anything that we can know in advance, we need to make every effort to have that reflected in because because what is not dispatched is what is not doesn't need to be produced and does not need to be compensated for, and that shifts the risk, because when we have all these investors, if we actually can paint a very rosy picture to all these people by telling them that overbooking gets to the lines, and then if you call all that redispatching, then they're going to ask for more. You give them one thing, then they ask for more. Of course, the issue of curtailments and negative and zero pricing is not going to just go away, but the country is not manipulated only by developers but also by equipment manufacturers. So now we have, for example, PV panels on rooftops and balconies. So the idea has 80,000 systems and 60,000 of them are household ones. So if anyone starts buying panels and putting them and plugging them in, can you imagine what level of blackouts that's going to bring on network level? If we're talking about PV panels that are going to be producing whatever capacity, but we're talking about thousands of systems, and just because there are millions of households, that makes it easy for someone to sell all these systems. Does that mean that the operator has to accept that? That's not democracy, that's a dictatorship. The fact that we don't have the right network, or we have a blackout because someone decided to put some panels on the balcony, what's going to happen with that? Of course, I can see that there's a lot of talk in the press, and unfortunately I'm in a difficult situation to be talking about these difficult issues that we're going to face in the future. But power producers are the people who put the money, but then a producer is not of any value because they've already paid their money. On the other hand, the people who just work in development or they import equipment, they have a certain cash flow that allows them to be sponsors, to advertise themselves, to promote their projects. But having followed this conference, but also online, that we can see that there is a comeback of the natural gas on a vertical model with vertically integrated companies. But when we've had like this crescendo of prices with renewables, who produce 50% of the power with only 10.7 cents, and the government is trying to keep the price at 15 cents. Of course, we might have a comeback, but of course that's not against the consumer. The government needs to keep all these regulated parties within that game, and we have, I'd just like to close that I have sent the text on the consultation, but it's not legally right that when the contracts come to an end, the operator contracts, then the priority ceases to exist, and that's not the case, especially if we're talking about some of the refurbished projects under 200. These can be refurbished and they can keep their priority, so there's no point. And a small project that is going to have less than 100 kilowatts, it's going to be refurbished, it's losing its priority.
Θα πρέπει να το πληρώσει κιόλας. Δεν είναι έτσι, γιατί κανένας από αυτούς που θα λύσει
None of those whose contract will expire is going to play using aggregators. They will go for PPAs. And we were among the first that carried out a PPA with an aggregator within the time limit of the law 8055. Given the crisis in Ukraine, I think this is the direction. This is the way to go. When these producers make a PPA, they become they have no interest, but they are prioritized over other PPAs, and therefore they have a tool in their hands for the 2,500 PVs to ask the market for a model, an operation model, depending on what role the operator will assign to them. If we take this priority out of that, then this will end up being waste. Thank you, Stelios. I will come to Mr. Voivodas now, and before we conclude, I will welcome one last remark of each and every one of you concerning what has been discussed so far. Mr. Voivodas, I've introduced you already. You are the new Managing Director of DAPEP, that is the Operator of Rest Guarantees of Origin. This is the place to go for rest producers for compensations, and this is where the system goes to in terms of services in order to secure the contribution necessary. Would you like to elaborate on how the REST operator, DAPEP, is engaged and involved in here? Thank you for the invitation. And thank you for having me in this very important and interesting panel focusing on two issues that have been raised as the greatest challenges for the electricity market going forward, that is curtailment and storage. 2024, RES penetration into the power grid exceeded 50% from 35% in 2021. This strong RES positioning makes curtailment necessary, and this is an effect that we will have to learn to deal with. DAPEP, the RES operator, plays a positive role here. It undertakes to implement a mechanism which compensates for the reduced subsidies because of curtailment. DAPEP is conducting these calculations and redistributes this cost being saved. To do that, DAPEP works together with the operators to take their input and then calculate the corrected production broken down to each unit, and then make payments to them. This by itself is big news for DAPEP. It means upgrading its IT systems. It means better collaboration with the operators in order to exchange information. And ultimately, it means making payments to the producers. Do you currently prepare yourself for those IT systems? Because I can understand that this takes a lot of preparation. Certainly. Upon endorsement of this mechanism, we will start cooperating with the operators in order to set the level of exchange. We have already started thinking about how the IT systems of DAPEP will have to be upgraded to make our life and our work easier. Well, I think that you have a role to play in battery storage as well, considering that certain contracts need to be signed there, right? Indeed. 3 competitive processes have taken place. 900 megawatt have already been tendered, which will receive investor and operational aid. We work closely with RAE to finalize the aid contract. What I would like to note with reference to those projects is that their funding comes from the RRF. And as Ms. Sadi said, projects funded under the RRF are under strict deadlines and need to be completed until June, the summer of 2026, and this is not a flexible deadline. This is a strict deadline. Everybody needs to step up their action in order to have them concluded by then. As you know, what RES producers are concerned about is whether these new circumstances will affect the RES special account ELAPE. This was among the first thing we discussed in the round of discussions with the producers, and I'm very grateful that they are on board with us in protecting the RES special account. We have made some general calculations as to how the RES special account will be affected. This effect on the RES special account is associated to the reference price of the projects being curtailed. Considering that there is not a certain typology of the projects that will be curtailed, one cannot tell what the exact repercussions will be based on the first scenarios we've run. This might be even neutral for the RES special account for ELAPE. Is marginally a little bit more than a RES special account currently stands at. Do you make recommendations as to the revenues in terms of the auctions, of the emission auctions? Do you have a conclusion on that? Well, from the outset, we established a communication line with the ministry. It is the ministry that signs this decision and determines the rates of revenues, the amount of revenues flowing into the RES special account from emission auctions. What we have established is a direct line of communication that would enable us to forecast inflows and outflows to the RES special account and to other accounts, so that the ministry has all information available in order for ELAPE, the RES special account, and other accounts not to have any deficits. Thank you very much. I would like now to give the floor to each and every one of you for a last comment. Mr. Papathanasiou.
We could stay here all night because there are some very interesting things. Well, if you want, you can go and grab a snack from outside, and we can just stay on. But yeah, no, some many interesting things have been mentioned, and I agree with what's been mentioned by the previous speakers. Just one disclaimer is that these issues are governed by the ministerial decision, and I do not feel like I need to intervene or justify the decision. I understand the willingness of the market to respond, but I understand that on behalf of the consultation period is also something that is reasonable to be questioned. The fact that it's only 1 or 2 weeks is far too short for such complex issues, and I don't believe that it would be the end of the world if it was a little bit longer. But all these just procedural issues. But what we do need to understand is that this task force is a group of people from different backgrounds. Sometimes they just have things in common or into common interests, and sometimes they don't. And you need to be able to combine different conflicted interests, and there is no way to have a result that's going to keep everyone happy. That's just simply not possible. And even more so when it comes to the market. What we do have is that a new player, which is that I suppose we know that there are many things that are very good, very things that are not so good. But the market has always had somebody who's been an advocate of the market. I'm one of them. I'm not an advocate of the institutions, and I understand the concerns of the market, and they need to be respected, but we cannot satisfy every requirement. But however, what we have here is a text which is it's a 20-page text covering many different issues, and of course you're not going to find a single page where you're not going to find sort of 4 or 5 things that you agree with or disagree with. I'm not expecting someone to say this is right or wrong. There are different views, there are different views combined together, and of course these are all issues these are all different shades of grey, and it's not an issue, and it's not a black and white issue. The redispatching this mechanism does not deal with the issue. It only brings back symmetry and justice in the way the curtailments are being implemented, and it doesn't respond to the issue of compensation, not only because it's a difficult one and because it requires further work, but also because it relates to the redispatching due to the saturation of the networks. This is something that's being talked about a lot by the operators, and it's also part of the ministerial decision, and we believe that it's going to be dealt with within the year. Trying to decide now how this is going to be compensated without finding the real reason behind it redispatching is something that we did not want to do, and that's why we didn't do it. Also, it's important to remember that all the curtailments that we're experiencing now, in the vast majority, they're not curtailments due to redispatching, they're curtailments due to dispatching, the result of which is not being implemented. We having the paradox where we have an imbalance of demand, and we're not keeping we solve the problem by redispatching without the root of the problem being redispatching. This is quite a complex issue, and there's no need to go into further details. Maybe we can go into more detail in the autumn in the next conference that you're organizing, but we're not saying that they're going to compensate or not compensate. It just simply doesn't give an answer to this. It just dispatches and redispatches this energy. But I just don't want to go into more detail. I'm going to want to give more time to the other speakers. Don't know what to choose to comment on. Just an addition. It's more of a comment to the investors. Although the investors have their own strategy and their own responsibilities. You very rightly said, Thoris, earlier, that there will be more renewables, and we will get to 70 and 80% much sooner than we expected. But we need to be more careful with the deadlines and the agreements, because, for example, investors come to us and they say, well, I've agreed on a PPA as part of a PPA with a certain deadline, and then I've been told by the ministry to declare my kind of state of readiness at a certain point. But these are not realistic set points. We don't have at the moment the capacity for the construction of those projects within the time frames that are included in those PPAs. Without, of course, needless to talk about the equipment, that in order to receive the equipment you need to have ordered that 2 years in advance. And I understand that, because I'm saying that because I understand the problem that there is in the market. But at the same time, we need to be honest and we need to accept that somehow we need to be more cautious, so that we don't get the banks being represented in this panel, where we're going to have a general manager of a bank talking about the future of these projects. So if we don't want to get to that point, we need to be more conscious of all the different elements that need to be combined, and running like a headless chicken towards the cliff is just it can only lead to another problem. But as was mentioned earlier, both with renewables and with storage, which is going to come next, it's going to increase. That's also a decision being taken by the government, and if that additional cost is going to be absorbed by the investors, or whether it goes as provided for by law 50/50, which has not been implemented. But that's already been budgeted in their business plan, and now they're asking why they're not giving us the 50%. And the response is that there was discrepancy on how this was going to be between RAI and the ministry. But however, they are waiting for this to go through so RAI can adapt the code of the system. So the additional cost that they talked about, that's also part of the consultation. Who do we want this to be paid by? Is it going to be shared, or is it going to be paid by the market? I wouldn't want to add anything else. We're very optimistic. In the sense that it's not an unprecedented situation. This is a situation that's very similar in other countries, in other European countries. Or I could say that some countries have already reached a dead end. We're not there yet. And that shows that we do not need to get into that kind of developer's mentality, which is, give me now and then just leave me alone and we'll see what happens in the future. Is it Ali? Would you like to make a comment or send a final message?
Yeah, following up on what Mr. Papathanasiou said, indeed, many different views have been collected and have been addressed. The curtailments that need to take place, and this has to be done transparently, is a very difficult task for us to manage. Transparency has been achieved at a certain point through publication of information. As Mr. Papathanasiou also argued, we do understand that the reason why operators have to make such high curtailments is not caused by redispatch, is caused by the market. The market needs to regulate production. Operators are right in organizing the system and the plants connected to their systems, but it is not correct to have systems operating based on curtailments because the market schedule is not, and the market operation schedule is not adhered to. We need to give aggregators incentives in order to stick to the schedule. And let me add a couple of words ahead of the Easter time and the curtailment methodology that has been endorsed by the plenary of the RAE. We're awaiting the relevant government gazette issue to be issued. All generators have already announced as of 21st of March that they need to inform themselves about the categories. Category B is the crucial one that will be will affected, 4,500 producers. So producers need to become aware of the category they belong to and the procedures and processes they have to put in place. They might need to step in and cut their production entirely. The coming days, it is very likely that we have such situations. We have set a deadline by the 21st of May for the 31st of May for producers to update their details. We will send SMS, we will text them, and also about the dates and times of curtailment. Let me just add that non-compliance penalties will be very strict. It is crucial that everybody complies. And since there is a lot of discussion about the dry run, let me just say that there will be no dry runs. We have brief idea based on the 10 days of curtailment. We know that April is a rather dangerous, risky period, and during the weekend we have high risk of curtailment being introduced. Would like all category B producers to be ready to comply with the orders issued by HEDNO based on the orders of IPTO. And of course, you talked about the penalties that have been introduced. It is also a matter of responsibility of the individuals, of the companies, of entrepreneurs, and those that benefit from the system. And it is high time they protected the system as well, besides the other commitments they have to undertake. We are very optimistic, nevertheless, Mr. Panagoulis. We have been holding discussions with many stakeholders, and we see that the market has understood what this is all about. They're very positive, and let me just add that in previous discussions with the large aggregators, they pledged to help with minor producers, and in the parks that the PV farms and wind farms they manage, they will stick to the plan. And I guess both HEDNO and IPTO, both DSO and TSO, were very optimistic in terms of the outcome of the project and the methodology. Mr. Papastamatiu. Sorry, I didn't hear that well. Operators, you said operators manage the project? No. I said that operators have to control their projects, and this is why HEDNO has embarked on that trip in a very ambitious attitude. We have further plans that will enable us to manage other projects as well as minor projects. We will talk about that going forward. We ought to do that, we should do that, but not in order to realize curtailments that do not go through the market agenda. Mr. Panagoulis, allow me a couple of political comments drawing on the general comments we heard from the previous speakers. First of all, renewables have supported the system responsibly multiple times in the past. This does not mean that they do that because they feel they're policed. I have a rather difficulty undertaking hard tasks. The state has been harsh to the citizens many years, I do not want to talk about other don't want to talk about other sectors. Renewables, and let me remind you of the RES levy. But the state needs to take on responsibility, not just sanctions vis-à-vis the citizens and just reaping the benefits for itself. The problems we have to address are manifold. Nevertheless, the solutions need to be developed within the limits we have set over the last 2 decades. There is a course we have set. Liberalization, regulatory authorities, the functioning of the competition. We need to take measures to improve those components. I think we cannot afford to go back to discussions of radical changes of those pivotal shifts and decisions we've made. Irrespective of whether they were good or bad, we need to optimize these solutions and these decisions, that is, improve competition that would ensure fair compensation, remuneration for investors, as well as corrections in terms of the regulatory framework within the current context. And the industry, energy democracy is not PVs on balconies. Energy democracy means cheap electron to the consumer, because consumers, in their vast majority, cannot afford to install PVs on their balconies. PVs on the fields and on the balconies is for the mid-class and the mid-income. Andonis might be representative of large off-takers and consumers, but we do not have representatives of the consumers or off-takers. Not even when these discussions takes place in Parliament. This is democracy. The cheapest electron is provided by renewables, and considering the profiling cost, is provided by wind farms. Thank you.
And as we're just coming to the final few minutes of this conference, and we're having the weekend ahead of us, so we want to close on a positive note, and that's why I want to give the floor to Stelios Loumakis. I think I've been confirmed what I said last year in the conference. It's been confirmed. No, I was only joking, Mr. Loumakis. I think that there are two very basic pillars at the moment, where one of them is the EU legislation, and no task force can change that, and no convergence or of views is going to change that, and cannot override that. That makes the ministry task force make their work a lot easier. Well, that's one. The second one is the crucial role played by ADMIE, by the operator. I do not. They shouldn't feel that that's under pressure that they cannot receive connection terms. But at the same time, there needs to be the right level of viability of those projects based on robust legislation in the EU that cannot be changed, and therefore they can move forward. And allow me to say something very positive here. It's very positive, but it's just on a more local issue. If we didn't have any more renewables projects, if we're at 16 now, we're going to get to 18 or 19. Let's say we go to 20 with 4 or 5 gigawatts of storage. The curtailments will be minimal to zero. If we get to the 30 or 40 gigas, then of course no storage is going to solve the problem, and we're going to have more power being generated on an annual basis than we can export. So therefore we're going to get to that point of the 25% by 2030. Mr. Margaris wanted to make a final comment. No, I didn't understand what Stelios is saying when he's talking about the directive and to the extent to which we have to give access or not. I basically said that the idea of a booking is a political dimension. It's a political decision by the Greek government and the Ministry of Energy. I didn't make any reference to the European directive. In fact, I do agree that any European directive, when harmonized, then it takes into account the kind of local dimension of the market. What I'm saying is that there shouldn't be a strategy being by the operator, by the IPTO, and that's why I said that this is the role of the ministry, and now we have a new political leadership. It gives us a great opportunity to look at this again. Thank you very much all. A round of applause for all the speakers. Thank you very much.
Λοιπόν, αγαπητές φίλες, αγαπητοί φίλοι, σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ.
Thank you very much, all dear friends, for staying up that late. And thank you very much for following us, following the works of this two-day conference organized by Energypress. And of course, the next event is in June, which is it's a hydrogen forum, and then another one in October, which is the conference on renewables. Energypress, and you can find on the website of Energypress all the different presentations and all the different articles and photographs from these last 2 days. So therefore you'd be given an opportunity to study them more carefully and gather more information from them. Thank you very much and hope to see you again soon. Thank you.